Chapter 460. At this time, Gu Fei was in the wild ancient region in the far west. He was trapped by the old tortoise in his inner world to refine the soul power of evil spirits and evil beings. He did not have a doppelganger technique. How could he appear in the territory of the Wei Kingdom in the north at this time? Only Dongfang Chen, who had become a demon, would crazily cultivate this kind of evil method. If he wanted to improve his own cultivation in a very short time, the only way was to become a demon. The pressure that Gu Fei gave him was too great. If he did not become a demon, how could he compete with Gu Fei, whose cultivation had greatly increased? Moreover, his character was arrogant, and he could never be surpassed by Gu Fei. The combination of the immortal qi and the true devil qi gave birth to an unfathomable divine ability, which allowed Dongfang Chen to display astonishing combat strength. He used the name of Gu Fei to barge into the Sunset Sect with unparalleled strength. He easily defeated the most powerful existence in the Sunset Sect, a supreme elder who was at the third or fourth heaven of the void-controlling realm. Dongfang Chen's strength forced the master of the Sunset Sect to personally take action. Boom! The master of the Sunset Sect shone with a bright golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The vast power of the metal element surged out, and the power of the sun shook heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light illuminated the world and the mountains, as if they were dyed with a layer of golden paint, and the surrounding area was bathed in a layer of golden light. "You're courting death!" The sect leader of the Sunset Sect shouted and grabbed Dongfang Chen with his big hand. A golden primordial spirit hand directly appeared in the void, revealing a terrifying energy fluctuation, covering this part of the world. At this time, the master of the Sunset Sect no longer cared whether the other party was a disciple of the Taishan sect or not. If he dared to kill the Sunset Sect, he was the enemy of the Sunset Sect. There was only one way to deal with an enemy, and that was to completely destroy them. Swish! The destructive light that shot out from Dongfang Chen's demonic eyes and celestial eyes pierced the void and also penetrated the spirit hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Its power did not decrease in the slightest, and it still shot toward the abdomen of the master of the Sunset Sect. The light of destruction seemed to be able to pierce through all tangible and intangible things. It was extremely terrifying and possessed unfathomable might. The Sunset Sect master's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly left an afterimage on the spot and dodged the attack. Even so, the two destructive lights still brushed past his body and left two shocking bloody marks on his waist. The Sunset Faction's faction leader sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire body felt cold. What kind of spell was this? It was so terrifying and strange that the clothes of the Sunset Sect's master were soaked in cold sweat. "Watch out, Sect Master!" At this time, the Sunset Sect's sect leader suddenly heard the Supreme Elder's cry of alarm. When he heard that, his heart immediately trembled, and just at this time, he felt his head tighten. He was actually grabbed by someone's fingers. Dongfang Chen suddenly appeared behind the Sunset Sect's sect master without anyone noticing and grabbed his head. The Sunset Sect master was immediately frightened out of his wits. Without thinking, he wanted to use his nascent soul to break his dantian and abandon his body. He wanted to use this extreme method to escape with his life. However, at this time, there was already an unfathomable evil power that enveloped him. His nascent soul was actually bound by this power, and it was difficult for it to rush out of his body. Roar! The Sunset Sect master already felt the aura of death. He used all his strength to circulate the metal element magical power in his body, and his entire body suddenly emitted an even more powerful golden light. Rumble! It was as if a golden sun had fallen from the sky above the mountains. The bright golden light was so dazzling that everyone from the Sunset Sect couldn't open their eyes. "How dare you!" The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect shouted with a stern expression. Soon, a clear light appeared from below. It was as bright and clean as the moonlight. It broke through the layers of golden waves and shone up. "What's the use of struggling before death?" Dongfang Chen's cold words without a trace of emotion came from the sky. Then, crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. At the same time, two destructive lights broke through the golden light and shot down, blocking the bright light that shone from below. "Sect Master!" An inexplicable roar of grief and indignation came from below. The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect was so angry that he wanted to tear this young cultivator named Gu Fei into pieces. At this time, the golden light that filled the sky retreated like a tide. However, it didn't enter the body of the Sunset Sect master. Instead, It was all swallowed by Dongfang Chen's body. You devil! The supreme elder of the Sunset Sect glared at Dongfang Chen in the sky. In his hand, there was a mirror that emitted endless light. It actually blocked the two terrifying divine lights that shot out from Dongfang Chen's immortal demon eyes. What? Dongfang Chen was very surprised. He didn't think that someone would be able to resist his technique. One should know that the destructive light formed by the immortal qi and the true demon qi could almost penetrate everything in the world. Dongfang Chen's 5 fingers had already pierced through the head of the Sunset Sect Master. Endless spiritual energy was extracted from the body of the Sunset Sect Master, and was directly swallowed by Dongfang Chen. The vitality of the body of the Sunset Sect Master was already gone. However, there was still a steady stream of spiritual energy being extracted from his abdomen. His nascent soul and nascent soul crazily collided in his dantian, trying to break the shackles of his body and rush out. Roar! I'll kill you! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect made up his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the ancient mirror in his hand. The 3 mouthfuls of blood were quickly absorbed by the ancient mirror. Then, the ancient mirror in the hands of the Supreme Elder burst out a dazzling light, as if he was holding a bright moon in his hand. Swoosh! The clear divine light soared into the sky, and unexpectedly shattered the 2 terrifying divine lights that shot out from the immortal demon eyes. Wherever the clear light passed, the void trembled, and transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The ancient mirror in the hands of the Sunset Sect's Supreme Elder displayed a great power. That ancient mirror was definitely a magic treasure that could not be underestimated. Humph! Dongfang Chen sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations from the ancient mirror. He couldn't help but change his expression. He coldly snorted and then directly smashed the body of the Sunset Sect Master towards the divine light. He himself soared into the sky and dodged it. Swoosh! The body of the Sunset Sect Master was swept by the divine light and instantly collapsed under the divine light. Even his nascent soul and nascent soul couldn't escape and disappeared in the divine light. Wow! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out an extremely mournful roar and soared into the sky like a madman. He desperately urged the divine mirror in his hand and shot it towards the retreating Dongfang Chen. The misty light emitted from the divine mirror was a terrifying murderous light. Even Dongfang Chen felt threatened, and he had to retreat again. Since I've already killed the Sunset Sect Master, there's no need to entangle with this madman. I'll let this madman live and let him find the real Gu Fei. Thinking of this, Dongfang Chen no longer had any interest in fighting with the Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect. He directly turned into a black and white immortal demon light and flew into the distance. Where are you going? The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect shouted. He held the divine mirror in his hand and chased forward like a meteor chasing the moon. The speed of the 2 immortal demons was extremely fast. Soon, the 2 immortal demons disappeared into the sunset. After the 2 of them left, the entire Sunset Sect fell into absolute silence. The hundreds of people of the Sunset Sect standing on the mountain were all like wood, as if they had lost their souls. They couldn't speak for a long time. What happened just now was too shocking for the hundreds of disciples of the Sunset Sect who witnessed this scene. The Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, who were usually like gods, were actually defeated by a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect called Gu Fei. It was really unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. It was unknown who recovered first, but then the entire Sunset Sect was boiling. Just as the Sunset Sect was in chaos, a ray of light appeared in the sky. A powerful aura came from afar. Soon, an old man with black hair and a black beard descended from the sky and landed outside the Sunset Sect's entrance. Roar! Who is it? Who the hell dares to come to my Sunset Sect and cause trouble? At the mountain gate, the roar of the black-bearded old man could be heard. After Dongfang Chen used the identity of Gu Fei to cause trouble in the Sunset Sect, not only was the Sect Master killed, but even the strongest of the 2 Supreme Elders returned with serious injuries. However, just as night fell, Dongfang Chen's figure appeared outside the mountain gate of another sect thousands of miles away from the Sunset Sect. That night in the northern lands, within the borders of the Wei Kingdom, there was bound to be no peace. In just one night, 17 small sects within the borders of the Wei Kingdom had been destroyed. The Sunset Sect had only lost 1 sect leader and a few dozen disciples. They could be considered lucky. This set off a great uproar in the sects of the Wei Kingdom. All the sects were in danger. At the same time, they all knew that the person who had defeated 17 sects was called Gu Fei, and he was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, it even alarmed the Northern Wei Kingdom, a dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years. The Northern Wei Kingdom's royal family sent out experts to investigate this matter. It could be said that thanks to Dongfang Chen, although Gu Fei had never been to the hinterland of the Wei Kingdom, his name had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Northern Wei Kingdom. Dongfang Chen's move could be said to be extremely sinister. After he destroyed 17 sects in the Northern Wei Kingdom, he patted his butt and left, leaving Gu Fei to be the victim. It must be known that although those small sects were not considered powerful in the Northern Wei Kingdom, small sects attached themselves to large sects, and small forces attached themselves to large forces. Destroying these small sects was equivalent to indirectly offending the large forces of the Northern Wei Kingdom. Among them, the Northern Wei Kingdom was a superpower in the cultivation world. Against a dynasty that had thousands of miles of history, no one could be relaxed. Even the Supreme Mystery Sect, one of the 3 great Taoist sects, would not be able to get away with it. In just a few days, the entire cultivation world of the Northern Wei Kingdom knew that one of the 3 great Taoist sects, the Supreme Mystery Sect, had a disciple who cultivated demonic arts. Chapter 461. The storm that Dongfang Chen had stirred up in Northern Wei under the name of Gu Fei had spread to Southern Yan, Eastern Qi, and the West a month later. The sun was shining brightly, and Taishan Mountain in Eastern Qi was as calm as usual. On the 9 peaks of Taishan, the disciples of the Taishan sect were cultivating on the mountain as usual. From time to time, the figures of the youngest disciples would appear on Taishan Mountain. Before the disciples of the Taishan sect broke through to the realm of shedding mortality, they were responsible for taking care of the miscellaneous things in the sect. This was the rule of the Taishan sect. Otherwise, all the disciples in the department would be immersed in cultivation, and no one would take care of the miscellaneous things in the sect. On Taishan Peak, Taishan Temple stood at the peak. It was the most majestic temple in the Taishan sect. The atmosphere in the temple was a bit heavy. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xianxia, sat on the throne in the middle of the temple. On either side of him were the heads of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Of the 9 peaks of Taishan, besides Taoist Xianxia, only 7 heads of the other 8 branches had come. The head of Cooling Peak, Gu Fei, was not present. "Brother, why did you summon everyone here?" Long Hongxue, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, who sat below Taoist Xianxia, looked up and asked. "Yes, brother, why did you summon us here at this time?" Taoist Xuansong, the head of Full Moon Peak, also said aloud. Everyone looked up at Taoist Xianxia. Taoist Xianxia looked at his brothers indifferently, then said, "A disciple outside sent a message saying that there is news of Brother Gu." "What?" The 7 heads were shocked when they heard this. They could not help but look at each other and see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Ever since Gu Fei had been invited away by the powerful demon, there had been no news of him. The Taishan sect had sent batch after batch of disciples down the mountain, but it was difficult to find Gu Fei. They had even heard about Gu Fei. It was not just the Taishan sect. Even the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect sent their disciples down the mountain to search for Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was only Taoist Ku Rong's nominal disciple, the 3 great Taoist sects still had to put on an act since he was invited by an almighty monster. Although they might not be able to find Gu Fei, if Taoist Ku Rong asked about it, they would at least have something to say. "Where is he?" asked the Spirit Bead Peak's head Taoist alchemy. He was obsessed with pill cauldrons and was very interested in Gu Fei, who had retrieved the longevity grass. "I heard it appeared in Northern Wei," Taoist Xianxia said. Heard? The 7 peak seats were all shocked. From Taoist Xuantian's words, they knew that the information regarding Gu Fei wasn't that accurate. "Junior brothers, your news really isn't up to date. Recently, a young demon appeared in Northern Wei. He's the scum of the Taoist sect." Taoist Xianxia calmly said something shocking. "Young demon? The scum of the Taoist sect?" The peak seats were shocked. Taoist Xuantian's words were too shocking. They already felt that something was wrong. "Senior brother sect leader, you don't think that person is Gu Fei?" Long Hongxue looked at Taoist Xianxia and said hesitantly, "I just said that I received information about Gu Fei. That is the information." Taoist Xianxia confirmed Long Hongxue's words. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and lowered their heads in thought. Finally, Xiaoyang Peak's head Taoist Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother sect leader, I think there might be something else." "Yes, that's right. Gu Fei cultivates ancient martial arts. How could he become a demon?" Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all knew that the Green Spirit Peak was different from the other 8 peaks. In the Taishan sect, and even in the entire Taoist sect, they were different. The Green Spirit Peak walked the path of strength and the supreme method of becoming a saint. It was also the most difficult path of all cultivation methods. The message also said that Gu Fei not only destroyed 17 sects in Northern Wei in one night, he also devoured their essence energy. His behavior is no different from a demon. Taoist Xuantian's voice was still calm. Everyone was shocked again. Devouring a cultivator's essence energy was a taboo of the righteous path. Essence energy was the foundation of cultivation. Whether it was the core of the path, the primordial spirit, or the nascent soul, they were all formed from the essence energy of the cultivator. If Gu Fei could devour essence energy, that meant he could also devour the core of the path and the nascent soul. This kind of behavior that harvested the lives of others and climbed over the corpses of other cultivators had already entered the demonic path. Such a person was the public enemy of the righteous path, and everyone had the right to kill him. "Impossible. That person is definitely not Gu Fei," Taoist Chao Yang said with some excitement. Of all the people present, he had the most contact with Gu Fei. He could naturally see that Gu Fei was not the kind of person who would kill the world and be ruthless. "I think so too. How could a disciple of the Taishan sect do such a thing that angers both men and gods? Someone is framing Gu Fei," the other head said aloud. Gu Fei was a disciple of the Tao sect. Since he was not afraid of hardship and was determined to walk the most difficult path of becoming a saint, he would not choose the demonic path. That person is half demon and half immortal. I don't know where this master came from. Why would he frame Gu Fei? Taoist Shen Tian said. When the 7 heads heard this, they couldn't help but think that their senior brother had already determined that the person was not Gu Fei. Half immortal and half demon, devouring essence, qi and spirit. Could it be? Great Void Peak's head, Yushu Zi, suddenly said thoughtfully. He seemed to have thought of something. Junior brother Yushu, do you know the origin of that person? Taoist Xuantian's eyes were like torches. He had already seen Yushu Zi's expression, so he asked aloud. Yes. Yushu Zi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, I don't know if brothers and sisters still remember that half immortal and half demon, such a person of the demonic path, appeared 5,000 years ago, and that demonic person had a great relationship with our Tao sect. What? Everyone was moved when they heard this. What moved them was not that the demonic person had appeared 5,000 years ago, but that the demonic person was actually related to the Tao sect. For thousands of years, the Tao and the demonic had been like fire and water. It seemed that since the beginning of the world, the two had been mortal enemies. Once the two met, there would definitely be a great battle, and it would be either you or I who would die. How could the Tao sect have anything to do with the demonic person? The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon. Could it be that the person who started the massacre in Northern Wei and framed Gu Fei was that person's successor? If he's that person's successor, how many transformations has he cultivated? Taoist Shen Tian also thought of something at this moment, and his expression became extremely ugly. What relationship does that demonic person from 5,000 years ago have with our Tao sect? Taoist Chaoyang's personality was like a raging fire. When he heard that the demonic person was actually related to the Tao sect, he couldn't help but ask Yushu Zi excitedly. I've only seen a few words about that demonic person in the sect's ancient records. That demonic person is the greatest traitor of the Tao sect. Yushu Zi said something that shocked everyone to the extreme. Tao sect's traitor? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. No one had expected that the greatest traitor of the Tao sect would actually become a demonic person, an executioner who massacred the world. From Tao to the demonic. Taoist Shen Tian spat out these incomparably heavy words with great difficulty. What happened to that traitor in the end? Could it be that he was able to pass down his Tao teachings? Taoist Chaoyang asked Yushu Zi sternly. It was the duty of a cultivator to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Yushu Zi glanced at Taoist Shen Tian and continued. That demonic person from 5,000 years ago was killed by an almighty from the east. Was that almighty someone from our Tao sect? Taoist Chaoyang seemed to want to get to the bottom of this. That Almighty wasn't a senior of our Tao sect, but a family head of the Dongfang family. That family head's cultivation level was infinitely close to that of an immortal, Wuxia said sadly. How could such a person die? Long Hongxue asked. He asked this because if that ancestor of the Dongfang family was still alive, the Dongfang family wouldn't have declined. The Dongfang family was no longer what it used to be. Although it hadn't completely declined, it was no longer the overlord of the East. However, although the Dongfang family had declined, no one knew how much heritage the Dongfang family still had. This kind of ancient clan, even if it had declined, no one dared to look down on it, because no one knew its true strength. It had been passed down for countless years, and it had produced great characters that could shake the ancient and modern times. Could it be that those great characters really didn't leave behind any trump cards? In the Tanglong continent, some sects and forces that once had outstanding great figures would leave behind precious treasures before they disappeared. In the history of the Dongfang family, there had been more than one great figure. Even if someone said that the Dongfang family didn't have any treasures left behind by the great figures, no one would believe it. Therefore, even if it had declined, no one dared to have any ideas about the Dongfang family. Who knows? I heard that the Almighty of the Dongfang family went to the southern wilderness not long after he killed the traitor of the Tao sect. He entered the 100,000 mountains and disappeared from there. He never appeared again, Wuxia analyzed. In the Taishan sect, no one could compare with Wuxia in terms of knowledge and experience. This was because before Wuxia became the head of the Taishu Peak, he was the elder in charge of all the books in the sect. The 100,000 mountains. Could it be? Did he want to find the legendary ruins of Tongtian? Taoist Xianxia, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, suddenly exclaimed. In ancient times, no one knew what happened that led to the extinction of immortals and mortals. Since then, there were very few almighty saints who could break through the void and ascend to heaven. Even if someone could successfully break through the void, they might not be able to ascend to heaven, wash away the aura of the mortal world, and enter the illusory heaven. It was said that in the 100,000 mountains, there was a path to heaven. As long as one's cultivation was enough, they could open the path to heaven and enter the heaven without taking risks. However, a legend was a legend after all. Did the Dongfang family leader from 5,000 years ago take the risk to enter the 100,000 mountains that were said to be able to bury immortals and gods just for a legend? Chapter 462. The Taishan Peak was shrouded in mist. The Taishan Temple was majestic and solemn. The Taishan Temple was an important place of the Taishan sect. Ordinary disciples were not qualified to enter, of course, unless they were summoned by the head. Taoist Xiantian sat under the throne in the temple. On either side of the throne were the 7 chiefs of the Taishan sect. Taoist Xiantian had summoned the 7 disciples. Junior brothers, what do you think of this matter? Taoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly asked after seeing the 7 chiefs talking to each other for a while. Long Hongxue and the others immediately stopped talking and looked at Taoist Xiantian on the throne. Senior brother sect leader, I think we should send someone to get rid of that evil spirit. Otherwise, it will become a huge threat to our sect once it grows up. Jade Hollow Child said after thinking for a moment. The head of the Great Void Peak, Wuxia, had once been in charge of the ancient books of the Taishan sect and knew many of the secrets of the Taoist sections. Among all the heads present, only he knew how terrifying the demon who had pretended to be Gu Fei in the Wei Kingdom of the Northern Land would be when he really grew up. The head of the Dongfang family from 5,000 years ago was one of the most powerful people in the history of the Eastern Land. He was comparable to an immortal. Only such a person could kill the traitor of the Taoism. All those years ago, that traitor of the Tao sect had turned from the Tao to the devil, and he'd killed countless cultivators and annihilated innumerable sects and powers. He'd caused a terrifying storm of blood in the Eastern Lands by himself. How about I go? I want to see who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Taishan sect and do such evil things. Taoist Zhaoyang said fiercely. He cultivated in fire elemental Taoism, and his temper was like a raging fire. As long as he encountered demons, he would not be lenient. He would not stop until he killed them. Taoist Zhaoyang was the killer of the 3 great Taoism sects. He had dared to attack the demon lord of 6 paths and the great demon venerable in the southern wilderness. Of course, the demon lord of 6 paths and the great demon venerable who had appeared in the southern wilderness had not come in person. They were just clones. However, The fact that Taoist Zhao Yang dared to attack the clones of the Demon Lord of Six Paths and the Great Demon Venerable at the same time was enough to show that he was not afraid of any demons. Junior brother Chao Yang. Taoist Shen was about to continue. However, at that moment, Long Hongxue, the chief of the Purple Bamboo Peak, said, "Senior brother sect leader, I think we should wait and see. We can't let this matter affect our plans." All the heads couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and then they nodded in succession. The three great Tao sects were jointly making preparations for a great matter, and everything else had to be put aside for now. Taoist Shen nodded. "This matter concerns the rise and fall of our Tao sect. We can't afford to make any mistakes. What does everyone think?" Taoist Shen swept his gaze over everyone. "Senior brother Long is right. I think we should just wait and see. Let's put the matter of the northern lands aside for now." They all agreed with Long Hongxue's point of view. After all, there was nothing more important than what the three great Taoist sects were preparing for. "Yes. All right then." Taoist Shen nodded and put aside the matter of Gu Fei for now. Not long after, several beams of light flew out from Taishan Peak and disappeared into the spirit peaks that surrounded Taishan Peak. The entire Taishan Mountain was still calm as usual. However, outside Taishan Mountain, there were many unfamiliar figures in the past few days. Gu Fei, who was far away in the far west, could not possibly know about these things. He was refining his soul power in the old tortoise's inner world, enduring what could be described as the extreme pain and suffering of a human. Gu Fei was sealed in the void within 100 feet of the forest. There was a demonic aura there, and there were terrifying demonic souls howling. The area within 100 miles seemed to have become a terrifying demonic prison, and the evil and murderous aura made one's heart palpitate. The demonic aura, as black as ink, surged and tumbled for several months. Then, rays of five-colored divine light shone from the depths of the demonic clouds, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the depths of the demonic aura. Rumble. The entire world was shaking, and the essence of the five elements gathered from all directions, gradually forming a stream of spiritual qi that was clearly visible to the naked eye. Swoosh! The old tortoise rushed out of the divine palace floating in the sky and came to the sky above the forest where Gu Fei was. His face was the color of a pig's liver, and it was extremely ugly. He looked around and saw that the essence of the five elements in the entire inner world had been mobilized, and it was converging toward the five-colored light that emerged from the demonic aura below. This was the essence of the world in his inner world, and now it was being crazily plundered by Gu Fei. The old tortoise was extremely flabby, and the muscles on his face were twitching. "Gu Fei, you bastard!" The old tortoise's eyes were wide open, and he roared. The entire inner world shook under his roar. The old tortoise looked as if he could not wait to kill Gu Fei. However, he did not make a move to stop Gu Fei from devouring the essence of the five elements. Instead, he directly shattered the void, opened the inner world, and rushed out. Out of sight, out of mind. The five-colored divine light was like a bottomless abyss, continuously devouring the essence of the five elements that gathered from all directions. Gradually, the demonic aura that shrouded the world was completely refined. The dazzling five-colored divine light shone in all directions. The demonic patterns that the old tortoise had laid on the ground seemed to have received a great impact, and all of them emitted a bright demonic light. The ancient demonic formation formed by the demonic patterns displayed an unfathomable power. The demonic patterns triggered the momentum of heaven and earth, and sealed the void. Even so, the ancient demonic formation could no longer completely seal the terrifying energy fluctuations that spread out from the formation. The trees within a radius of 100 feet were affected and all collapsed. The five-colored divine light was really too bright and resplendent. It was like a five-colored sun had fallen to the ground. An extremely vigorous wave of life was emitted from the five-colored divine light. Gu Fei frantically devoured the power of heaven and earth and the essence of the five elements. The entire inner world of the old tortoise was affected, and the power of heaven and earth became chaotic. Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King, who were cultivating in seclusion at the edge of the chaos space, also sensed this strange phenomenon and came out of their seclusion. When they saw that the person who caused the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was Gu Fei, they were surprised. It was hard to imagine. Endless essence of the five elements continued to gather and were all devoured by Gu Fei. The five-colored divine light gradually became stronger, and it was so dazzling that Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King could hardly open their eyes. After frantically devouring for a full hour, Gu Fei finally stopped devouring the essence of the 5 elements. The plants within 100 miles were all drained of their life essence and withered. The originally green forest that was full of vitality had all withered and turned yellow. Then, Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King saw a figure coming out of the 5-colored divine light. The 5-colored divine light receded like a tide, and in just an instant, it was all absorbed into the figure's body. The 3rd heaven of the royal void realm. Gu Fei murmured to himself. In his bright eyes, a layer of 5-colored divine light quickly disappeared. His whole body, the breath of life, was extremely vigorous. With every step he took, the withered flowers and plants under his feet quickly recovered their vitality, as if they were injected with endless vitality. The vigorous breath of life was released, and the essence of life seeped out of his body. Gu Fei's surroundings were full of vitality. Gu Fei truly felt the powerful power of the 3rd heaven of the royal void realm. His flesh, blood, muscles, and bones were full of power. It was as if he could shake the void and crack the earth with just a lift of his hand or a step of his foot. In particular, the extremely vigorous vitality made Gu Fei feel as if he had 9 lives. Even if his physical body was smashed by someone, he could still regenerate. This time, it only took him a few months to refine the demonic soul. It was less than half of the time when he refined the soul of the evil spirit for the first time. Swoosh! A purple flame brand emerged between Gu Fei's eyebrows, emitting a purple divine light that swept forward. Then, the void in front of him shattered, and a side of the world appeared in the broken void. He directly opened the inner world, and it seemed effortless. Swoosh! The purple divine light was suddenly taken back by Gu Fei, and the side of the world disappeared in the void as if it had never been there. Gu Fei, congratulations on your great progress in cultivation. Xiaoqing and Gu Fei were acquaintances, so he quickly went forward to greet him. However, when he glanced at the demonic pattern on the ground that was still emitting a demonic light, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Gu Fei was sealed in a place with a radius of about 10 feet by the formation of the demonic pattern. He couldn't get out, and no one else could come in. When Gu Fei saw this, the purple flame that had already disappeared between his eyebrows emerged again. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from the flame brand and swept towards the demonic pattern on the ground. With his great progress in cultivation, he wanted to try and see if he could break the demonic pattern laid by the old turtle. Just when the purple divine light swept over the demonic pattern on the ground, the demonic pattern suddenly emitted an extremely bright demonic light. Traces of Taoist rhymes spread out from the demonic pattern, and unexpectedly blocked the purple divine light. At the same time, Gu Fei only felt that his divine sense seemed to be bombarded by a giant hammer. Stars danced in front of his eyes, and his divine sense was shaken. Deng deng deng, he took 3 steps back. Hiss! Gu Fei took a deep breath and was extremely shocked. Not only could this demonic pattern condense the power of heaven and earth, but it also seemed to have unpredictable power. Old tortoise, you undying old tortoise, get the hell out here. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and shouted loudly. A pair of shining eyes swept around. Gu Fei, my master isn't here. The 3-clawed dragon Xiaoqing said. Gu Fei glanced at Xiaoqing and then said, since your master isn't here, then you can erase those demonic patterns on the ground. Don't tell me you don't know these demonic patterns. Actually, I really don't know. Xiaoqing said embarrassedly. Gu Fei was speechless. Chapter 463. Gu Fei's cultivation had improved tremendously. After completely refining the demonic cloud in his body, his cultivation had successfully advanced to the 3rd heaven of the void controlling realm and possessed incomparably powerful strength. As a martial artist, Gu Fei was far stronger than other cultivators of the same level. With his powerful physical body that was comparable to a spiritual treasure and terrifying combat skills, he could even defeat a 4th or 5th heaven of the void controlling realm cultivator. Even if he encountered a cultivator of a higher level, he would still be able to put up a fight. Even if he was no match for the opponent, he could still retreat calmly. On the path of martial arts, it was difficult to achieve success. However, once the cultivation was successful, the strength of a martial artist would be stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. They could be said to be invincible among those of the same level, and very few people could compete with them. However, even though Gu Fei's cultivation had improved tremendously, it was still difficult for him to break the ancient demon formation that the old tortoise had set up to seal the void. There were not many demon inscriptions in the demon formation, But when these demon inscriptions were combined, they exerted incredible power. Each demon inscription seemed to contain Taoist rhyme and was difficult to erase. The means of a terrifying demon god-level expert was indeed amazing. The demon inscriptions were like heavenly inscriptions that merged with heaven and earth and triggered the power of heaven and earth. It was indeed difficult to erase, unless one had the strength to contend with the power of heaven and earth. Only a demon god-level expert could have such means. Every movement contained the laws of heaven and earth, and with a single thought, they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Gu Fei, I really can't do anything. With my current cultivation, I can't even condense a divine inscription and brand it on the ground, let alone break this formation, the three-clawed dragon Xiaoqing said embarrassedly. The three-clawed dragon Xiaoqing was not even a demigod. How could he comprehend the demon inscriptions that the demon clan called supreme divine inscriptions? The demon clan that could master such supreme demonic techniques were all powerful figures in the demon clan. Moreover, the demon inscriptions that the old tortoise had set up were not ordinary demon inscriptions, but the ancient demon sacred inscriptions that had long been lost among the demon clan. They were extremely mysterious. Old Qilin. Gu Fei cast his gaze at the fire Qilin behind little Qing. The fire Qilin was shrouded in divine flames. The fire Qilin was 10 meters long and covered in scarlet scales. Legend has it that the fire Qilin was a divine beast born from the divine flames. It was the beloved child of the fire god, a spirit of fire. A fully grown fire Qilin was extremely terrifying. Its strength was definitely not weaker than an immortal god or a true devil. Even in the mortal world, there were legends about the fire Qilin. Once the fire Qilin appeared, the land would be scarlet for thousands of miles, and the land within a 1,000-mile radius would be flooded with drought. However, a divine beast like the fire Qilin had already been extinct in the Tanglong continent for countless years. Some people even said that there were no other divine beasts in the Tanglong continent except for the Dragon Clan. However, there were too many secrets hidden in the Tanglong continent. There were definitely secrets hidden in the savage ancient domains and the ancient remnants that the world did not know about. However, those places were filled with danger. Since ancient times, no one had been able to explore those unknown regions. Those who entered those regions were rarely able to walk out alive. Even those almighty human or alien beings who were comparable to immortals and immortals didn't even cause a ripple after entering those terrifying regions and disappeared. No one knew what kind of existence existed in the depths of those savage ancient domains. Don't look at me. I don't understand this kind of holy pattern either. King Qilin was very direct, making it difficult for Gu Fei to speak again. King Qilin was a powerhouse of the demon clan in the virtual sky world, and the demon clan in the virtual sky world didn't understand these demon patterns at all. Old turtle, this bastard. Gu Fei stood in the open space with a circumference of about 10 feet, feeling very helpless. He had to admit that he was completely trapped. Gu Fei was trapped by the old turtle's method of drawing a prison. Quickly go and find me that old turtle, Gu Fei said angrily. No one would be happy to be trapped. This. Xiaoqing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What now? Gu Fei asked impatiently. The three-clawed flood dragon, Xiaoqing, showed a trace of embarrassment on his green face and said, Actually, we can't get out. What do you mean we can't get out? Gu Fei was surprised, but then he understood. This was the old turtle's inner world, and they were in the old turtle's inner world. If the old turtle wasn't here, none of them could open the heaven and earth screen. Preposterous. Gu Fei cursed inwardly. Now, before the old turtle came back, he could only stay in the open space with a circumference of about 10 feet. The looming demon patterns on the ground aroused the power of heaven and earth in the surrounding area and firmly sealed him. Xiaoqing and King Qilin couldn't help, so they chatted with Gu Fei for a while and left. After Xiaoqing and King Qilin left, Gu Fei immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his inner world, wanting to use the power of heaven and earth to erase the surrounding demon patterns. Rumble. The power of heaven and earth in the inner world was vast, and a faint and hazy void spread out from Gu Fei's body. However, when the hazy void around his body came into contact with the demon patterns, it was blocked by an unpredictable force and couldn't envelop the surrounding demon patterns. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the unpredictable power formed by the demon patterns on the ground had actually restrained the power of heaven and earth in his inner world. No matter how much Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth in his inner world, it was always bound within a circumference of 10 feet. It was difficult for it to spread out and envelop the surrounding demon patterns. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the power of heaven and earth to erase the demon patterns on the ground. Boom! The whole world suddenly shook, and then Gu Fei saw a scene that shocked him to the extreme. A part of the void in the distant sky suddenly collapsed, and the old tortoise rushed in from the outside in an extremely sorry state. He was actually followed by a big hand. It was a big hand that was all skin and bones, as if there was not a trace of flesh and blood. It was like a mummy, but such a big hand exuded an earth-shattering power. Endless golden light shone from the big hand, illuminating the whole world. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky and covered a part of the world. Boundless golden light surged beneath the palm. It was an incomparably pure Buddhist power. Amidst the golden light, countless swastikas faintly flickered on the gigantic hand. A swastika Buddhist seal appeared in the middle of the withered hand that was chasing after Old Tortoise. Then, the swastika Buddhist seal transformed into a golden vortex. It was a terrifying vortex that was completely formed by endless Buddhist power. A great suction force emerged from the golden vortex. The suction force stopped the old tortoise's charging figure in the void and pulled the old tortoise back. Roar! The old tortoise roared angrily, and his long hair danced wildly. A terrifying energy that was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea erupted from his body. In an instant, he became one with the world and mobilized the power of the inner world to resist the pulling force coming from behind. His body was immediately fixed in the void. No matter how hard the big hand pulled, it could not move his body. The whole world was shaking. Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King rushed out from their secluded cultivation place again and looked at the terrifying scene in the sky with great horror. Gu Fei also put away the hazy void around him and stood up from the ground. His eyes shone brightly. It was hard to imagine that someone could force the old tortoise into such a sorry state. The big, skinny hand directly grabbed into the old tortoise's inner world. This was something that had never happened before. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation of the person outside was extremely terrifying. The old tortoise waved his hands and used endless demonic power to mobilize the power of the heaven and earth. Mysterious runes condensed between his hands and seemed to turn into heavenly patterns that sealed the big hand. He wanted to seal the big hand that had grabbed into his inner world. However, the person outside seemed to know how powerful it was. A Buddhist chant came from outside, and then the big skinny hand quickly withdrew from the old tortoise's inner world. The endless Buddha's light above the big hand collided with the demonic inscriptions, and a dazzling light erupted. The remaining power shook the world, and the whole world seemed to collapse. Several mountains below were swept by the Buddha's light and the demonic inscriptions. In an instant, they silently collapsed in the void like snow and turned into dust. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook, and terrifying energy waves raged in all directions. The void turned into chaos. The big hand withdrew from the old tortoise's inner world and collapsed the void. It was immediately sealed by the demonic inscriptions, and the chaotic void evolved into the void again. Damn bald donkey! The old tortoise cursed. Then his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression also became weary. The terrifying demonic pressure on the old tortoise receded like a tide. The demonic inscriptions also gradually disappeared into the void. The whole world stabilized. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King rose into the sky and rushed toward the tottering old tortoise. Gu Fei also wanted to soar into the sky, but the power of the demonic formation firmly sealed him, making it difficult for him to fly. Master, what's wrong? The three-clawed green dragon Xiaoqing asked nervously. Master. The Qilin Demon King was also nervous. He did not hold a grudge for being subdued by the old tortoise. On the contrary, he was glad that he was subdued by the old tortoise. The old tortoise was a powerful ancient demon. It was a blessing that the Qilin Demon King had cultivated for several lifetimes to be his servant. As long as the old tortoise gave him a few pointers, the Qilin Demon King would benefit a lot. I'm fine. I didn't expect that the old bald donkey's cultivation to be so terrifying. The old tortoise said with lingering fear. It turned out that he had once again reached the top of Black Mountain. This time he was not so lucky. He tried to probe the mummified old monk. This time, the old monk retaliated. The old monk displayed terrifying strength and sent old tortoise flying with a single slap. The old tortoise, who had the cultivation of a demon god, was actually not a match for the monk. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was already at a disadvantage. In the end, he could only break the void and escape into the inner world. Therefore, the shocking scene that Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the Qilin Demon King witnessed happened. Chapter 464. Boom! Gu Fei's inner world was shaking violently. In the center of the inner world was an ancient cauldron that exuded a simple and ancient aura. It was just a slight tremble, but it was as if the immemorial divine mountain was shaking. Gu Fei's inner world instantly set off a terrifying energy wave. His inner world actually showed signs of collapsing. The earth trembled and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The terrifying energy was wreaking havoc. At the edge of the chaos space, strange rumbling sounds were heard. The earth, water, fire, and wind surged violently. The void was collapsing and reforming. It was a terrifying, shocking scene of the chaos space separating the heaven and the earth. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in front of the ancient cauldron. On the ground around him, demon markings emerged, forming a great power of heaven and earth that protected him. The mighty energy fluctuations from the ancient cauldron were dissolved by the unpredictable power formed by the demon markings. He sat cross-legged in the array formed by the demon markings. His body was as still as a mountain, and his hands drew mysterious trajectories in front of him. A vast amount of yuan qi surged between his hands and integrated into the body of the ancient cauldron. Boom! Following Gu Fei's movements, the ancient cauldron in front of him, which exuded an infinite ancient aura, gently vibrated again. Gu Fei's expression was extremely solemn. His body surged with a heavy and terrifying yuan qi, and his forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. He seemed to be very strained. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and the dazzling five-colored divine light penetrated through his body, making him look like a god or a demon. In the inner world, Gu Fei was not alone. The old tortoise stood not far behind Gu Fei, watching the scene in front of him nervously. Gu Fei was refining the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to activate the primordial chaos aura contained in the mountain and river cauldron. Only that wisp of ancestral aura, which could evolve all things in the world, could break the barrier of the Hell Realm and enter the legendary Hell Realm. The ancient Buddha Lord had the ability to penetrate through the heavens and earth. His name had been passed down through the ages, and he was one of the few ancient mighty figures that people could still remember. Even if the old tortoise's cultivation was restored to its former peak, he would still be powerless to break the restriction he laid down. Ever since the old tortoise was chased by the mummy-like old monk on the Black Mountain, he had to break the void and escape into the inner world. He had to borrow the power of the inner world to scare the old monk away. He could not easily leave his inner world. The old tortoise was too much of a threat to him. The old tortoise could not believe that the old monk could easily defeat a demon god realm. The old tortoise was so strong that it could surpass the realm of immortals and Buddhas. The old tortoise injected the soul power of the third evil spirit into Gu Fei's body. After it was refined by Gu Fei's cultivation was promoted to the peak of the third heaven of the royal void realm. But at this time, they had already been in the wild ancient region in the far west for 2 or 3 years. After refining the third evil spirit, Gu Fei's cultivation did not break through to the fourth heaven of the royal void realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, the effect of refining the soul power seemed to be weakening. Refining the soul power of the first 2 evil spirits and the evil thing made Gu Fei's cultivation improve by a whole heaven. But refining the soul power of the third evil spirit only made Gu Fei's cultivation improve from the early rank of the third heaven to the peak rank of the third heaven. Fortunately, Gu Fei had been comprehending the great way imprint that the mysterious martial artist had branded in his heart day and night, so that he would not be unable to control the new power because of the sudden improvement of his cultivation. The peak of the third heaven of the royal void realm really made Gu Fei's progress in refining the mountain and river cauldron take a qualitative leap. In the next few months, Gu Fei successfully sensed the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron and communicated with it. This was a kind of communication on the mind. The reason why the extreme Tao sacred objects were called treasures was that these weapons had developed the most primitive spiritual intelligence, which was to say, they had developed a soul. In a sense, these extreme Tao weapons and extreme Tao magic treasures had developed a life of their own. They were independent living bodies and were no longer inanimate objects. Gu Fei communicated with the cauldron's soul through the art of heart refinement. He could already make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate and show signs of being driven by someone. Vast yuan qi constantly surged out from Gu Fei's hands. At the same time, the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows also appeared. It emitted a powerful spiritual wave and shrouded the ancient cauldron in front of him. The combination of power and spiritual force formed a strange force field. There were colorful divine lights and spiritual clouds surging and flowing on the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron only vibrated from time to time. It was almost impossible for Gu Fei to truly control the mountain and river cauldron with his current cultivation. The old turtle stood behind Gu Fei, staring at the ancient cauldron in front of him that was surrounded by colorful light. His eyes flashed from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The divine light that enveloped the mountain and river cauldron did not come from the mountain and river cauldron itself. Instead, it was derived from Gu Fei's yuan qi and spiritual force. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, his spiritual force was so powerful that it could be seen with the naked eye. The simple and unadorned body of the mountain and river cauldron was like a piece of divine iron that could not be refined. Apart from the occasional vibration, there was no other unusual movement. In Gu Fei's inner world, the power was vast. Endless yuan qi and powerful spiritual force wrapped around the mountain and river cauldron, as if it had formed an energy giant egg that was incubating the mountain and river cauldron inside. From time to time, a strong light shot out from the energy ball formed by the intertwining yuan qi and spiritual force. It shot directly into the chaotic zone, shattered the void, and then dissipated in the chaotic zone. Gu Fei's inner world was shaking. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to have turned into a colorful furnace. Even the void was distorted. Endless power and spiritual force constantly permeated the body of the mountain and river cauldron, but it could not truly fuse with the cauldron's soul. Given his current cultivation, it was already very incredible that he could sense the existence of the cauldron's soul. Even the old tortoise was shocked by this. In the end, the old tortoise concluded that Gu Fei's inner world was formed from the chaotic origin fetus that was bred in the mountain and river cauldron. It was originally connected to the mountain and river cauldron. It could even be said that Gu Fei's inner world was actually equivalent to a part of the mountain and river cauldron. It was only through this analysis that Gu Fei could sense the existence of the cauldron's soul in such a short time. Based on this refining speed, as long as Gu Fei continued to refine the mountain and river cauldron, perhaps after a few years, his spiritual force would be compatible with the cauldron's soul. As long as Gu Fei's spiritual force fused with the cauldron's soul, he would be able to refine the mountain and river cauldron. As long as the cauldron's soul recognized Gu Fei as its master, Gu Fei would be able to control the mountain and river cauldron. In the cultivation world, methods of refining magic treasures and weapons such as dripping blood to recognize one's master and merging with one's weapon were all useless in the face of supreme treasures. Supreme treasures were not ordinary magic treasures and weapons. They were magic treasures and weapons that had already developed souls. It could be said that a supreme treasure was a life, and it could not be refined by simply dripping a few drops of blood on it. Although it was a very primitive life form, it would still be difficult to obtain its recognition even if he used up all of his blood essence. Moreover, it was impossible to melt an extreme Dao weapon or magical treasure with a complete soul into one's body. It was absolutely impossible. There were only two methods to make a supreme treasure recognize one's master. One was to merge with the treasure's soul and connect it with the user's bloodline. The user would then be able to control it like an arm and a finger, truly becoming one with the treasure. The other method was much more ruthless and tyrannical. It was the refining method of a supreme expert. A supreme expert could directly use supreme magical power to scatter the treasure's soul within the supreme treasure, and then use great magical power to reconstruct the treasure's soul. This method was not something that ordinary people could use. It was the exclusive right of a supreme expert. Although this method was a little tricky, it was equivalent to sacrificing a new treasure. 3 days and 3 nights passed. The yuan qi and spiritual force in Gu Fei's body were constantly being consumed. The power in his body surged, and the 5-colored light lingered. In the end, when the yuan qi of the 5 elements in his body was about to be exhausted, he decisively stopped. If this continued, even if his yuan qi and spiritual force were completely exhausted, it would not be of any use. The purple divine flame between his eyebrows was about to disappear under Gu Fei's skin. His spiritual force was like a tide, entering the mud pill palace. The yuan qi of the 5 elements that was surging in his body gradually calmed down. The 5-colored light faded from the surface of his body, and the force field that enveloped the mountain and river cauldron also dissipated in the void. The old tortoise had been standing motionlessly behind Gu Fei for 3 days. When Gu Fei stopped, he walked forward and stared at the mountain and river cauldron for a while. It's indeed a supreme treasure. Without the powerful cultivation of the supreme immortal realm, it's really difficult to truly refine and control it. The old tortoise sighed after a long time. What should I do now? Gu Fei got up from the ground. At this moment, he felt extremely exhausted, as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights. His yuan qi and spiritual force had been consumed too much. Let's recover our yuan qi first. With a wave of the old tortoise's hand, a dozen faint and illusory figures immediately flew out from his sleeve. They did not have flesh and blood, but were completely condensed from powerful spiritual force. Each of the spiritual bodies exuded a vast spiritual force. Gu Fei discovered that among the dozen or so spiritual bodies, the weakest one was as powerful as a human cultivator at the void-controlling realm. The dozen or so spiritual bodies appeared in Gu Fei's inner world, and the small world suddenly became eerie. Some of the spiritual bodies bared their fangs and brandished their claws like demons, while some were holy and flawless like fairies. The old tortoise did not care whether these spiritual bodies were demons or immortals when they were alive. Right now, these evil spirits and evil beings only had one purpose, and that was to become a part of Gu Fei's power. Immediately, the old tortoise dispersed the dozen or so spiritual bodies, and then guided the exploded spiritual force into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei was immediately shrouded in an incomparably pure spiritual force. It was as if he was surrounded by endless spiritual energy, or as if he was wrapped in a ball of warm water. Traces of spiritual force penetrated his skin and flesh from the surface of his body, seeping into his blood, flesh, and bones, directly replenishing the yuan qi he had consumed. Gu Fei felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The spiritual force in his inner world was vast and mighty, as if there were countless broken souls screaming and struggling. After a good half an hour, Gu Fei's inner world gradually calmed down. Gu Fei's yuan qi was once again as vigorous as a 5-colored sun that had fallen to the ground, giving off a feeling that it was difficult to look directly at. After the bright divine radiance faded, there was still a 5-colored brilliance flickering on Gu Fei's skin. His entire body seemed to be made of a piece of 5-element sacred iron, giving off a strong sense of power and oppression. After helping Gu Fei refine the spiritual force, the old tortoise looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. Your cultivation seems to have improved again. You warriors are simply freaks. You're the real monster, but a super antique monster, Gu Fei said snappily. He was very clear about his own situation. If it were not for the great path imprint in his body, it would have been difficult for him to achieve his current cultivation even if he cultivated for a long time. The path of martial arts was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. For thousands of years, it could be said that there were very few cultivators who had succeeded in cultivating the martial way. It was because it was extremely difficult to become a sage with one's physical body, and it was difficult to achieve anything, which led to the complete decline of martial arts. It had to be said that Gu Fei was lucky. The yuan qi needed to cultivate the physical body and open the body's treasure was too huge. Every time he broke through the bottleneck of cultivation, he needed an endless amount of yuan qi as a backup. If he had purely relied on his own cultivation, Gu Fei would never have achieved what he had today. The mysterious yin-yang jade pendant and the great path imprint in his body were both things that cultivators dreamed of. The value of each was no less than the extreme treasure-level weapons and magic treasures. The great path imprint that the mysterious supreme warrior passed on to Gu Fei was far more valuable than the extreme treasure-level weapons and magic treasures. Cultivators cultivated all their lives for the sake of longevity, for the sake of comprehending the great path, and to coexist with a world, immortal and indestructible. The great path imprint represented the extreme of the Tao, and was the ultimate goal of cultivators to comprehend the great path. Those who could pass on the great path imprint were all the most powerful extreme path cultivators in the world, the strongest powerhouses in history. To a certain extent, these extreme path powerhouses had long broken away from life and death, and were infinitely close to the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. Let's continue. Maybe in 3 or 5 years, we can enter the Naraka realm, the old tortoise said, then directly broke the void and walked out of Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's inner world could not trap powerhouses at the level of the old tortoise at all. Demon god-level powerhouses could directly shatter Gu Fei's inner world, shattering Gu Fei's bones and turning him into ashes. This was the difference between immortals and mortals, an insurmountable gap. Even if Gu Fei cultivated to the demigod realm, it would be difficult for him to match an immortal. Reality was cruel, and everything had a limit. Chapter 465. To the west of the Western Buddhist land was the land of the extreme west. There were many ancient regions that had yet to be explored by humans, and the land of the extreme west was one of them. The unknown ancient region was normally incomparably dangerous. There were ancient ruins there, terrifying death zones, and all kinds of dangers and dangers. It was enough to send anything that entered to their deaths. However, despite knowing that the unknown ancient regions were filled with all sorts of unimaginable dangers, there were still people who took the risk to enter these places to explore the unknown secrets. On a sunny morning, a small group of people walked out from the Western Buddhist land along the rugged mountain path. It wasn't a group of ordinary people, but a group of cultivators. There were 6 men and 3 women, and each of them had a magic treasure pouch or storage pouch hanging on their waist. There were also all sorts of oddly shaped weapons hanging on their bodies. Other than magic treasures, cultivators could also refine weapons. The weapons of cultivators were just like magic treasures, possessing great power. After leaving the territory of the Western Buddhist land, the weather became a little strange. The sky ahead was gloomy, giving off an indescribable pressure. This group of cultivators didn't fly in the sky. It seemed like there wasn't a peerless void-controlling realm expert in the group. The cultivator leading the way was an old man with gray hair and dark skin, who looked like he had been through a lot. The old man's cultivation wasn't the highest among the group of cultivators. Among the 6 men, there were 3 middle-aged cultivators and 2 young cultivators. As for the 3 female cultivators, one was a middle-aged woman with peerless beauty in a white dress, and the other 2 were young girls in black. There were no roads in the wild forest and mountains. The land of the extreme west was rarely visited by humans. Occasionally, cultivators would appear between the mountains and forests. The old man leading the way seemed to be very familiar with the surroundings. He kept walking forward at a moderate speed, as if he didn't think at all. After the group of cultivators walked for 100 miles in the wild forest and mountains, they arrived in front of a flat land. The old man waved his hand to signal the group to stop. "Elder Xiang, what's wrong?" A middle-aged cultivator in green with a sage-like demeanor asked. The old man looked at the quiet flat land in front of him, rubbed his chin and said, "We can't go forward anymore. We have to take a detour." "What?" Everyone felt a trace of shock and astonishment. The area in front of them was just a peaceful area without any danger. Couldn't they just pass through it directly? Why did he have to take a detour? There was a piece of land in front of them. It would take a lot of time to go around such a large piece of land that they could not see the end of. "Elder Xiang, there aren't many days left until the next full moon. Will we be able to reach the desolate battlefield?" Another middle-aged cultivator asked worriedly. The old man pondered for a while before he raised his head and said, "We should be able to arrive on the night of the full moon. However, we must leave the ancient region before nightfall. Otherwise..." The old man did not continue speaking, but a terrified expression appeared on his face. "Otherwise, what will happen?" Everyone couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. The ancient desolate realm was filled with killing intent. Even the most powerful cultivators wouldn't be willing to enter it. Although they had to enter the ancient desolate battlefield due to various reasons, it didn't mean that they were willing to die. The old man's deep gaze swept across everyone's faces. He didn't answer, but everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts after being swept by his gaze. "Let's go." The old man led the way and was about to walk along the land. However, just as the old man was about to take a step forward, the 2 young cultivators in the group revealed disapproving expressions and directly entered the land. "You!" The old man stared at the 2 young cultivators in fear. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The old man shouted at the 2 young cultivators who entered the land. He was extremely excited. The extreme west was filled with danger, and there were some places that absolutely could not be entered. The old man felt that the land ahead was a bit strange, so he decided to take a detour. However, the 2 young cultivators were like newborn calves that weren't afraid of tigers. They didn't believe this. The 2 young cultivators had already entered the land, so they turned around and said to the old man, "Elder Xiang, everyone says that you are the devil of the extreme west. Why are you so cowardly?" "Outrageous!" The old man was so emotional that his voice was trembling. "Look, didn't we just enter the basin? Nothing happened. The way I see it, we should just make our way through the basin," said one of the young cultivators who was standing before the basin forest. "That's right, Elder Xiang. I think One of the young cultivators who had been silent this whole time wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like he was already tempted. Everyone knew that going through the land ahead would save them a lot of time. There weren't many days left until the next full moon. The desolate battlefield in the extreme west would turn into a terrifying land of death during a full moon. It was as if hell had descended on the world. Gods would perish when they entered, Buddhas would destroy Buddhas when they entered, and devils would be slain when they entered. No one had ever walked out of the desolate battlefield during a full moon. Time was of the essence, so everyone was eager to try. However, the old man's surnamed Xiang's weathered face sank. His already dark face became even darker than the bottom of a pot. If you want to court death, I definitely won't stop you. Farewell, I don't want the reward. With that, the old man clasped his hands at everyone and turned around to leave. Elder Xiang, wait a moment. Elder Xiang, please don't be angry. You too, why aren't you coming out and apologizing to Elder Xiang? Everyone panicked when they saw that the old man was about to leave. One had to know that Elder Xiang was one of the few people in the Buddhist land who was willing to take the risk to enter the desolate battlefield. Even if they were willing to pay a huge price, it was still difficult to invite such a person. Her white robes fluttered in the wind as the middle-aged woman flew forward like a cloud of green smoke and stopped Elder Xiang from leaving. She smiled at Elder Xiang and said, "Elder Xiang, don't be impatient. Everything can be discussed." The old man raised his head to look at the woman who stopped him and said, "It's not that I'm not giving Goddess Yao face, but if they continue to act recklessly, they will get us all killed sooner or later." The old man's tone was extremely serious. "TSK, isn't he just an old man and a rogue cultivator? What's there to be arrogant about?" The two young cultivators who entered the battlefield muttered in disdain. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous under the murderous gazes of the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, the two of them began to walk away. However, just as the two young cultivators began to walk back and took their first step, whoosh! A crack appeared in the void in front of them, swallowing them up in an instant. Without any warning, the young cultivator disappeared in an instant. "Ah! Save us!" In the next moment, two bone-chilling screams and cries of agony came from the depths of the battlefield. Judging from the voices, it was the two young cultivators. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. They never thought that the two young cultivators would be teleported into the depths of the land by an unfathomable force. Whoosh! Everyone hurriedly retreated and did not dare to get close to the battlefield. No one could believe that the seemingly peaceful battlefield was filled with danger. It was as if one could only enter the battlefield and not leave. It was fine to go in, but if one took a step back, they would be instantly transported to the depths of the battlefield. Very soon, the cries of agony from the depths of the battlefield completely disappeared. No one knew what kind of danger the two young cultivators had encountered in the depths of the battlefield. However, there was one thing that everyone was certain of: the fate of the two young cultivators. The middle-aged woman stared at the battlefield in front of her in shock. This is only the outskirts of the desolate battlefield. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's temples were dripping with cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced that he was the one who entered the battlefield. This is the far west. It is filled with danger. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Elder Xiang's voice trembled as he spoke with fear on his face. Rumble. Just then, the sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the depths of the battlefield. It also sounded like the rumbling of thunder from the 9 heavens. Everyone was shocked as they felt the tremors coming from under their feet. "Let's go!" The elder was the first to turn around and run. His spiritual energy seeped out of his body and turned into a bright spiritual light that swept across the ground like a lightning bolt. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's expressions changed. They turned around and followed behind the old man, running as if they were flying. The middle-aged woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a yellow flying sword. She leaped into the air and stepped on the flying sword to escape. Like a rainbow, the middle-aged woman quickly overtook the crowd and caught up to the elder. The 3 middle-aged cultivators were obviously from different forces. Every step the dark-skinned middle-aged man took, there was a vast amount of spiritual energy under his feet. One could vaguely see runes disappearing under his feet. The other 2 middle-aged cultivators also used their own techniques and ran through the forest like lightning. Their speed was no slower than the dark-skinned middle-aged man's. After running for tens of li, the group finally stopped. They turned around and looked back. The world before them had completely changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, and terrifying lightning flashed within the dark clouds. It was as if a terrifying devil had been awakened. Rumble! The world shook as a terrifying aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate came from the front. At this moment, the forest became completely silent as if all sound had disappeared. Chapter 466. The ancient savage realm was definitely not a good place in the Tanglong continent. Even if cultivators entered, there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to return. In the cultivation world, not many people were willing to enter the unknown. However, there were some adventurers who would occasionally appear near the ancient savage realm. Where there was danger, there would also be opportunities. The ancient savage realm was a place where immortals and mortals were extinct. Although there were unknown dangers, it was still possible for heavenly treasures or ancient ruins to grow in such a desolate place. The founders of the three great Dao sects encountered a great opportunity in the 100,000 mountain range and obtained the Dao sacred scripture. That was how they established the Dao sects and became one of the few cultivation forces in the world. Those who entered the ancient savage realm, ancient ruins, or dangerous places were mostly old monsters at the void-controlling realm who were nearing the end of their lifespans. However, the group led by Old Man Xiang to the ancient desolate battlefield this time was not made up of old monsters at the void-controlling realm who were nearing the end of their lifespans. After bypassing the dangerous place, Old Man Xiang continued to lead 3 men and 3 women, a total of 6 cultivators toward the ancient desolate battlefield. 2 young cultivators were devoured by the dangerous place because they didn't listen to the old man's advice. After this incident, everyone trusted the old man completely. No one had any objections. Everyone followed the old man's lead and didn't dare to do anything out of line. One had to know that this was the ancient savage realm. They could only enter and exit safely by following the experienced Old Man Xiang. The old man was indeed quite capable. Under his lead, the group avoided several dangerous places. The old man seemed to know where they could go and where they couldn't. When night fell, the group arrived near the ancient desolate battlefield. The old man brought the group to a bare blood-colored hill and stopped. "Let's spend the night here." The old man looked at the sky, then carefully observed the surroundings before speaking to the crowd. At the ancient savage realm in the far west, no stars could be seen in the sky after nightfall. Only a brown mist drifted in the dusky sky, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. The old man led the group to the blood-colored hill. Everyone felt that this hill was very strange. The rocks beneath their feet were eerily red, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. The blood-colored hill wasn't tall, only around 500 to 600 meters tall. Halfway up the hill, there was a huge blood-colored stone that was several zhang tall. The old man led the group toward the blood-colored stone. When they got closer, they discovered that there was a pitch-black cave behind the stone. The group was startled. Some subconsciously reached their hands into their storage pouches and held onto their treasures while being on guard. Anything could happen in the savage ancient region. Only by being careful and maintaining a high level of vigilance could one live longer than others. "Don't worry, there is no danger here. We will spend the night in the cave and enter the ancient desolate battlefield during the day." The old man consoled everyone when he saw how nervous they were. The group immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone was about to relax, a "hoo" sound was heard, and a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed out of the pitch-black cave. Everyone's expression changed. The old man surnamed Xiang was the first to dash down the mountain with a whoosh. His speed was as fast as he could be. "This old thing. This damn guy." The group was so scared that they almost jumped up from the ground. They cussed under their breaths and turned around to run. This old thing was too unreliable. He just said that there was no danger here, but he was the first to run when there was any movement. The group rushed down from the blood-colored hill as if their butts were on fire. When they felt that there was nothing chasing after them, they stopped and turned around to look behind them. The blood-colored hill was quiet. There was no movement at all. Only the cold wind blew from time to time, producing a ghostly howl. "What's going on?" The old man came over and looked at the hill in doubt. "Old Xiang, didn't you say that there was no danger here?" The middle-aged woman in white said to the old man with displeasure. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed the old man to lead the way, she would have been furious. "Hee hee." The old man scratched his messy white hair awkwardly and said to the middle-aged woman, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Please don't be offended, Fairy Yao. Along the way, the old man was cold to everyone except for the middle-aged woman in white. He was very respectful and did not dare to slight her. The others were very curious. What was the relationship between Fairy Yao and this old man? However, as curious as they were, no one dared to ask. I have observed the force of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. There shouldn't be any danger here. The old man looked up at the sky and scanned the surroundings for a while. He didn't feel anything was wrong. Therefore, he climbed up the blood-colored hill again. However, this time, no one was willing to follow the old man up this extremely evil blood-colored hill. 3 middle-aged cultivators and 3 female cultivators were watching from the foot of the hill. Humph! Such a coward dares to enter the desolate battlefield? The old man muttered in disdain. He puffed out his chest and walked up the hill like a hero. This old thing. Someone cursed in a low voice. This old thing. Someone clenched his teeth. The old man seemed to have forgotten who was the first to run away. Everyone who heard the old man's words, except for the middle-aged woman, showed anger on their faces. Roar! Just as the old man approached the cave behind the blood-colored rock, the roar of a beast suddenly came from the cave. The loud roar echoed in the surrounding area and spread far away. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was so frightened by the beast's roar that they almost turned around and fled. Just at this moment, the shadow of a black beast pounced out of the cave. A gust of foul wind immediately spread out in front of the cave. The old man was also shocked. Just as he was about to turn around and run down the hill, the beast had already pounced out of the cave. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour the old man. The beast was very fast. The old man didn't even have a clear look at the beast before it was already in front of him. Die, evil beast! Without thinking, the old man grabbed forward with both hands. 10 rays of light from his fingers pierced forward like 10 divine swords. A chilly wind spread from the old man's hands as he attacked. Suddenly, the chilly wind blew from the waist of the hill. The chilly and evil aura made people's hearts palpitate. The cultivation method that the old man cultivated did not seem to be a righteous cultivation method. Instead, it was a cultivation method that leaned towards the evil path. This old man was definitely not a righteous person. Chi! 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 The 10 resplendent finger glows missed without a doubt, and all of them shot onto the body of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast let out a ferocious roar, and was sent flying by the sharp finger force. It heavily collided with the incomparably hard blood-colored mountain wall. The old man was very shocked. His finger power actually did not penetrate the body of the beast. At this moment, he also saw the appearance of the beast clearly. It was a black tiger. To be more accurate, it was a black tiger with 3 eyes. There was a tiger eye on the forehead of the black tiger. The 3 tiger eyes emitted a deep and ominous glint as they stared fiercely at the old man. The 3-eyed black tiger had already stood up from the ground. Its front claws were constantly clawing the ground. The incomparably hard blood-colored rock was actually scratched by its sharp claws. Why aren't you coming to help? The old man shouted at the foot of the hill. This black tiger seemed a little difficult to deal with. Its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. His finger power that could penetrate metal was actually unable to injure it. The beasts in the ancient savage region were far stronger than those in other places. This 3-eyed black tiger was extremely powerful. Its body was as hard as steel. It was incomparably tough. Roar! The black tiger let out a loud roar. It squatted down and used its 4 claws to push off the ground. It turned into a black ray of light and pounced towards the old man like a black bolt of lightning. Swish! Just as the old man was about to attack, a yellow ray of light shot out from behind him. Following that, he felt a powerful fluctuation of sword energy coming from behind him. The yellow sword light was like a spirit snake as it shot towards the black tiger. The black tiger seemed to know how powerful it was and wanted to dodge it. However, the sword light was like lightning. In an instant, the yellow sword light wrapped around the black tiger. Swish! There was a sudden burst of blood. The black tiger let out a roar and was actually cut in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the tiger's carcass fell from the sky. An incomparably foul smell of blood filled the air. Swish! The yellow sword light retreated. A white figure walked out from behind the old man. The yellow sword light immediately entered that person's body. The cold sword energy that filled the surroundings immediately receded like a tide. Many thanks for your help, Fairy Yao. The old man cupped his hands towards the white figure. That person was the white-clothed, otherworldly middle-aged woman. Elder Shang is too polite, Fairy Yao said with a faint smile. This damned black tiger, it really deserves to die for scaring me. A middle-aged cultivator strode forward and ruthlessly stomped on the three-eyed black tiger's ferocious head a few times. At this time, everyone had already walked up the hill. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked towards the blood-colored peak. Then, his swarthy face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly followed his gaze. With one look, everyone's expression changed. The two young female cultivators' bodies trembled. Their legs gave way and they almost fell to the ground. Chapter 467. What a heavy smell of death. It's over. It's over. We have encountered an evil being. Elder Shang's voice was trembling. He seemed to be very afraid of the person holding the black rod. What? Everyone turned pale with fright and slowly retreated. In an instant, everyone grabbed their magic weapons and weapons in their hands and stared at the man on top of the mountain. It's useless. There's only one outcome for encountering an evil being in the ancient savage region, and that's death. The old man's face was deathly pale as he muttered with extreme terror. That's not for sure, the black-haired middle-aged cultivator said coldly. In his hand, there was a small bronze pagoda the size of a fist. This pagoda had 3 levels and was less than half a foot tall. Its surface was speckled and green. It was obvious that it was an antique and gave off an ancient vibe. This is... The old man's eyes widened when he saw the 3-story pagoda. It can't be that thing. That thing has 9 stories, but this pagoda only has 3. The Xianxia sect really replicated the ancient treasure, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda? Goddess Yao stared at the pagoda in shock. Yao Ji, although you are only an outer sect disciple of Guangcheng Immortal Sect and have not entered the sect, you seem to know quite a few secrets of the Dao sect. The black-haired middle-aged man looked at Yao Ji meaningfully. Yao Ji snickered and stopped talking. Sword energy surged around her and a yellow sword light was guided out of her body. It was obvious that though Yao Ji was only an outer sect disciple of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, she seemed to have received the teachings of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. A flying sword was trained by her and emitted a shocking amount of sword energy. The path of the sword immortal allowed the sword energy to travel around the entire body. Using the sword to train the body, using the spirit to nurture the sword, becoming one with the sword. Out of all techniques, this was the technique with the heaviest killing intent. Let's slowly descend the mountain, the elder said. Though the middle-aged cultivator from the Xianxia sect had the replica of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, in a critical moment, he might not help them. Just as everyone was about to move, the tall figure standing at the top of the mountain moved. He soared into the sky, and then directly smashed down from the sky like a meteor. Don't act rashly. Don't run. The old man yelled, but it was too late. The 2 young female cultivators had already turned around and fled down the mountain. The tall figure holding the black rod stretched out his hand in the air, and the 2 young female cultivators who were fleeing down the mountain were immediately sent flying back. Then, they were thrown heavily onto the bloody ground. That person didn't directly kill the 2 female cultivators who were trying to escape. Could it be that he wanted to toy with them before killing them? Boom! With a loud bang, that imposing figure descended from the sky, causing the incomparably hard blood-colored ground to crack and cave in. The entire blood-colored hill shook. Everyone was shaken to the point that they stumbled and stumbled. Those who were slightly weaker fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified. This evil creature was too powerful. Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Don't these evil beings only appear on the night of the full moon? Is the legend wrong? Some people screamed, some people exclaimed. Chaos ensued on the mountainside as the earth quaked. A terrifying breath of death spread across the mountainside. The tall figure holding the black stick was like the Grim Reaper descending to the world. He walked out of the huge pit step by step. Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps were like heavy hammers, bombarding everyone's hearts. It was like a murderous sound. The footsteps were actually at the same frequency as their heartbeats. Blood flowed from the corners of everyone's mouths. A sword cry that sounded like the cry of a crane rang out halfway up the mountain. Then, an endless amount of sword chi suddenly erupted. Thousands of rays of yellow light shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards the terrifying figure that walked out of the pit. It was a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor. He was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. Facing the thousands of rays of yellow light, he still remained expressionless as he walked out of the pit step by step. Whoosh! When the countless rays of sword chi flew in front of him, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless rays of sword chi were immediately pulled into his mouth by an extremely powerful suction force. Afterwards, the burly man opened his mouth and spat out all the sword chi he had sucked in. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out from his mouth, filling the sky as they pierced towards everyone. Roar! The black-haired middle-aged cultivator with the 3-story bronze pagoda in his hand roared and summoned the pagoda in his hand. The pagoda shot up into the sky and quickly grew larger. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, and like a huge mountain, it came crashing down. Rumble! Endless power surged out from under the 3-story pagoda. The void seemed to be imprisoned. The thousands of yellow rays of sword chi that were flying back were instantly fixed in the void. The 3-story bronze pagoda that was the size of a small mountain pressed down with unparalleled power. It was like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky, suppressing in all directions. The thousands of rays of sword chi that were fixed in the void collapsed and were annihilated. The 3-story bronze pagoda displayed a terrifying power. The vast energy wave that it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. When the rays of sword chi were broken, Yaoji immediately suffered a great impact. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her body shook violently. She staggered back and her expression immediately became weary. At this moment, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After the bronze pagoda collapsed the thousands of rays of sword chi, it continued to press down on the man in ancient armor with the black rod in his hand. The terrifying power caused the world on the other side to tremble. The blood-colored mountain shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. It was like the end of the world. This is just a replica. The old man stared at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky and murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the Taoist gate wanted to refine the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, in the process of refining, they could only refine it to the 3rd level. The masters of the Taoist gate tried their best and consumed countless precious materials. They failed countless times, but they still could not refine the 4th level of the pagoda. Therefore, the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda ended in failure. In the end, the masters of the Taoist gate could only refine a 3-story pagoda. Even though it was not even a semi-finished product, it still possessed unfathomable power. This was because the pagoda contained a trace of heaven and earth chi. It was this trace of heaven and earth chi that made the pagoda an important treasure of the Tao sect. Humph! The burly man in ancient armor snorted coldly and directly swung his rod at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky. Whoosh! The rod moved and the wind blew. The void was shaken by the inconspicuous black rod. Everywhere the black rod passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Bang! The long rod smashed into the 3-story pagoda that was as huge as a mountain. Then, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The bronze pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. The black-haired middle-aged Taoist's face was pale and he vomited blood. The imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces. Those who knew the origin of this treasure were all stunned. It was hard to imagine that this important treasure of the Taoist gate was smashed into pieces by someone. Among the countless pieces that exploded, a trace of mysterious yellow chi floated out and was then absorbed by the inconspicuous black rod. The old man was shocked. He had a special technique that could sense all kinds of spiritual chi in the world and use it to observe the power of heaven and earth to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. The inconspicuous black rod could actually absorb the mysterious yellow chi. How could the old man not be shocked? It's over, it's over. Everyone was close to despair. Even the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. How could they fight against that terrifying evil thing? The burly man with the black rod continued to press forward. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of the desolate battlefield. The burly man immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction of the desolate battlefield. After waiting for 3 years, have we finally succeeded? The burly man murmured to himself. His lifeless eyes began to flicker with light and the aura of death surged around him. However, apart from the endless aura of death, there seemed to be a trace of vitality in his body. Swoosh! The burly man flew into the sky with a black rod in his hand. He ignored the people on the Blood Mountain and flew directly in the direction of the desolate battlefield. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark night. After a long time, everyone gradually woke up. It was as if they had just had a horrible nightmare. Everyone truly felt how good it was to be alive at this moment. The two young female cultivators even started to cry. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the desolate battlefield dozens of miles away. The rolling sound waves were vast and mighty. Then, everyone immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy wave surging out from the desolate battlefield. The sky and earth were shaking. Rumble! In the depths of the desolate battlefield, there was an incomparably shocking sound that sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Strong rays of light tore through the void, illuminating the dark and evil world, and rushed into the endless sky. What's going on? Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Everyone on the Blood Mountain was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 468. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, the weather changed. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky and dark clouds surged. The entire desolate battlefield trembled as a terrifying power surged. Endless divine light soared into the sky and countless blood-colored lightning bolts dissipated under the divine light. Vaguely, everyone on the blood-colored mountain seemed to see an ancient cauldron as large as a mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. No one knew what was happening, but they all felt an endless pressure and their breathing became rapid. Elder Xiang, this? Fairy Yao Ji asked. The scene ahead was too shocking. It was as if the heavens and earth had changed. It was as if there were two extremely terrifying powers clashing and canceling each other out. Today isn't the night of the full moon. The old man murmured with a face full of disbelief. He knew that if he didn't enter the desolate battlefield on a night of the full moon, he would have a high chance of coming out alive. But today, not to mention the moon, not even the stars in the sky were dim. The desolate battlefield ahead shouldn't have such a soul-stirring phenomenon. The two young female cultivators who were sobbing were also stunned by the phenomenon in the depths of the desolate battlefield and forgot to cry. Swish! Old man Xiang left behind an afterimage as he rushed down the mountain like a phantom. To everyone's surprise, he wasn't running back the way he came, but towards the evil and terrifying primordial battlefield in front of him. Elder Xiang! Yao Ji exclaimed. She never thought that the old man would still dare to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. There was really an unfathomable power enveloping the entire desolate battlefield. The evil and terrifying power seemed to have been stimulated. In the desolate battlefield, bloody mist rose and chilling winds howled. It seemed to have turned into a terrifying region. The blood-colored mountain was actually not far from the desolate battlefield. The old man crossed a few hills and rushed into the desolate battlefield, disappearing into the bloody mist. Everyone was extremely shocked. They scratched their heads and couldn't figure out why old Xiang would take the risk to enter the evil and terrifying desolate battlefield ahead. Anyone could see that there was unknown danger ahead. Apart from old Xiang, none of the other cultivators on the blood-colored mountain moved. No one had the courage to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. Woo! The cold wind whistled and the blood mist surged. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were roaring in the fierce land ahead, giving people a creepy feeling. After the old man rushed into the desolate battlefield, he felt an even stronger energy fluctuation. It had to be said that the desolate battlefield was truly strange and terrifying. An unfathomable evil power enveloped the entire world. Moreover, this power was still increasing rapidly, as if a prehistoric demon had been awakened. The earth was shaking, and the void was being torn apart. Blood-colored lightning erupted with an evil blood-colored light, illuminating the world from time to time. It was as if the world had been soaked in blood. Sprinting towards the source of the energy wave, old Xiang seemed to see a mysterious figure looming in the blood mist. It was an evil being that should not appear at this time. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and an extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. Thousands of beams of divine light shot up into the sky, seemingly piercing through the void and dispersing the endless blood mist and dark clouds that enveloped the desolate battlefield. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless starlight. Look! Roar! Roar! There seemed to be a wild beast roaring. The roar was earth-shattering, and an endless ancient aura spread across the desolate battlefield. Huge shadows of beasts rushed over from the front. Old Xiang was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, The huge shadows of beasts were too fast. In just a moment, the shadows of the beasts had already rushed in front of him with heavy footsteps. My life is over. The old man closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, after the old man felt a chill all over his body, the heavy footsteps went far away in an instant. When the old man opened his eyes, the figures of the savage beasts had already rushed over 1,000 feet behind him. The old man was very surprised, because he realized that those huge beasts were not real beasts with flesh and blood, but just shadows that had form but no substance. The old man continued forward, and when he reached the depths of the desolate battlefield, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. On top of a mountain of bones, a giant that was thousands of meters tall was holding up an ancient cauldron the size of a small mountain. There were countless shadows of beasts on the body of the ancient cauldron. From time to time, some wild beasts that had never been seen or heard of before would rush out from the ancient cauldron and run in all directions. Only then did the old man realize why there were so many terrifying primordial beasts running in the desolate battlefield just now. Could it be? The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man and the cauldron on the mountain of bones in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Old Xiang was not an ordinary person. He knew many secrets that even the super forces that had thousands of years of inheritance in the cultivation world did not know. Look. The mountain and river cauldron. How is this possible? The old man murmured. The man and the cauldron in front of him emitted a terrifying aura. The giant seemed to be carrying the entire world, and it seemed to be extremely strenuous. The giant that stood on top of the mountain of bones was not really a giant, made of flesh and blood, but condensed from endless yuan qi. Under this extremely terrifying pressure, the old man felt as if his body was being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and his feet had already sunk into the incomparably hard blood-red soil. Brat, put in a little more effort, we're almost there. A loud shout suddenly resounded, and a dazzling 5-colored divine light radiated from the giant's body. It was as if an ancient deity had returned to the world. Terrifying energy fluctuations set off layers upon layers of energy waves, sweeping out in all directions. Wah! Crack! 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 Countless white bones were swept up into the sky, and the mountain of bones immediately disappeared from the old man's sight. The dried bones within a radius of several miles were all swept away by the energy that swept out. Countless white bones were shattering, and then they turned into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. Only the sparkling and resplendent god bones and a few demon bones that were as black as ink did not shatter, but they were also scattered in all directions. Roar! The 5-colored deity held an ancient cauldron with countless prehistoric beast shadows in its hands. It roared at the sky, and the roar shook the heaven and earth. The old man only felt a buzz in his ears, and then he could not hear anything else. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. In the vast and violent energy storm, the old man was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. He could not stand steadily, and he kept retreating, as if he was about to be swept away by the storm. Thunder shook the sky, and the terrifying blood-red lightning that connected heaven and earth continuously struck down. Countless faint and illusory beast shadows disappeared under the blood-red lightning. The ancient cauldron that the giant was holding shook repeatedly under the bombardment of the lightning. Countless beast souls were awakened, and the prehistoric beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They all struggled to transform from the body of the cauldron and roared at the sky. At the same time, the ancient cauldron received endless starlight, as if there were countless stars appearing on the ancient cauldron, shining in all directions. The ancient carvings on the ancient cauldron seemed to have turned into illusions and rushed out from the body of the cauldron. It was a hazy world. Yes, it was a hazy world, as if there was a world imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron. This scene was shocking, and unbelievable. Wah! The 5-colored giant that was holding the cauldron suddenly roared in pain, and its body showed signs of collapsing. What's going on? The loud voice from before sounded again. Old tortoise, I can't hold on any longer. The 5-colored giant exhaled, and his voice shook the sky, covering the sound of thunder in the sky. There's only one last step left. Don't give up. The voice encouraged, I'll give you a hand. Then, a part of the void suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out of the void. Immediately, the world was filled with demon qi, as if a peerless giant demon was born. Demon god. How can there be demon gods in this world? This is too crazy. Old Xiang's heart shrank violently, and he almost couldn't breathe. The hazy figure that broke the void and directly walked out of the void was definitely a powerful demon that had long gone extinct. As soon as it appeared, the entire world was shaken by its boundless demon chi. The monstrous figure with towering demonic chi strolled in the air. With every step he took, his body would double in size. With a few steps, the figure had already become as tall as the giant that carried the mountain and river cauldron. The demon god that broke the void came behind the five-colored giant, then stretched out its right hand and pressed on the back of the five-colored giant, and endless demon chi was continuously transmitted. Boom! With the support of endless demon chi, the body of the five-colored giant suddenly burst into a brilliant light, illuminating the entire world, and dispelling the dark clouds and blood mist within a radius of more than 10 miles. Roar! Divine Sense Manifestation. External Body. The five-colored giant roared, and a powerful soul and divine sense fluctuation came from its glabella. The extremely powerful divine sense quickly gathered, as if it was going to separate a part of its soul. Swoosh! A purple figure rushed out from the five-colored giant's glabella. Although the illusory figure was blurry, it was surrounded by dazzling purple divine light. After the figure rushed out from the five-colored giant's glabella, it flew towards the mountain and river cauldron that the five-colored giant was holding. The figure seemed to pass through a layer of transparent water curtain, and actually entered the body of the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The ground was cracking, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, the prehistoric giant beasts engraved on the body of the cauldron all seemed to come to life, turning into illusory soul shadows that rushed out from the body of the cauldron. The beasts' roars shook the world, and the sky was filled with the shadows of wild beasts that had never been seen before, galloping, flying, roaring, and baring their fangs and claws, emitting a horrifying aura that made even the world pale. Chapter 469. The world, mountains, and rivers were shaking. The entire desolate battlefield was shaking violently. Bottomless fissures appeared on the blood-colored ground, and endless evil aura rushed out from the fissures. The desolate battlefield was suddenly filled with ghostly cries and gusts of chilly wind. The world was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was as if countless evil spirits were about to rush out from the ground. Only where the mountain and river cauldron was, the beasts danced wildly. The vast power dispersed endless chi and blood mist, breaking the seal of the evil power in the sky above the desolate battlefield. The sky was dotted with stars, sprinkling endless starlight. In the end, Old Xiang was still knocked unconscious by the terrifying power and fell into the blood dust and bone powder. The entire desolate battlefield seemed to have turned into a Jura hell. The evil aura became unprecedentedly strong. There seemed to be evil spirits looming in the chilly wind and blood mist, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Not only was the entire desolate battlefield affected by the terrifying energy from the mountain and river cauldron, even the Western Buddhist land hundreds of miles away was shaking. Even those Buddhist monks who had been in seclusion for many years rushed out of their seclusion. Everyone was inexplicably terrified. The Western Buddhist land was the place where the Buddhist Lord once preached. There were Buddhist treasures guarding the earth's spirit veins. Even if the mountains and rivers changed, it wouldn't affect the Buddhist land. However, at this time, there was a power that shook the entire Buddhist land. Even the Buddhist monks were shocked. All the eminent monks of the Buddhist League could clearly sense that the force that shook the land of Buddhism came from the far west. On the holy mountain of the Western Buddhist land, a few beams of bright Buddhist light rushed out. There were Buddhist monks riding on strange beasts and holding golden wheels in their hands. They quickly disappeared into the western sky. At this time, in the depths of the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei roared and desperately tried to refine the mountain and river cauldron. He used the external body technique of divine sense to send a strand of his divine sense into the mountain and river cauldron. Things didn't seem to go smoothly. That strand of divine sense couldn't get close to the cauldron's soul. The souls of countless ancient beasts almost tore that strand of divine sense into pieces and devoured it. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless primitive beasts imprisoned. Fortunately, these beasts had lost their intelligence and were under the control and deterrence of the cauldron's soul. They did not take the initiative to attack Gu Fei's divine will. Wah! I don't believe that I can't refine this mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise desperately stimulated the demonic power in his body and transmitted it into Gu Fei's body. Wow! Old tortoise, are you trying to kill me? Your demonic energy is going to make my body explode. Old Tortoise ran its demonic power with all its might, but Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were almost shattered by the vast demonic power surging behind him. Blood oozed out of his 7 orifices, and he looked extremely hideous. I'm really sorry. The old tortoise hurriedly suppressed the surging demonic power in its body. It knew that with Gu Fei's current cultivation, even if his body was as strong as a spiritual treasure, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the powerful force that it transmitted over. There was a difference of 2 realms between the void-controlling realm and the demon god realm. If Gu Fei was not a martial artist with an extremely strong body, and if it were any other cultivator, his body would have long been burst by the old tortoise's demonic power and his soul would have been destroyed. After the divine will that was separated from Gu Fei went deep into the mountain and river cauldron, it felt as if it was passing through chaos. From time to time, there were terrifying soul fluctuations rushing past him. He knew that those were the beast souls imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. The primitive god who refined the mountain and river cauldron was really generous. He actually imprisoned the beast souls of countless primitive beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. If he could control the mountain and river cauldron, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a powerful army composed entirely of primitive beasts? An army composed entirely of primitive beasts. Who in the world could compete with such an army of savage beasts? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He didn't know how long he had traveled in the cauldron. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt that there was a sudden suction in front of him, pulling him over. Although it was only a wisp of divine will that entered the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei felt the same. The martial artist's Dharma form that was condensed from the endless power of the 5 elements also began to tremble. What's wrong? The old tortoise, who had one hand behind Gu Fei, immediately felt the strangeness of Gu Fei's body. He hurriedly asked. His hand was still continuously transmitting demonic power into Gu Fei's body. My divine will has been sucked away, Gu Fei said in a panic. What? The old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He had a bad feeling that this sacrificial refining of the mountain and river cauldron would end in failure. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The 5 elements yuan qi all over his body surged. Rays of 5-colored divine light surrounded his Dharma form like a 5-colored rainbow. His body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron that was supported by Gu Fei's Dharma form suddenly became as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. It pressed down on him. Gu Fei's Dharma form immediately sank to the ground. At the same time, the wisp of divine will that Gu Fei had left in the mountain and river cauldron was sucked in by a chaotic light in the endless darkness and then disappeared into the chaotic light. Bang! In the Dharma form, Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad. His long hair danced wildly and a trace of blood seeped out of the purple flame between his eyebrows. Boom! A grayish gas, which seemed to be from the time when the chaos had yet to be formed, rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts that bombarded down from the sky all dissipated under this terrifying chaos primordial qi, turning into the most primitive spiritual qi. The primordial chaos qi soared high into the sky, and like an azure dragon, it came crashing down. Gu Fei's celestial being Dharma idol was instantly destroyed, revealing his true body. Swoosh! The old tortoise didn't think and directly withdrew his hand. He then broke the void and hid in his inner world just before he was enveloped by the primordial qi. The primordial qi that rolled down directly rolled up Gu Fei, and then put him into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei only felt like he was flying in the clouds. He didn't know where he had flown to. There was no place where he could land. It was as if he was suspended in the void and entered a strange world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron, which was the size of a small mountain, fell heavily from the sky to the ground. The entire blood-colored ground suddenly undulated violently like waves. Among the blood-colored soil that was turned over, one could see eerie white bones. The ground of the primordial battlefield seemed to be condensed from endless bones and blood. Above the ancient cauldron, the chaotic primordial qi lingered and tens of thousands of beast souls roared. Then, the spiritual qi in the world began to gather toward the mountain and river cauldron. Even the unpredictable evil force on the primordial battlefield was drawn by the mountain and river cauldron and directly devoured. The dark clouds in the sky and the tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning all converged toward the mouth of the ancient cauldron like rivers flowing into the sea. The mountain and river cauldron was absorbing the spiritual qi of the world from all directions. It seemed to be able to refine all kinds of power. The ancient cauldron was shaking, the earth was shaking, and the sky was shaking. Shrill cries could be heard from time to time on the primordial battlefield, as if there were ghosts crying. In the main hall of the heavenly palace in the old tortoise's inner world, the old tortoise sat high on the throne. The void in front of him was displaying various scenes. He was using the dazzling light technique to observe everything that was happening outside. The scenes that appeared in the void were extremely unstable, as if they were being greatly interfered with. The scenes were distorted from time to time, and there were rays of light flashing. Even so, one could barely see the scenery in the scenes. An ancient cauldron as large as a mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. Spiritual chi visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions and was then channeled into the mouth of the cauldron. Countless beast shadows were roaring, and the chaotic primordial chi lingered. The void where the ancient cauldron was located seemed to have turned into a chaotic land before the heavens and the earth were created. In the main hall, below the throne stood Xianxia with a human body and a dragon head, the fire qilin surrounded by flames, and the corpse general clone of the old tortoise that was holding a black stick. Gu Fei, it's all up to you now. The old tortoise stared solemnly at the huge cauldron that appeared in the void in front of him. Xiaoqing and the Qilin Demon King also stared nervously at the scene in the void without saying a word. No one had expected Gu Fei to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was that Gu Fei had refined the mountain and river cauldron, and the other was that Gu Fei had been refined by the mountain and river cauldron. Even an ancient mighty figure might not be able to suppress the mountain and river cauldron that had been stimulated with unfathomable power. Now, Gu Fei could only rely on himself. No one could help him. The sky was dark, but the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them was surging with divine light. Yao Ji and the others on the blood-colored mountain did not leave. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they did not dare to. Old Shang entered the evil and terrifying region in front of them. They did not have a guide, and it was night time. No one dared to go back at this time. The desolate antiquity region in the far west was full of dangers. If it were not for Old Shang leading the way, they would not have been able to get close to the desolate antiquity battlefield. Even with the old man leading the way, 2 of the 9 of them had died on the way. The roars of beasts and ghosts constantly came from the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them. Everyone felt an oppressive and creepy feeling. They could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge and evil figure looming in the bloody mist and dark clouds in the desolate antiquity battlefield. Not long after Old Shang entered the desolate antiquity battlefield, there was another change in the depths of the battlefield. It seemed that something was gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Above the dark sky in front of them, streams of spiritual chi visible to the naked eye began to appear. The appearance of the spiritual chi added a trace of immortal chi to the dark and terrifying desolate antiquity battlefield. What should we do now? The black-haired middle-aged cultivator asked Yao Ji. The imitation of the worldly mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into scrap metal by the burly man with the black rod, which made the middle-aged man feel extremely pained. That was an important treasure of the Dao sect. It was given to him by an important figure in the sect for self-defense. Now that it was broken by someone, how was he going to explain it to the sect? Thinking of this, the black-haired middle-aged cultivator's facial muscles twitched a few times. What else can we do? Let's stay on this small mountain for a night first. Yao Ji said indifferently as she stared at the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of her. Her flying sword was broken, which was equivalent to losing half of her Dao foundation. Furthermore, the person who destroyed her flying sword was this middle-aged cultivator. How could she show him a good attitude? The imitation of the worldly mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed an important treasure of the Dao sect. The trace of worldly mysterious yellow qi was extremely powerful. Even the flying sword of the Guangqing immortal sect was crushed by it. Thinking about the flying sword that she had refined for nearly 300 years being crushed by the imitation of the worldly mysterious yellow pagoda, Yao Ji's heart was bleeding. Do you think that old man will be able to return? Another middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Everyone present knew that it would be difficult for old man Shang to come out of the hell-like region before them. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's heart. They hoped that the old man would be able to come out from that hell and lead everyone out of the ancient savage domain. The middle-aged cultivator's words caused everyone to be startled. This was the truth. Old man Shang would most likely not be able to return. In that case, wouldn't everyone be trapped in the ancient savage domain? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Without old man Shang's lead, It would be difficult for them to leave the ancient savage domain. They would most likely be buried here. The pale-faced middle-aged cultivator who had been silent all this while said with a bitter smile, "Ha! Our luck isn't just average. We didn't even see the shadow of the legendary divine spring of life before falling into such a predicament." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The ancient desolate battlefield in the extreme west was a place where death aura gathered on the soaring dragon path. Countless lives had fallen on this bloody land that was covered in dried bones. Even immortals and true demons had fallen here. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death and never left. The extreme of death was life. The laws of heaven and earth were very mysterious, and no one could truly understand or control them. Legend has it that in the depths of this land of death, endless death aura gathered and gave birth to a divine spring of life. No one knew when this legend appeared, and no one knew whether it was true or not. However, some cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death in search of the divine spring of life. There was such a legend in the cultivation world. There was once an old man at the end of his lifespan. He was so old that his hair and teeth were about to fall out, and he walked into this land of death. A few years later, this old man actually regained his youth and walked out of this terrifying land of death. His cultivation had improved greatly, and he finally passed away after hundreds of years in the cultivation world. Yao Ji and the others had not reached the end of their lifespans. They had taken the risk to enter the ancient desolate battlefield to search for the divine spring of life, which no one knew existed, in order to extend their lifespans. Due to various reasons, although they knew that they might not be able to return after entering the ancient desolate battlefield, they still came. Just when everyone was silent, suddenly, a few golden rays of light appeared under the night sky in the east. They broke through the darkness and flew towards the blood-colored mountain like golden rainbows. That is, everyone sensed a few powerful auras coming from the east. Although the auras were extremely powerful, they were so peaceful and serene, making people feel comfortable as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Chapter 470. Whoosh! A golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and the Buddha's light shone. 3 old monks bathed in the auspicious Buddha's light descended from the sky and landed on the blood-colored mountain. Within the Buddha's light, there seemed to be golden lotuses dancing in the air. The 3 old monks emitted a gentle Buddhist aura. Everyone could hear faint Buddhist chants in their ears, as if immortals had descended. Being bathed in the Buddhist aura made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. Their hearts were at peace. Greetings, senior Buddhist faction. Yao Ji and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly went forward to greet them. It should be known that they were experts of Buddhist faction. Being able to fly here meant that they were Buddhist Vedanta comparable to peerless experts of the void-controlling realm. The 3 old monks nodded slightly. Then one of them walked forward and said, "Why are you all here?" The old monk's voice was incomparably calm and emotionless. "Oh, we are here to find the legendary divine spring of life." Yao Ji didn't hide anything and directly revealed their purpose of entering the ancient savage region. Divine spring of life? When the 3 old monks heard this, a trace of astonishment appeared on their calm faces. An old monk with a red face said, holding a string of red Buddhist beads in his hand, "The divine spring of life is an illusory thing. I advise all of you to leave quickly." That's right. Something big is about to happen in the ancient savage battlefield. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. The old monk with drooping eyebrows and a miserable expression looked at the constantly changing astronomical phenomenon in front of him and said such words. Senior is right, but we can't leave even if we want to. The black-haired middle-aged man said helplessly. They didn't have the ability to fly, and the ground was filled with all kinds of dangers. Senior, do you have any way to get us out of here? Yao Ji asked excitedly. The ancient savage battlefield had already turned into a terrifying region. She really didn't dare to go in to find the divine spring of life. That's right. Senior, please help us. Senior, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Senior, please save us. Everyone spoke one after another. The 2 young cultivators even began to plead. Everyone wanted to immediately leave this damned place. The ancient savage domain was truly not a place for people to stay. The 3 old monks surrounded by Buddha's light looked at each other. Then, the old monk with a miserable face said to the crowd, "Meeting is fate. Buddhists pay attention to cause and effect. Junior brothers, let's send these 6 practitioners out. Old senior is merciful. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Everyone was overjoyed. They could already tell that the 3 old monks covered in Buddhist light definitely possessed great divine abilities and magic power. If they were to lend a hand, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave the savage ancient domain. There's no hurry. Let's talk about what happened in the desolate battlefield first. The old monk with a red face said, "This, senior, we did not enter the primordial desolate battlefield. We do not know what happened either," the black-haired middle-aged cultivator said. "N." The old monk who had been silent all this while glanced in the direction of the primordial battlefield and said, "The strange activity in the primordial battlefield seems to have come from the depths of the battlefield. They might really not know what happened." The other 2 old monks couldn't help but nod. The cultivation of these people was too low. Even if they entered the primordial battlefield, it would be difficult for them to enter the depths. No one knew what was in the depths of the primordial battlefield, because only a few people could come out after entering it. Those who couldn't come out were likely to have encountered unknown dangers and died inside. Even Buddhist Vedanta with great magic power would not be willing to set foot in the depths of the primordial battlefield, where danger lurked everywhere. It was fine during the day, but at night, terrifying evil creatures would come out from the depths of the primordial battlefield. The depths of the primordial battlefield was definitely a land of death filled with an aura of death. However, right now, the land of death was emitting a blinding divine light. The spiritual chi of the world from all directions was gathering in that land of death. Rays of light visible to the naked eye streaked across the sky and disappeared into the depths of the primordial battlefield. Even the thick aura of death in the depths of the primordial battlefield was dispersed. A starry sky appeared in the dark sky. The primordial ancient battlefield was shrouded in a gloomy mist all year round. Even during the day, the sky was still extremely gloomy. The primordial battlefield, where the aura of death gathered, was filled with a bloody mist and dark clouds. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" The old monk with a red face asked calmly as if he was talking about something unimportant. "I have to go and take a look." The old monk with a bitter expression pondered for a moment before finally saying such words. The power that erupted from the depths of the primordial battlefield could actually shake the Buddhist land of the West. It was related to the safety of the Buddhist land. If they did not go in and see what was happening, they would not be at ease. "Junior brothers, let's work together to set up the void wheel shifting Buddhist formation and send these cultivators away first," the old monk said to the other 2. The 2 old monks nodded and dispersed. They each formed a Buddhist seal with their hands and cast out dazzling golden Buddhist inscriptions. Very quickly, a simple Buddhist formation was imprinted on the blood-red ground. The 3 old monks were indeed powerful. Without much effort, they easily teleported Yao Ji and the others out of the ancient savage domain through a Buddhist formation. Then, the 3 old monks no longer hesitated. They soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling Buddhist light, rushing into the primordial battlefield. The Buddhist light dissipated. There seemed to be a golden lotus descending from the sky, accompanied by the sound of Sanskrit. Rumble. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The cauldron automatically absorbed endless spiritual chi and attracted endless starlight, as if a terrifying heavenly beast was awakening. The mountain and river cauldron was not like other treasures. It was perfect and had a complete cauldron soul. It was truly a peerless treasure. When such a treasure awakened, it caused too much of a commotion. Thousands of beast souls roared. The vast and fierce aura they emitted changed the color of heaven and earth. Those beast souls were devouring the spiritual energy, and their faint and incorporeal soul bodies were gradually becoming more and more solid. The place where the mountain and river cauldron was located was originally an evil and terrifying place. Now, it was filled with colorful lights and spiritual chi. It was like a land of immortals. Swoosh! An evil creature with disheveled hair suddenly rushed out from the distance. The evil creature directly walked towards the mountain and river cauldron step by step. It seemed like it wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. However, when it was 100 feet away from the mountain and river cauldron, it was torn apart by a strange beast that looked like a dragon and a snake. Roar. An angry roar came from the dark clouds in the distant sky. Then, a hand as big as a mountain stretched out from the dark clouds. It emitted an endless evil aura and directly grabbed towards the mountain and river cauldron below. An incomparably powerful evil creature had begun to covet the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently. An endless evil aura gushed out from the big hand. The heaven and earth turned dark green. The big hand unexpectedly covered the sky. It cut off the endless starlight that was sprinkling down from the sky. It displayed a terrifying evil power. Thousands of ancient beast souls circling around the mountain and river cauldron roared in unison. A fierce aura rushed up to the 9 heavens. More than a dozen huge beast shadows rushed up to the sky and collided with the big hand that was descending from the sky. Pang! 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 More than a dozen beast souls exploded under the big hand. The big hand was unstoppable. It shook the heaven and earth. Even the void was shattered. Baz! The huge cauldron shook. A vermilion bird that emitted endless divine fire rushed out from the body of the cauldron. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out. Countless beast souls retreated. The vermilion bird fully displayed the power of a divine beast. The vermilion bird's divine soul appeared. The fire burned to the 9 heavens. The void was burned to pieces by the vermilion bird's divine fire. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, the void immediately turned into chaos. The vermilion bird let out a cry. Its voice seemed to spread to the sky and the earth. It was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The divine bird emitted a monstrous divine fire, and directly went to meet the big hand that was enveloping the sky. Boom! The vermilion bird and the evil big hand collided in an instant. The whole heaven and earth seemed to collapse in an instant. A ball of fire exploded and covered a radius of 10 miles. In an instant, the evil big hand was submerged. Rumble! The fire burned the whole heaven and earth. The dark clouds and blood fog in the sky were dispersed. A few terrifying figures emitted endless evil aura and retreated to the distance in a panic. The raging divine fire descended from the sky. The rolling yin chi and blood fog all dissipated under the fire like snow. On the ground, several powerful evil creatures were instantly burned to ashes by the scattered raging divine fire. The land within a radius of 10 miles was scorched. The vermilion bird and the big hand disappeared in the void at the same time. The extremely powerful evil creature seemed to have suffered a great loss. It roared again and again. It rode the dark clouds and black gas to hide 100 miles away. For a moment, it did not dare to attack again. The divine soul of the beast on the mountain and river cauldron was indestructible. Their life force was imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. Unless the mountain and river cauldron was destroyed, the beast soul on the cauldron would not die. Although the divine soul of the vermilion bird had exploded, it would not take long for the divine soul of the vermilion bird to be born again in the mountain and river cauldron. In this world, immortals and gods were extinct. Even if the ancient powerful figures reappeared, they would not be able to destroy the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, who would be willing to destroy this treasured cauldron? Since ancient times, there were only a few supreme weapons. Some of them were broken. Complete supreme treasures were few and far between. The mountain and river cauldron was one of them. Even the ancient powerful figures would covet a complete mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, 3 beams of golden light suddenly appeared in the east. Then, a few terrifying evil figures soared into the sky. They rode the dark clouds and blood fog and rushed toward the 3 beams of golden light. Screams of surprise were heard. The 3 beams of golden light suddenly exploded and turned into countless swastikas. They bombarded the terrifying figures with overwhelming force. In the inner world of the old turtle, above the main hall of the divine palace, the old turtle, Xiaoqing, and the Kailan demon king could see everything that was happening outside through the dazzling light and shadow technique in the void. Chapter 471. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta were intercepted by a few terrifying and evil figures 20 to 30 miles away, unable to approach the mountain and river cauldron. A terrifying figure shrouded in a thick deathly aura directly attacked the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. Boom! Endless gray deathly aura exploded from the figure, instantly enveloping the world. The heavy deathly aura instantly collided with the swastika Buddhist seal that was bombarding in front of them. The swastika Buddhist seal emitted a bright Buddhist light, purifying all the evil aura. It directly broke through the heavy deathly aura and imprinted itself on the terrifying figure in the deathly aura. The mighty Buddhist power dispersed the evil aura. The Buddhist light illuminated the world. There seemed to be the sound of Sanskrit lingering between heaven and earth, as if there were countless Buddhas reciting scriptures. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta wanted to use the power of Buddhism's compassion to expiate evil creatures and evil spirits, purifying the world. However, the evil creatures and evil spirits in the depths of the desolate battlefield were incomparably powerful. Perhaps even if the real immortals and Buddhas descended, they would not be able to truly expiate them. Let alone these 3 Buddhist Vedanta who had yet to attain immortality. Roar! An angry roar came from the deathly aura. Then, in the endless deathly aura, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts and evil spirits moving about. Countless illusory figures were faintly discernible. The deathly aura surged and tumbled, and the deathly aura became unprecedentedly powerful. It was as if there were countless figures rushing forward one after another towards the swastika Buddhist seal in the deathly aura. Wherever the swastika Buddhist seal passed, there seemed to be countless illusory figures dissipating. However, the extremely evil and terrifying deathly aura eroded the mighty Buddhist power on the swastika Buddhist seal. The countless swastika Buddhist seals that broke through the deathly aura dimmed and were finally obliterated by the endless deathly aura. The power of Buddhism was the nemesis of evil. However, if the evil power was stronger than the power of Buddhism, the evil power would instead become the nemesis of the power of Buddhism. It was obvious that the 3 Buddhist Vedanta did not have the slightest upper hand. After obliterating the countless swastika Buddhist seals, the tumbling and turbulent deathly aura condensed into a giant grey claw that emitted endless deathly aura. It directly grabbed at the 3 Buddhist Vedanta, causing the world to tremble violently. Retreat! When the old monk saw this, he couldn't help but be moved and quickly shouted. The evil beings in the death chi were too powerful. Shwa! Swoosh! Swoosh! The 3 beams of golden Buddhist light broke through the ghosts and the blood mist and flew back the way they came. The giant hand condensed from endless death chi chased after them like a meteor chasing after the moon. At this time, the other 2 powerful figures shrouded in evil chi and Yin fog also made their move. Countless skulls flew from all directions, forming a huge skull the size of a hill, and then directly collided with the 3 golden lights. Rumble! The white skull, which was as big as a mountain, was moving at a high speed. The whole sky was shaking, and it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta's escape light was immediately intercepted by the terrifying skull that rushed out from the side. As for the other powerful evil being hidden in the Yin fog, it directly displayed its unparalleled ferocity. Its body soared to thousands of feet and turned into a giant. It quickly rushed over from a distance and reached out to grab the 3 fleeing Buddhist lights. The earth trembled under its feet. Endless Yin fog shrouded the world, and the evil aura filled every inch of the void. Suddenly, the world was filled with the sound of ghosts, and the Yin chi was vast and mighty. When the 3 terrifying evil beings and evil spirits attacked together, even the Buddhist Vedanta's expression would change. The evil beings and evil spirits that dared to peep at the mountain and river cauldron were all extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Although the 3 Buddhist Vedanta were profound in the Buddhist Dharma, it was difficult for them to resist. Moreover, this was only the powerful evil beings on the ground attacking the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. In the distant sky, dark clouds rolled, and blood-colored lightning raged. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits were still watching. If these evil beings and evil spirits also attacked the 3 Buddhist Vedantas, then there would only be one outcome for the 3 Buddhist Vedantas, and that was death. At the critical moment, a purple gold alms bowl suddenly appeared in the sky above the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. It emitted a brilliant Buddha light and suddenly became as big as a mountain, covering the 3 Buddhist Vedanta under the purple gold alms bowl. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 3 terrifying evil beings landed on the purple gold alms bowl, causing the mountain-like purple gold alms bowl to shake violently. The huge skeleton formed by countless skulls exploded, revealing a hazy figure with soaring evil aura inside. As for the giant hand of death that came from behind, it only hit the purple gold alms bowl, causing the Buddhist light on the alms bowl to flicker chaotically. It was unable to blast the purple gold alms bowl away. The evil being that had transformed into the Dharma idol of heaven and earth waved its fists the size of a small mountain, and constantly bombarded the purple gold alms bowl. However, it was still unable to break the purple gold alms bowl and kill the 3 Buddhist Vedanta inside. The 3 terrifying evil beings were all roaring. Their mournful roars shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying figure shrouded in the aura of death directly spewed out deathly white flames towards the purple gold alms bowl. It wanted to refine this purple gold alms bowl. At this time, the old ghost, who was hiding in the inner world, saw the purple gold alms bowl that had trapped the 3 monks. Its turtle eyes immediately widened, and it almost jumped out of its throne. That evil little monk! The old turtle gnashed its teeth and directly rushed out of the heavenly palace. Then, It tore through the void and rushed out of the inner world. The purple gold alms bowl that had enveloped the three Buddhist Vedanta suddenly rose into the sky and flew toward the east. The three evil figures did not chase after it. Instead, they retreated into the depths of the desolate battlefield. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits seemed to be unable to leave the depths of the desolate battlefield. They actually allowed the purple gold alms bowl to capture the three Buddhist Vedanta. Roar! Evil little monk! Get out here! Just as the purple gold alms bowl flew away, a terrifying figure with towering demonic chi roared and rushed out from the depths of the desolate battlefield. Its pair of divine eyes emitted a frightening divine light as it constantly scanned the surroundings. The old turtle's eyes turned red, and it roared again and again. The evil being surging with the death chi once again walked out of the yin chi and blood mist. It recklessly pressed toward the old turtle. Within the thick death chi, there seemed to be tens of thousands of ghosts struggling and howling. The rolling gray death chi constantly transformed into faint and illusory figures. It was extremely evil. Scram! In a rage, the old turtle directly slapped the hazy figure shrouded in the death chi away and fell into the rolling yin chi and blood mist. Roar! The powerful evil being roared. The old turtle no longer paid attention to the evil being. He seemed to have sensed something and soared into the sky. He directly rushed toward the east and disappeared under the pitch-black night sky. After the old turtle left, the depths of the desolate battlefield were still in chaos. Thousands of beast souls were roaring, and the mountain and river cauldron was gathering the essence of heaven and earth. From time to time, powerful and terrifying evil beings appeared near the mountain and river cauldron. The mighty aura emanating from the mountain and river cauldron became more and more powerful. The primordial chaos chi was completely stimulated. The terrifying aura that seemed to come from the desolate world deterred all the evil beings and evil spirits. Although terrifying evil beings and evil spirits that were comparable to immortals and gods appeared from time to time, no evil spirits or evil beings dared to take the mountain and river cauldron. Even the terrifying evil beings that were comparable to ancient almighties were watching, as if they had some misgivings. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron, did not know where he was at this moment. He seemed to have entered a strange void, and it also seemed like he was surrounded by a mass of warm gas. An extremely powerful soul fluctuation fluctuated around him. It seemed to be probing, but it didn't enter Gu Fei's body. This soul fluctuation was too powerful. It made Gu Fei feel as if he was facing a vast world. He felt that he was as small as an ant. This soul fluctuation was like that of a newborn baby. There was not a trace of distracting thoughts, and it had the heart of a newborn. Who are you? Gu Fei carefully probed with his divine sense and sent this message to the powerful soul. This was a direct spiritual communication. The other party did not respond, but Gu Fei already understood that he had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. That incomparably powerful soul should be the cauldron's soul. At this moment, he could no longer feel the divine sense that had entered the mountain and river cauldron. It seemed that the divine sense had been swallowed and refined by the cauldron's soul. After an unknown amount of time, the calm soul fluctuation seemed to stop probing and began to slowly seep into Gu Fei's body. Then, it gathered at the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows. The Naiwan Palace was the location of a human cultivator's life soul. It was mysterious and unfathomable. It nurtured the divine sense and the source of life. Unless it was a powerful cultivator who had cultivated the soul separation technique, if the Naiwan Palace was broken, the only result would be the destruction of the soul. Hiss! Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. He wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so. In front of this powerful soul, he was as weak as an ant. However, he could clearly feel the powerful divine sense penetrating through his flesh and bones and gathering at his head. Swoosh! A purple flame appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It flickered like a small ball of purple divine fire. As if it was stimulated by the outside world, Gu Fei's soul also reacted. However, the mountain and river cauldron soul was too powerful. It directly penetrated the purple divine fire and entered the mysterious Naiwan Palace. Gu Fei was like a puppet controlled by the cauldron's soul. He seemed to have become a bystander, watching his body being occupied and taken away. He wanted to shout, but he could not. He wanted to vent his anger, but he found that he could not even move a finger. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that the mountain and river cauldron soul directly broke through the primal chaos and entered his inner world. Then, the entire inner world began to shake violently, as if it was returning to the primal chaos. How could this be? Gu Fei felt danger. He was in big trouble. His inner world was formed by the chaotic origin embryo in the mountain and river cauldron. Could it be that the cauldron's soul wanted to take back this small inner world? Rumble. In Gu Fei's inner world, the ground was cracking. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the primal chaos aura seeped out from the cracks. A part of the world was collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei roared in his heart. He was about to go crazy. His spirit was greatly shaken, as if a part of it was about to be split apart. The inner world was his second source of power. It had already merged with his own power. Gu Fei had been refining the inner world with his spirit day and night. It could be said that this part of the inner world had been branded with his spirit, which was equivalent to a part of his body. Now, this small inner world was about to collapse. Gu Fei also suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out from all the pores on his body. He looked extremely ferocious, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He was in a great crisis. The inner world continued to collapse. Bits of world Yuan Qi began to flash in Gu Fei's inner world, and then converged at the center of the inner world. A faint and illusory chaotic sphere gradually emerged. Mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, stars, wind, fire, clouds, rain, and even birds and beasts were constantly changing above the fist-sized chaotic sphere. At this time, Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. The cauldron of mountain and river cauldron's soul really wanted to shatter a small inner world and condense a chaotic nascent embryo. No! Gu Fei roared, but there was nothing he could do. The heaven and earth were collapsing, and the inner world was rapidly shrinking. Endless world energy drifted out from the collapsing heaven and earth, converging towards the primal chaos sphere floating in the center of this small heaven and earth. The chaotic sphere that was constantly changing everything in the inner world began to solidify. It actually showed signs of materialization. Just as Gu Fei was about to despair, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from his heart. Then, a figure rushed out from his heart and appeared in front of him. This is... Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This figure was faint and illusory. It seemed to be a soul, but it was definitely not an existence like a soul. Although it was a figure that could dissipate at any time, it was like the reincarnation of a king. The faint figure had the great Tao hidden within it. It had existed since ancient times and displayed a supreme Tao charm. There was no fluctuation of power, nor was there any remnant of divine sense. But this invisible great Tao was even more terrifying. It was simply unstoppable. Gu Fei knew that this hazy figure in front of him with a supreme Tao charm was a manifestation of the supreme great Tao imprint in his heart. As soon as the imprint of the great Tao appeared, the cauldron of mountain and river cauldron's soul actually panicked. Endless soul power immediately retreated from Gu Fei's Naiwan palace like a tide, wanting to leave Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's crumbling inner world also stopped its destruction. Boom! Chapter 472. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The powerful divine sense released by the cauldron's soul retreated. It felt threatened. The figure formed by the seal of the great Tao emitted endless Taoist rhymes, causing it to tremble. Gu Fei bathed in the Taoist rhymes and seemed to have comprehended something. He slowly sat cross-legged in the air with a serene expression, as if he was listening to the truth of the world. The faint and illusory figure flowed with supreme Taoist rhymes and gradually grew to the size of a mountain. Even a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron could not suppress it. Boom! The huge figure broke through the seal of the mountain and river cauldron and stood up from the ancient cauldron that was as big as a mountain. Its head was above the sky, and its feet were on the huge cauldron. It was as if a supreme emperor had descended to the world. The figure did not do anything. It just stood quietly between the heavens and the earth. However, the entire ancient desolate battlefield had fallen into complete silence. All the evil scenes had disappeared. The gloomy clouds and blood mist that had shrouded the ancient desolate battlefield for countless years had dissipated like snow, revealing the starry sky. The extremely evil and unpredictable power in the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have been shocked by the Taoist Dharma that was formed by the seal of the great Tao. Although the entire ancient desolate battlefield was still filled with bones and the blood-red ground was still extremely demonic, there was no longer a trace of evil aura in the world. All the powerful strange creatures knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, as if they were worshipping a supreme expert. With the mountain and river cauldron as the center, the entire ancient desolate battlefield, and even the entire western region, was completely silent. Even the Buddhist Vedanta in the Buddhist land, as well as the supreme cultivators, were speechless. At this moment, the 10,000-meter-tall figure was the only one in the world. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, felt as if a heavenly voice was ringing in his heart. Countless images appeared in his mind, as if someone was forming the great Tao in his mind. The blurry images were difficult to capture. They were like flickering lights and shadows that flashed past his eyes, but he could not understand them or grasp them. However, these images did not disappear. Instead, they were imprinted in his sea of consciousness. Although it was difficult to understand, comprehend, and grasp them, he still remembered them. Finally, Gu Fei's hands moved. They seemed to follow the trajectory of the great Tao and made mysterious movements. The aura of the great Tao seemed to surge out from his hands. Gu Fei had a feeling that at this moment, he had become one with the great Tao. He could finally feel the Taoist Dharma within the seal. What Gu Fei didn't know was that as he waved his hands, the 10,000-meter-tall figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron also moved. The movement of its hands was the same as Gu Fei's. Purple light flew out from Gu Fei. On, and divine light the Gu God on said. On and on. On. Tao on he and on. That was the divine weapon essence chi that Gu Fei had refined into his body. Within the divine weapon essence chi, there was a divine weapon remnant soul. It was a broken supreme treasure. Buzz! The illusory sword vibrated continuously, then rose into the sky and transformed into a purple dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and circled around the silhouette. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the sword soul turned into a dragon, intimidating all things. The dragon's shadow flew in front of the Dharma of heaven and earth formed by the mark of the great path and turned back into a purple gold divine sword. The giant, with endless Taoist rhyme, started to refine the godly sword. Rays of purple godly light rushed out of the Tanglong continent, broke the void, and gathered in the land of the far west. In the extreme north of the abyss of immortals and demons, a figure sitting cross-legged at the boundary of the immortal and demon chi opened his eyes. A resplendent divine light pierced through the void, breaking through the layers of chaotic immortal and demon chi from the bottom of the abyss of immortals and demons, rushing up to the sky. Yes. Someone is gathering the soul of a precious treasure to refine a supreme weapon? Such words came from the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons. In the depths of the extreme north, there was a huge cave that spewed out endless demon chi. A Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram floated in the sky, and a figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. From time to time, heart-palpitating roars came from the depths of the Devil's Cave, as if there were countless ferocious demons roaring in the depths of the Devil's Cave. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was vast and mighty, and layers of Yin and Yang chi were suppressing this terrifying Devil's Cave. At this time a swish sound was heard, and a purple godly light cut through the dusky world, disappearing in the distant sky in an instant. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the purple godly light disappeared. Reconstructing the godly weapon. Who has this magical power? Could it be that the person who disappeared for countless years has begun to return? The middle-aged man murmured to himself with a calm face, and then he withdrew his gaze. The fragments of the godly weapon scattered all over the Tanglong continent, all gathered in the land of the far west. The godly light cut through the void, illuminating the night. On this night, many big shots were alarmed. All the big shots looked towards the far west, and some big shots even immediately set off for the far west. The whole cultivation world suddenly became nervous. All the big forces were paying attention to this, and some big forces even sent their experts to the far west. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, inside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the primordial chaos void. His heart felt something, and he unconsciously waved the endless Taoist rhyme, which temporarily fused with the seal of the great Tao. Gu Fei only felt that he was in a wonderful state. He seemed to understand, but he didn't, and he seemed to understand, but he didn't. He let his body move instinctively, as if he could shatter the world with a wave of his hand. He let the aura of the great Tao flow between his hands. Outside the mountain and river cauldron, the huge figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron also moved with Gu Fei's movements. Under the circulation of the Taoist rhyme, the huge figure received the fragments of the godly weapon that were scattered everywhere, and it also summoned the remnant souls of the godly weapon that were floating in the world. Rays of dragon-shaped divine light rushed into the desolate battlefield and gathered between the hands of the giant, and then fused together. In a hazy state, Gu Fei used the supreme power of the great Tao to reforge the godly weapon. A spherical void formed between the hands of the giant, and a terrifying energy surged out, as if it had formed a terrifying furnace that could melt everything in the world. The seal of the great Tao drew the power of the world, and strands of primordial chaos void chi were drawn out from the mountain and river cauldron, and the furnace of heaven and earth resonated in the world. The godly weapon was being forged. 3 days and 3 nights passed. With an earth-shattering dragon roar, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky, circling above the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 Endless lightning descended from the world, bombarding the shadow of the purple gold dragon. The purple gold dragon swam in the thunder of the 9 heavens, like a fish in water, tempering the body of the dragon. In the end, the strange phenomenon disappeared, and the shadow of the dragon disappeared. An ancient purple gold divine sword descended from the sky, stabbing into the soil in front of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, felt that he was about to awaken from the state of becoming one with the great Tao, and the power of the great Tao was rapidly dissipating from his body. Without thinking, he used the unstoppable power of the great Tao to shatter the cauldron's soul hidden in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron before the power of the great Tao completely disappeared from his body. Then, he used the soul power that had exploded to condense a weak artifact soul. This kind of treasure of the extreme path would never yield to anyone other than its original owner. Gu Fei already understood that even if he shattered the cauldron's soul, it would not yield. A treasure of the extreme path could only be forged by oneself. After all, it could not be used by others. After shattering the cauldron's soul, Gu Fei used his supreme power to completely destroy the spiritual consciousness of the cauldron's soul. However, he managed to preserve the inextinguishable soul power of the cauldron's soul. The reborn weak cauldron's soul began to devour the inextinguishable soul power of the original cauldron's soul without hesitation, completely absorbing the soul power that Gu Fei had gathered. Without any spiritual consciousness, the soul power of the mountain and river cauldron could not put up any resistance and was continuously devoured by the reborn cauldron's soul. The reborn cauldron's soul completely treated the enormous soul power as food. The reborn weak cauldron's soul grew stronger bit by bit. In the end, it devoured all the soul power and formed the new cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei did not expect things to go so smoothly. This was too unexpected. He was overjoyed. When he sent the reborn cauldron soul into the mountain and river cauldron, the entire cauldron emitted a brilliant divine light. The countless primordial beasts on the cauldron seemed to have come to life at this moment. They rushed out of the cauldron and roared at the sky. Among the countless beasts were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. These beasts were as large as mountains and emitted a fiendish aura that caused even the heavens and earth to change color. The faint and illusory figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron began to dim. The great Tao imprint that had evolved into the great Tao ended there. Then, it turned back into a ray of divine light and rushed into Gu Fei's body. The great Tao imprint was an inextinguishable Tao aura. It allowed Gu Fei to temporarily control the power of the great Tao. That was why he could easily reassemble the divine weapon and refine the mountain and river cauldron. The Tao was supreme. Even a treasure of the extreme path like the mountain and river cauldron could not compete with the Tao. No one knew how powerful an expert of the extreme path who controlled the great Tao was. However, Gu Fei was very clear that only such an expert of the extreme path could destroy a treasure of the extreme path. Swoosh! Gu Fei turned into a ray of 5-colored divine light and rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the tens of thousands of primordial beasts around the mountain and river cauldron returned to the body of the cauldron. The 4 divine beasts guarding the 4 directions returned to their positions. The huge cauldron that was as large as a mountain rapidly shrank. Then, it turned into the size of a fist and flew into Gu Fei's hand. When the mountain and river cauldron entered his hand, Gu Fei felt his hand sink as if he was holding a huge mountain. He could barely hold the fist-sized ancient cauldron firmly. The mountain and river cauldron did not change much. In terms of soul power, the current cauldron soul was comparable to the original cauldron soul. The difference was that the current cauldron soul was new and only had the most primitive consciousness. It could be said that it was a newborn. Feeling the cheerful fluctuations of the cauldron soul, the newborn cauldron soul acted like a spoiled child towards Gu Fei and merged with Gu Fei's essence, qi, and soul. When the precious cauldron soul was born, it had already recognized him as its master. There was also an ancient purple-gold divine sword stabbed into the ground. Buzz! The body of the sword trembled slightly. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye immediately appeared in the void where the divine sword was. Flying on the divine sword, he could also feel a strong soul power fluctuation. This divine sword was definitely a treasure of the extreme path that was not inferior to the mountain and river cauldron. It had to be said that only the most powerful existences in the world could refine a supreme treasure of the extreme path. It had great power. Extreme path treasures had long been extinct. Even those powerful forces could not find them. But now, Gu Fei had two supreme treasures that even the ancient great powers would go crazy over. It had to be said that he was an anomaly. In layman's terms, Gu Fei was simply lucky. Waha! What a treasure! Suddenly, a ghostly wail and wolf-like howl came from the sky. Then, an incomparably huge stone turtle shell fell from the sky. Boom! It fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake 3 times. Then, a guy crawled out of the stone turtle shell. The guy's hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his face was swollen, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely miserable. This guy was the old tortoise that was chasing after the purple gold alms bowl. Seeing the old tortoise's appearance, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly said, "What happened to you? Who could beat you up like this?" "Humph! Who in the world could be so wicked? That damn little bald donkey," the old tortoise said angrily. "I see. That little monk also entered the primordial battlefield?" Gu Fei immediately came to a realization. It seemed that the only person who could make a peerless demon like the old tortoise suffer was the little monk who walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha. Hee hee. The old tortoise put away the stone turtle shell and stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand and the godly sword stuck in the ground with its bright eyes. It then said to Gu Fei, "Extreme treasures are too eye-catching. I'd better keep one for you." With that, the old tortoise flashed and appeared in front of the godly sword. It then reached out to grab the hilt. The old tortoise was afraid that Gu Fei would reject it, so it decided to take one first. The old tortoise exerted force, trying to pull the godly sword out from the ground. However, the godly sword did not budge at all. Even the old tortoise, who was thick-skinned, could not help but feel hot. "Good Lord! I don't believe I can't pull it out." The old tortoise grabbed the hilt with both hands, and its demonic power surged. Ha! With a loud shout, its hair danced in the wind, and its eyes were wide open. It truly had the power to uproot a mountain. The godly sword stuck in the ground still did not move. The old tortoise roared again and raised its demonic power to the limit. The demonic aura in the area suddenly soared into the sky. However, no matter how hard it urged its demonic power, it could not pull out the godly sword. "What the hell?" the old tortoise said with a horrified expression. In the end it had to give up. "Ha ha! Old tortoise, if you can pull out the godly sword, I'll give it to you." Gu Fei could not help but laugh at the old tortoise's defeat. "You brat!" The old tortoise was furious. Gu Fei clearly knew that it could not pull out the sword, yet he still said that. Wasn't this just embarrassing the old tortoise? Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Although there was no one nearby, there were many powerful evil beings and evil spirits. After the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth dissipated, these evil spirits were no longer afraid and stood up from the ground. The aura of evil beings began to envelop the world again. The starry sky in the sky was blocked by dark clouds and blood mist, and the entire desolate battlefield became evil and terrifying again. Roar! 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 Chapter 473. The sky was dark. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, fog rose and blood mist surged. Powerful evil beings could be vaguely seen, emitting an evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's expressions changed. "Humph! Good. I can use these evil beings as a sacrifice to my sword," Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like 2 stars suddenly flashing in the dark night. "Kid, don't be careless. You can't handle these things." The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that the primordial battlefield was very evil. The evil beings lurking here were powerful enough to make even immortals pale. Roar! A roar came from the underworld fog, and a terrifying evil aura surged toward Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Then, a figure shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura walked out of the drifting underworld fog. A roar came from another direction. A figure surging with endless death aura appeared in the sight of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Rumble came from the depths of the primordial battlefield. It sounded like thousands of horses galloping, but also like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. A mountain-like figure stood up from the ground. Its eyes emitted an evil blood-colored light, and its mouth spewed the netherworld death aura. It was a native, a mountain-like humanoid monster formed from the blood-colored soil. Bang! 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 The humanoid monster, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, rushed toward Gu Fei and the old tortoise with heavy footsteps. The ground trembled under its feet. What is that? Gu Fei looked at the crimson giant that was running over from afar and was shocked to the extreme. Before the giant could reach him, a terrifying murderous aura had already surged out, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Oh no, a powerful guy is coming. After seeing the blood-colored giant, the old tortoise almost jumped up from the ground in shock. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's retreat. The old turtle already had the intention to retreat. The blood-colored giant's murderous aura was earth-shattering. Even immortals and gods would have to retreat if they encountered it. Such a ferocious creature was as ferocious as a mighty figure. It was definitely a terrifying existence that could kill gods and Buddhas alike. At this time, the extremely terrifying figure that came from afar was already close. The ferocious creature that exuded an endless aura of death roared and directly pounced on Gu Fei. Courting death. The old turtle roared angrily. Then he slapped out with his palm. A vast amount of demonic energy condensed into a huge purple hand. With a bang, the boundless aura of death dispersed and the hazy figure was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The evil creature was impressive. After being hit by Old Tortoise, it roared and got up from the ground again. It then continued to rush toward Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. How troublesome! Old Tortoise was very upset. He took out the magical stone tortoise shell out of nowhere and threw it at the evil figure that was charging at him. Bang! The stone tortoise shell smashed onto the terrifying figure that exuded an endless aura of death and directly smashed the evil creature into pieces. Roar! Another demonic figure that was hiding in the demonic aura of the netherworld growled. An overwhelming demonic aura surged toward Gu Fei. Within the surging demonic aura, there seemed to be a blood-colored light flashing. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and directly took out the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. The mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and then grew to the size of a small mountain. It emitted a terrifying pressure and pressed down. The countless images of wild beasts on the body of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have come to life and rushed out of the cauldron. It was as if there were countless beasts' roars lingering between heaven and earth. Rumble. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a vast and boundless energy fluctuation. However, as soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the whole world shook. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. The monstrous demonic aura immediately dissipated like snow under the sun, revealing a terrifying demonic figure inside. The demonic figure's hair was disheveled and its appearance could not be seen clearly. However, two blood-colored eyes shot out from its head and scanned the surroundings, causing one's heart to palpitate. The demonic figure seemed to know how powerful it was and wanted to retreat from the mountain and river cauldron that descended from the sky. However, the mountain and river cauldron had the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. An unfathomable power emanated from the mountain and river cauldron had already imprisoned a part of the world. Bang! The earth shook violently and the blood-colored soil undulated like waves. The terrifying demonic figure was directly suppressed under the mountain and river cauldron and its body instantly turned into ashes. After the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the demonic figure, Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron flew back to him. It quickly shrank and when it landed in Gu Fei's hand, it had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Go quickly. At this time, Gu Fei heard the panicked voice of the old turtle in his ear. Bang! 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 The earth trembled. The blood-colored giant had already rushed nearby. The fiendish and ruthless aura that swept over was terrifying to the extreme, causing one's soul to tremble. Gu Fei stretched out his hand. Bas! With a bang, the divine sword that the old tortoise had used all its strength to pull out turned into a beam of purple-gold divine light and fell into Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei held the divine sword in his hand. Facing the blood-colored giant that was rushing toward him like a mountain, he did not show any fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. "You're crazy!" the old turtle shouted. He opened his inner world and was about to pull Gu Fei into it. The blood-colored giant was comparable to a mighty figure in the world. It was not something that Gu Fei could deal with. Although Gu Fei controlled two supreme treasures, his cultivation was limited and it was difficult for him to truly exert the terrifying power of the supreme treasures. At this time, Gu Fei had already raised the divine sword in his hand. Bas! A terrifying sword aura spread out in all directions with Gu Fei at the center, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. The old tortoise was taken aback and immediately retracted his outstretched hand. The sword chi shook the void as if an invisible divine weapon had slashed through the void. The void was almost torn apart by the unparalleled sword chi. Gu Fei raised the divine sword high. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. His entire body was surging and quickly gathered in the divine sword in his hand. The sword light rushed up to 100 feet and pierced through the void. Roar! With an angry roar, the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand slashed forward. Bas! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, resounding through the 9 heavens and mighty between heaven and earth. The sword chi soared into the sky. The sword light in Gu Fei's hand was like lightning, shooting forward. Bas! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, resounding through the 9 heavens and mighty between heaven and earth. The sword light that rushed out of the purple gold divine sword was extremely terrifying. It made the old turtle, the demon god, feel a terrible feeling of horror. Swoosh! It was as if a destructive divine light fell from the sky and slashed down on the terrifying blood-colored giant that was the size of a small mountain. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black void crack appeared. Bang! The purple gold divine sword was invincible. The sword light directly penetrated the giant and split it in half from the middle. Rumble! It was as if a giant mountain had collapsed. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Dust rose high into the sky. The old turtle was dumbfounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. The power of the extreme treasure was too abnormal. It could actually split a terrifying monster that was comparable to the human world in half. The old turtle's eyes were blazing as he looked at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was an extreme weapon. With a sword in hand, it could split the void and split the heaven and earth. Who in the world could be a match for it? However, Gu Fei was suffering in silence. The sword just now had almost drained all his chi. After that sword strike, his whole body was almost exhausted. He almost couldn't even hold the divine sword in his hand. Gu Fei's face turned pale. He was sweating all over and panting heavily. "Brat, what's wrong with you?" At this time, the old turtle also noticed that Gu Fei was acting strangely. He immediately understood that this was the result of using a treasure when one's cultivation was not strong enough. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to control the divine sword freely. He was already very lucky to not have his chi drained by the divine sword when he forcibly used it. The divine sword was psychic, and the sword seed nurtured a sword soul. Moreover, it recognized Gu Fei as its master, so it would not drain Gu Fei's chi. However, even so, Gu Fei no longer had the strength to make a second strike. The purple gold divine sword was different from the mountain and river cauldron. The purple gold divine sword was an extreme offensive weapon, while the mountain and river cauldron had its own chaotic primordial chi that could suppress all directions. It could exert a trace of power without using chi. Rumble! At this time, there was a sudden shocking sound in front of them. The old turtle and Gu Fei were both shocked. They quickly looked forward and saw the blood-colored dust in front of them violently rolling. The blood-colored dust was like a blood-colored wave that surged high into the sky. A terrifying, evil, and violent force was condensing. The powerful force shook the heaven and earth. The earth cracked, and endless evil chi rushed out from the ground. Amidst the tumbling blood-colored dust, a huge figure appeared. 2 beams of demonic blood-colored light shot out from the blurry figure, piercing through the void. The 1,000-foot-long evil creature that had been split in half by Gu Fei's sword did not turn into ashes. Instead, it was rapidly reassembling its 1,000-foot-long demonic body. Its unparalleled ferocity made the heaven and earth lose their color. Boom! A huge blood-colored fist broke through the heavy dust and directly bombarded Gu Fei and the old turtle. A terrifying force surged from the fist. The blood-colored evil light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. It was as if a blood-colored world had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The ferocious and violent aura was extremely powerful at this moment. Under the giant fist, the void collapsed and turned into chaos. Heaven and earth were pierced by this fist. Go! The old turtle shouted and directly opened his inner world, taking the stunned Gu Fei into it. The void was collapsing, and the old turtle closed his inner world immediately. Rumble! The old turtle's inner world shook violently. The peerless evil creature's ferocious power was unparalleled. The power of that fist still shook the old turtle's inner world. You're so powerful. You're really reckless, kid. The old turtle said with lingering fear. Even he could only flee when he encountered such a peerless evil creature. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really bold. He actually dared to attack such a peerless evil creature that was comparable to a powerful person in the human world. Even if Gu Fei had treasures in hand, he was definitely no match for such an evil creature. If only I had the cultivation of the immortal realm, Gu Fei said to himself. He knew that his cultivation was far from enough to drive the divine sword in his hand. However, he believed that if he could break through to the immortal realm, he might be able to kill the terrible evil creature outside that was comparable to a powerful person in the human world. Immortal realm? The old turtle could not help but look up and down at Gu Fei. Then, he touched his chin and said, with the speed of your current cultivation, there might be hope in another 300 to 500 years. 3 to 500 years? Gu Fei was shocked. That's too long. Immortal realm. You kid, do you think it's still like the ancient times? There are a lot of immortals and immortals. I don't know what happened in this world, but immortals and immortals have gone extinct. You should be proud to be able to cultivate to the immortal realm in 300 to 500 years, the old turtle said disapprovingly. Gu Fei wanted to say more, but the old turtle was a little impatient. All right, you should find a place to recover your vitality. After a few days, we'll start preparing to enter the Naraka realm. If we're lucky, the Naraka realm will be ours, the old turtle said. What? You want to take the legendary netherworld? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard that. This old turtle was too crazy. The ancient Buddha used his supreme magical power to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation for the world and refine the 6 paths. The Naraka realm was the legendary underworld. How could Gu Fei not be shocked when the old turtle had his eyes on the ancient Buddha? Even if one were to think with their toes, it was obvious that it wasn't that easy to obtain something that belonged to the Buddhist master. Hee. You'll know when the time comes. You'd better have a good rest. The rest is all up to you. The old turtle looked at Gu Fei meaningfully. The old turtle did not seem to want to say more. After he finished speaking, he directly rushed into the sky and flew towards the palace that was floating in the sky. No one knew where he got this palace from. He used his magical power to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to make the palace float in the sky like a castle that would never fall. After the old turtle left, Gu Fei found a spiritual place that was full of spiritual energy and sat on the ground. He placed the mountain and river cauldron and the divine sword in front of him. He then activated his mysterious technique to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body to replenish his vitality. Spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and the nearby plants also emitted traces of green plant essence. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was filled with colorful lights and flashes of spiritual light as if there was immortal qi lingering around. In the past few years of refining the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through from the 3rd level of the Royal Void Realm to the 4th level of the Royal Void Realm. When the mark of the Great Way evolved into the Great Way, Gu Fei benefited from the misfortune and was able to integrate with the Great Way. Although the time of integration was not long, his cultivation broke through from the 4th level of the Royal Void Realm to the 5th level of the Royal Void Realm. The speed at which Gu Fei's cultivation was rising could only be described as shocking. 3 days later, Gu Fei's vitality was fully restored. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, his physical body was even more powerful to an unbelievable level. Even with the strength of his physical body, he could shake the void with a punch. Chapter 474. The Black Mountain towered between the heavens and the earth. It was so tall that it reached into the dusky sky filled with nether fog. One could not see the end of it. The huge mountain was covered with marks left by swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The mountain was black and shiny, as if it contained some kind of demonic nature. Although it was daytime, the depths of the desolate battlefield still could not see the sun. The evil aura was vast and mighty, and the nether fog was hazy. Occasionally, a bone-chilling wind would blow across the blood-red ground. The ground was littered with white bones. Occasionally, there would be skulls rolling in the wind, giving off frightening sounds of bones colliding. Swoosh! Suddenly, the space beneath the Black Mountain shattered without any warning, and a huge hole with a circumference of 100 feet appeared in the air. It was like a space-time hole, filled with an aura of vitality. It was connected to a world full of life. 3 figures walked out from the space behind the hole. The one in front wore a purple robe and had a mighty appearance. His long hair draped neatly behind his head. He was a tall middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man was a white-clothed youth and a middle-aged man in ancient armor who held a black rod. The white-clothed youth's appearance was not particularly outstanding, but his eyes occasionally flickered with a bright light. The middle-aged man with the black rod was far more eye-catching than the white-clothed youth. Just his body, which was taller than an ordinary person, was enough to attract the attention of others. The middle-aged man was more than 9 feet tall. Under the armor, his bronze-colored skin gave off a strong feeling of power. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine iron, emitting a domineering aura. In front of him, people would feel a strong pressure. However, this domineering middle-aged man's body surged with an endless deathly aura. Within the deathly aura, there seemed to be a trace of life. The aura on his body was very strange. It was like a corpse without any signs of life. His face was stiff, and there was no spirit in his eyes. However, it was like a sprout had sprouted from a withered, rotting tree. This corpse did not seem to be completely dead. There was still an extremely weak aura of life in its body. It seemed to be a trace of life that was born from the state of extreme death. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and restraining. The extreme point of death could give birth to life, and the extreme point of life could also give birth to death. Perhaps this was a kind of cycle in the world. After the 3 of them walked out of the void, the purple-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and closed the void hole that was connected to the world full of vitality. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the Black Mountain in front of him. He muttered to himself, "That old bald donkey on the mountain is very scary. If he is alarmed, it will be troublesome. Hee hee. I didn't expect that in this world, other than the little monk who walked out of the Buddha's tomb, there's someone else that you, the old turtle, are afraid of." The white-robed youth said, "Humph. If my cultivation is restored to its peak, there are only a limited number of people in the world who can truly make me worry." The purple-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Hee hee, keep bragging. Keep bragging. No one knows about your past glory anyway." The white-robed youth said disapprovingly, "You stinking brat. You won't be happy if you don't insult me." The old turtle was very unhappy. In the past, he was a powerful figure of the demon clan who dominated the untainted land. But now, he was in a somewhat awkward situation. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said, "Let's hurry up and start. If the old monk on the mountain is alarmed, you have to block him for me. Don't worry about that. Just do what you can." The old turtle patted his chest and promised. For several years, the old turtle had been cultivating hard. He would sometimes take advantage of the full moon to go out of his inner world to capture evil creatures and evil spirits, refine their soul power, and restore his cultivation. His cultivation had already shown signs of breaking through the demon god realm. Now he was very confident in his own strength. Even if the mummified old monk on the Black Mountain came in person, he was confident that he could stop him. Moreover, as his cultivation improved, the power that the old turtle's corpse general doppelganger could exert also increased. It should be known that the corpse general doppelganger of the old turtle was an indestructible warrior body. Although the warrior had died for countless years, his indestructible warrior body still contained endless power. As long as the power contained in the indestructible warrior body was guided out, the terrifying combat power of a supreme warrior could be reproduced. Even in the ancient era when experts were everywhere, supreme martial artists who cultivated the indestructible body were powerful and terrifying existences. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they could easily kill immortals and gods. They were called war gods in name and in reality. "Do we fight at the foot of the mountain?" Gu Fei asked. He was a little worried. There was an extremely powerful monk on the peak of the Black Mountain. He did not know if the old turtle could really deal with the monk. "Hee hee. If that old bald donkey really dares to walk down the mountain, We will use the mountain and river cauldron to refine him directly. The old turtle said fiercely. He was an ancient demon clan almighty, but he had been defeated by the monk again and again. This made him hate those baldies. Gu Fei could not help but sweat when he heard this. Although he could refine the mountain and river cauldron, he still needed to have the strength to use it. Gu Fei could not help but shudder when he thought of the scene where the purple gold divine sword almost sucked his yuan qi dry. If he really used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the monk, he would probably exhaust his yuan qi and die before the monk could be refined. Gu Fei and the old turtle turned to the back of the Black Mountain and saw a hazy world in front of them. The underworld fog churned, Yin energy lingered, and white bones covered the ground. The evil and terrifying aura was even more frightening than the outside world. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He was also very tempted when he learned that the 6 paths of reincarnation diagram refined by the ancient Buddhist lord could be collected. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation were 6 vast and boundless worlds. Although the worlds refined by these extreme Tao masters were not the real great world, they were not much different. Controlling such a near-perfect great world was equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of power. Moreover, if such a great world was used in battle, one would be invincible. Even if one could not win, one could hide in the great world that one controlled. This was also the reason why the old turtle was willing to spend several years helping Gu Fei refine the mountain and river cauldron and enter the Naraka realm. If there were no great benefits, why would an ancient demon clan almighty like the old turtle take the risk to enter the Naraka realm? It was no secret that there was a great world sealed by endless Buddhist power in the depths of the primordial battlefield. If that great world was so easy to collect, it would have been collected long ago. How could the old turtle and Gu Fei have a chance? However, this terrifying and evil world seemed to have existed since the desolate ancient battlefield was discovered. After thousands of years, many great figures who were nearing the end of their lifespans walked into this ancient region. However, the Naraka Tao, which was sealed by Buddhist power, still existed. This meant one thing. It was not so easy to take something that belonged to the ancient Buddhist lord. Swoosh! Swoosh! Old Tortoise and the corpse general clone wielding the black rod soared into the sky and guarded the surroundings. Gu Fei did not hesitate either. He stretched out his left hand, and his palm flashed with rays of light. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Boom! After the ancient cauldron flew out of Gu Fei's hand, it suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain. There was a misty chaotic aura surrounding the cauldron, and the void between heaven and earth shook violently. The powerful confinement force in front of him could not suppress the mountain and river cauldron at all. It seemed to be impacted by the mighty energy waves coming from the mountain and river cauldron. A layer of pale golden Buddhist light appeared in the void in front of him. The pale golden transparent Buddhist light was extremely auspicious. There seemed to be swastikas vaguely appearing in the Buddhist light, and Sanskrit sounds seemed to be lingering in Gu Fei's ears. Go! Gu Fei exerted all his strength, and the primordial qi in his body surged violently. A 5-colored aura seeped out of his body, and a vast wave of primordial qi spread out with Gu Fei as the center. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron moved like a huge mountain. The world shook violently, and the blood-colored ground cracked. Dried bones and blood-colored dust were swept into the sky. Around the mountain and river cauldron, the void shook, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like water waves. An aura that seemed to come from the primitive world permeated between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud sound, the mountain and river cauldron, which was surrounded by chaotic aura, collided with the layer of Buddhist light in front of it. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying force swept out. The void collapsed, and the whole world shook violently. The layer of Buddhist light in front of it emitted a bright Buddhist light. It was like a golden wave, illuminating the whole world, and dispersing the evil aura nearby. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the underworld fog and the evil aura dissipated. It was as if there were countless ghosts and ghosts dissipating in the underworld fog and the evil aura, completely disappearing in the void. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron did not break the Buddhist light seal in front of it. It only caused the layer of Buddhist light to shoot out golden light, and the swastika Buddhist seal scattered in all directions. Endless Buddhist power dissolved the force of the mountain and river cauldron's collision. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The restriction set up by the ancient Buddhist lord was just too abnormal. Even a peak-grade treasure couldn't break it. Did he really have to use the primordial chaos qi? Gu Fei felt that driving the mountain and river cauldron to collide with the Buddhist master seal had consumed nearly 30% of his yuan qi. An extreme treasure was really not something that an ordinary cultivator could use. Don't dawdle. Draw out the primordial chaos aura and smelt the seal. The old turtle's somewhat anxious voice came from the sky. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had caused quite a stir. Even the black mountain was shaking. Got it, Gu Fei replied. He did not dare to be negligent, and a purple flame appeared between his eyebrows. A purple flame appeared, and a powerful divine sense surged out from the flame, enveloping the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei used his spiritual force to communicate with the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron. After his spiritual force penetrated the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei immediately felt an excited spiritual wave greet his spiritual force. Pang! With a sound, a grayish primordial chaos aura rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The aura exuded an endless primitive aura. There was no strong energy fluctuation, nor was there a bright flash. This grayish, dust-like aura that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron was the primordial chaos aura contained in the mountain and river cauldron. This inconspicuous aura was the ancestral qi of all things. It was the ancestral root of heaven and earth, and it could refine all the power and spiritual qi in the world. After the primordial chaos aura rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, it immediately rolled down and shrouded the entire mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron, which was shrouded by the primordial chaos aura, suddenly quietened down. Even the terrifying pressure from the cauldron disappeared. Perhaps this was what it meant to turn something rotten into something magical. The most ordinary things often possessed unfathomable power and were often the most powerful and terrifying existences. There was no dazzling divine light, and there was no monstrous energy fluctuation. However, the bright Buddhist light in front of them gradually dimmed. Soon, the mountain and river cauldron, which was wrapped by the primordial chaos aura, silently sank into the vast and boundless Buddhist power in front of it. It was as if the image of a great Buddha was faintly visible in the Buddhist light. Haha! The primordial chaos aura is indeed the nemesis of all forces in the world. The old turtle laughed loudly. The primordial chaos aura was refining the Buddhist power and was about to break the seal of the Buddhist light. However, at this moment, a huge swastika suddenly rushed out of the black mountain. Rumble! The entire mountain suddenly shook violently. The swastika that rushed out of the mountain shrouded heaven and earth, and endless golden Buddhist light shone down. Within the golden Buddhist light, there were heavenly flowers falling and golden lotuses emerging. The Buddhist light shone on heaven and earth, and the sound of Sanskrit and chanting resounded between heaven and earth. Under the swastika, there seemed to be a peaceful land of Buddhism. That old bald donkey actually left the mountain peak. The old turtle raised his head and looked up. 2 rays of dazzling divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void and sweeping towards the mountain peak. At this moment, all the demonic aura, dark clouds, and fog in the world dissipated under the Buddhist light. The old turtle could clearly see the peak of the black mountain. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Then, a Buddhist chant came down from the sky and spread throughout the heavens and earth. It roared in the ears of Gu Fei and the old turtle like a morning bell. A figure standing on a 9-tiered lotus platform descended from the sky. Endless Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth, and the scene was as if the Lord of Buddha had descended. In the end, it still alarmed the monk. Gu Fei could not help but be secretly shocked at this scene. The monk at the peak of the Black Mountain had a profound understanding of Buddhism, and his cultivation was extremely powerful, as if he was no different from an immortal or Buddha. "It's you again, you old demon." The old monk, who was as thin as a mummy, could no longer maintain his calm. For thousands of years, the desolate battlefield had buried countless powerhouses in the mortal world, but none of them could break the seal placed by the Lord of Buddha. However, no one had been able to break the seal for thousands of years. Today, someone managed to do so. How could he not be shocked? The seal of the Lord of Buddha could not be broken. Otherwise, once the endless evil spirits and ghosts in the Naraka realm were released, the entire world would become a hell of Azura. "It's you again, you old bald donkey." The old turtle's eyes reddened when he saw his enemy, especially when the other party was bald. The old turtle's battle intent surged, and he did not hide his murderous intent towards the old monk at all. The Buddhists have the virtue of cherishing life. I originally wanted to let you live, but you set your sights on the Naraka realm. It seems that I have no choice but to show my demon-slaying power and destroy you, old demon. The old monk said coldly. He formed a seal with his hand and stepped on the lotus platform, directly suppressing the old turtle's head. Rumble! The ninth stage golden lotus under the old monk's feet grew to the size of a mountain, enveloping a corner of heaven and earth. The vast and mighty Buddhist power of subduing evil pressed down on the old tortoise like an ancient divine mountain. Humph! Let's see if you, the real Luohan, will surrender to me, or I will destroy you, the real Luohan. The old turtle sneered. He then took out his stone turtle shell and swung it upwards. Boom! The stone turtle shell violently collided with the nine-tiered golden lotus. Suddenly, the sky was filled with golden light. Rays of Buddhist light burst out like golden rainbows, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. The golden lotus was smashed high into the sky by the stone turtle shell, and the stone turtle shell also flew back into the old turtle's hand. The terrifying energy wave that descended from the sky caused the earth to tremble. Gu Fei was also affected and kept retreating. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had smelted a big hole in the Buddhist light seal in front of it, and endless cold and evil aura came out of the hole. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear the roar of thousands of evil spirits. He could not help but shiver. The Naraka realm was really terrifying and evil. Gu Fei withdrew the mountain and river cauldron and felt exhausted. He shouted to the old turtle, "The seal has been broken. Old turtle, are we going in or not?" "All right, let's deal with this old bald donkey first. I get annoyed when I see a bald person." The old turtle roared and rushed into the sky, fighting with the old monk on the golden lotus. Swoosh! Figures flashed. The corpse general avatar that was guarding Gu Fei also rushed into the sky with the black rod in hand, and joined forces with the old turtle to fight the old monk. In an instant, the three powerful forces fought until heaven and earth collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. Bam! The black cudgel swept out, directly shattering the golden lotus beneath the old monk's feet, turning it into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. The corpse general's clone displayed its unparalleled battle prowess, sweeping out with the black cudgel in its hand, shattering the void. Bam! The old turtle punched the old monk and sent him flying thousands of feet away. The old turtle and the corpse general avatar worked together to firmly suppress the old monk. Just as the old turtle was about to follow up with another attack, Gu Fei's anxious voice came from below. "Old turtle, the seal is being repaired. If you don't go in now, you won't be able to." Preposterous! Although the old turtle wanted to kill the old monk on the spot, he found that the Buddhist light seal that was broken by the mountain and river cauldron was actually being repaired. The big hole in the Buddhist light was shrinking. Haha! If you won't go in, I'll go in. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a golden light swept across the void like lightning and rushed into the Naraka realm through the broken Buddhist light. Chapter 475. Roar! The old tortoise was so angry that it wanted to burn the 9 heavens. Every strand of his hair stood on end. He had spent so much effort and energy, but someone else beat him to it. How could he not be angry? An endless amount of demonic energy burst out from the old tortoise's body, shaking the entire space. Even the heavens and earth were trembling. The vast and terrifying pressure caused Gu Fei to tremble in fear. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Swoosh! Old tortoise's figure disappeared in the air, and in the next moment, it appeared beside Gu Fei. Old tortoise grabbed Gu Fei with one hand, rode the demonic cloud, and directly rushed into the shrinking hole. The corpse general doppelganger was even more powerful. It took a step and instantly crossed the void hundreds of feet away, appearing in front of the light wall formed by the Buddha's light. With another step, it disappeared into the hole in the Buddha's light. Endless Buddhist power surged between heaven and earth. Above the black mountain, the huge swastika Buddha seal that blotted out the sky sprinkled a vast Buddhist light. Vaguely, one could see heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses emerging, and Sanskrit sounds lingering between heaven and earth. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" The mummified old monk, like an immortal, emitted a bright Buddha's light all over his body. He chanted the name of Buddha and descended from the sky. The old monk immediately turned into a shadow and rushed into the Naraka realm the moment the hole in the Buddha's light seal was about to disappear. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the Buddha's light seal finally repaired itself completely, resealing the evil world. Then, the swastika above Black Mountain began to fade, and finally disappeared completely between heaven and earth. The Buddha's light seal also disappeared into the void, and the strange phenomenon disappeared completely. The depths of the desolate ancient battlefield gradually returned to peace. Old Tortoise seemed to be really unlucky recently. As soon as he rushed into the Naraka realm, he was hit on the head by a purple gold alms bowl, which directly sent him flying thousands of feet away. Even Gu Fei was affected, and he was involuntarily sent flying along with Old Tortoise. Haha! Young benefactor, we are fated. Come with me. A young voice rang out. Then, a large hand shining with golden Buddhist light suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei, who had been sent flying. Only a ghost would be fated with you. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. However, before the golden Buddha's hand could grab him, a powerful force had already enveloped him and pulled him towards the golden Buddha's hand. Gu Fei was shocked. He already knew who had attacked Old Tortoise. Only that guy would dare to attack a demon god like Old Tortoise. Wah! Damn it! How hateful! I'm going to tear you apart. The old turtle roared again and again. He stopped retreating in the void, and the demon aura on his body soared into the sky. Like a peerless demon king, he rushed toward the small figure shrouded in the Buddhist light. However, at this time, the golden Buddha's hand in the void was about to grab Gu Fei, and Old Tortoise could no longer stop it. Just as Gu Fei was about to be taken away by the other party, boom! A huge black pillar smashed down from the sky with an extremely ferocious power that shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! Without any suspense, the golden Buddha's hand, which was emitting a resplendent Buddha's radiance and had illuminated the dusky world, was blasted apart. Countless golden lights, like countless golden stars, were vanishing into thin air. A domineering figure rushed from a distance like a god or a demon. The giant black pillar that had blown up the golden Buddha's hand quickly shrank and was caught by that person. At this critical moment, Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar arrived. The golden Buddha's hand was blown apart, and the powerful force that enveloped Gu Fei immediately disappeared. Gu Fei regained his freedom and immediately rushed into the sky, retreating far away. A battle of this level was not something he could intervene in. Little bald donkey. Go to hell. Shatter the universe. Destroy the void. Old Tortoise rushed forward and directly displayed his great magical power. Terrifying demonic power shattered the world, forming a destructive space that shrouded the figure surrounded by Buddhist light. Swoosh! The Buddhist light flashed. Shrouded in the Buddhist light, the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl seemed to not want to entangle with Old Tortoise and retreated without a fight. Don't run away if you have the guts. The Old Tortoise's eyes were red, and there was a big bump on his forehead. The little monk's sneak attack was really ruthless. He smashed the Old Tortoise's head with the purple gold alms bowl, almost smashing the Old Tortoise's head into pieces. If it were not for Old Tortoise's powerful background, innate talent, and incomparably tough body, if it were anyone else, their head would have been smashed and they would have died. Swoosh! The corpse general's doppelganger strode through the air and instantly caught up to the little monk. It smashed down with its cudgel. The attack was simple, but the space around it cracked under the attack of the cudgel. It was not a magical power, nor was it a spell. It was a perfect explosion of physical strength. The powerful force tore the void apart. This was the terror of a martial artist. Chi and strength formed a terrifying attack. It was the most direct attack. Only a martial artist could have such divine power to directly shake the world with their strength. Swoosh! The little monk retreated again, avoiding the terrible rod of the corpse general's avatar. Then, he directly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Naraka realm. The little monk knew that it was difficult to fight against Old Tortoise and the avatar, so he directly retreated. At this moment, another figure rushed in from outside the Naraka realm. Old Tortoise was just about to chase after the little monk when he saw the person rushing in from outside. He immediately roared and pounced on the person. Old bald donkey, you must die too. Old Tortoise seemed to have lost his mind due to anger. He directly smashed a corner of the world, wanting to use the endless power of destruction to beat the person who just rushed in into the chaos. It was no wonder that Old Tortoise was so furious. He was a powerful ancient demon. When had he ever suffered such a loss? At this time, let alone a monk, even if he saw a bald person, he would not be able to not tear the other party apart. The person who rushed in was emitting auspicious Buddhist light. It was the tall and thin old monk who looked like a mummy at the peak of Black Mountain. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes would be exceptionally red. Old Tortoise's eyes were red, and they were also emitting a fierce and terrifying divine light. He gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. When the old monk saw that old tortoise was coming aggressively as if he wanted to skin him alive, he could not help but immediately change his expression. He then rushed into the sky, wanting to avoid the attack. However, a black stick had already sealed off the entire sky and was smashing down on his bald head. Before the stick could hit him, the mighty wind blew on his body, but it felt like a blade had scratched his skin, causing him a dull pain. The black stick in the corpse general's hand was not an ordinary weapon. It was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that old tortoise obtained from the virtual sky world. Although it was inconspicuous, it was still a treasure. If he was hit by this stick, even if the old monk had cultivation and strength that surpassed ordinary immortals and Buddhas, his body would still collapse and he would die. The old monk knew how powerful it was and couldn't help but be shocked. A hint of fear also appeared on his calm old face. 3,000 worlds. The old monk let out a loud roar and displayed his Buddhist divine powers. Countless bundles of Buddhist light were released from his body, causing the void to tremble. It was as though each bundle of Buddhist light had enveloped a world. The old monk's figure seemed to have disappeared into the countless void worlds in an instant. Rumble! The corpse general's stick smashed down, and the masses of Buddhist light exploded one after another under the stick. It was as if small worlds were being destroyed. One stick could destroy all 3,000 worlds. Swoosh! When the 3,000 worlds collapsed, the old monk's figure had already appeared several hundred feet away. With unfathomable Buddhist magical power, he escaped from the encirclement formed by Old Tortoise and his corpse general's clone. Damn it! Old Tortoise roared. He wanted to chase after the old monk, but the old monk didn't want to be entangled with him. He directly turned into a golden rainbow and rushed into the depths of the Hell Realm. The old monk's strength was actually similar to Old Tortoise's, but with the addition of the corpse general's clone, the old monk was no longer a match. However, if this middle-level expert wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Old Tortoise and his corpse general's clone to stop him. Outrageous! What monks! What compassion! It's all bullshit. What great virtue of Buddhism! Tui! They're all cunning and treacherous people. Old Tortoise opened his mouth and cursed. Old Tortoise only stopped after greeting the 18 generations of the little monk and the old monk's ancestors. Old Tortoise, why are you so angry? As long as you take this world, won't those two be at your mercy? Gu Fei walked over from afar and said calmly. That's right. Old Tortoise nodded. Gu Fei's words made sense. Then, the two of them started to size up the legendary Earth Path. This Hell Realm was indeed a strange and evil world. When they looked up, they could only see an endless void. There was no sky, let alone stars. The Hell Realm was one of the 6 paths refined by the ancient Buddhist masters. It formed a separate world that seemed to be boundless. It was dim and gloomy, and there was a gloomy fog drifting between heaven and earth. It looked very eerie and terrifying. The soil under their feet was dark brown, like dried blood. Skeletons and white bones could be seen everywhere on the ground, and there were even pitch-black demon bones mixed among them. Old Tortoise opened his inner world and stored the corpse general's clone inside. Then, he walked forward with Gu Fei. They wanted to enter the depths of the Hell Realm and enter the core area of the Hell Realm. Along the way, Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise encountered quite a number of ferocious spirits, which were nourishment for cultivators. The Old Tortoise did not stand on ceremony and directly used the white jade divine cauldron to collect these spirits. Half a day later, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise suddenly noticed spots of light in front of them. It seemed very incongruous in the dark and evil Hell Realm. They wanted to take a detour because they did not want to waste time. After all, the evil little monk and the old monk who walked out of the Buddhist master's tomb were already ahead of them. If either the little monk or the old monk took the Hell Realm, they would be the unlucky ones. However, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise both sensed that the place where the light was coming from did not seem to have any evil power. Instead, there was a bit of a peaceful aura rippling over. Looking into the distance, the place where the light was coming from was in ruins. Only a few low, broken walls had not collapsed. Old Tortoise said unhappily, I sensed an annoying aura. Let's go and take a look. Gu Fei suggested. Thus, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise headed toward the ruins. For them, a distance of 20 to 30 meters was a short distance in the blink of an eye. Buddha statues? Temples? Gu Fei and Old Tortoise approached and were very surprised. Behind the broken walls were a few broken Buddha statues. It was obvious that the statues had been eroded over the years and were beyond recognition. However, they could still vaguely recognize that they were two Buddha statues. Chapter 476. Not long after Gu Fei and Old Tortoise entered the legendary Naraka realm, they found a ruin. After countless years of erosion, only a few broken walls and a few Buddha statues were left in the ruins. Even so, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were shocked. One must know that this was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation of the legendary Buddha. Why are there temples and Buddha statues here? Gu Fei was surprised. Everything he saw in front of him was difficult to analyze and somewhat unbelievable. Old Tortoise frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Legend has it that the 6 paths of reincarnation are 6 realms that are almost real. They were refined with the Buddha's inner world as the foundation of heaven and earth. The Buddha's inner world is definitely comparable to a perfect Buddhist land. It's not surprising that there are temples in the Naraka realm. There seems to be something strange about these Buddha statues." Gu Fei nodded when he heard this. However, he sensed an extremely weak Buddhist power from these broken Buddha statues. There seemed to be an aura left behind by the immortals and Buddhas on the Buddha statues. Humph. The old turtle sneered and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the Buddha statues in the air. The void in front of his palm suddenly rippled, and with every move he made, the void was shaken. This was the horror of the demon god and the difference between immortals and mortals. Every move they made was enough to move mountains and seas, and shatter the void. They had great power and magical power. Boom! The void trembled. The Buddha statues that had stood in the ruins for who knew how many years turned into dust in an instant and drifted between heaven and earth. That's... Gu Fei saw that there seemed to be light flashing in the dust. The auspicious aura lingering in the ruins became stronger. Tisk, it's just a few relics. Old Tortoise grabbed the air with his hand, and the light in the dust immediately flew into his hand. Gu Fei stepped forward to take a look. It turned out to be a few relics that emitted a soft Buddhist light. However, each relic was much smaller than the immortal and Buddhist relics that Old Tortoise obtained from the Buddha skeleton on the Black Mountain. They were only the size of a finger. Gotcha! 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 The Old Tortoise directly crushed the relics in his hand. The remaining Buddhist power in the relics immediately exploded and was directly refined into his body by the Old Tortoise. Let's go! After Old Tortoise refined the Buddha power of Sarira, he walked directly out of the ruins. Gu Fei followed behind Old Tortoise and left the ruins. However, after walking for a few miles, several blurry figures appeared near the ruins. Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked at the ruins. He discovered that there seemed to be an evil figure flashing within the ruins. How could this be? Gu Fei exclaimed. He could still sense a peaceful aura coming from the ruins in front of him. There seemed to be Buddhist power lingering there. When Old Tortoise saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He thought that it was because of the relics that contained the remaining Buddhist power that caused the ancient temple ruins to be surrounded by the immortal and Buddhist aura. However, the Sarira had already been crushed by him, and the Buddhist energy had already been refined. How could there still be the aura of Buddhist energy lingering in the ruins? Something's wrong. Old Tortoise murmured. He felt that the ancient temple ruins were not simple. There were relics in the Buddha statues. Could it be that the Buddha statues were transformed from the flesh left behind by the Buddhist Almighty after undergoing nirvana? I'd like to see what's so strange about these ruins. As Old Tortoise spoke, he stretched out his right hand again and pressed it against the ruins in front of him. Rumble! A big dark green hand appeared in the sky above the ruins a few miles away. It emitted boundless waves of demonic power that shook the heaven and earth. The ruins below shook violently. Gu Fei did not stop Old Tortoise's action because he also wanted to know what was so strange about the ruins. Vaguely, he seemed to see a figure exuding a sinister aura rushing out of the ruins. In the dark clouds in the distant sky, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light was watching everything below. The dark clouds were surging and emitting a cold and terrifying aura, but it was difficult to get close to the figure. The figure was wearing a white monk robe and holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. It was a young monk. This little monk was the almighty Buddhist who dared to attack Old Tortoise and walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha. Hee. You're really unlucky, old demon. The little monk said something inexplicable and disappeared into the void. Boom. At this moment, The big hand above the ruins that shrouded the heaven and earth and emitted a terrifying energy wave had ruthlessly pressed on the ruins. The earth shook violently and cracks appeared on the dark brown ground. Black-brown dust rose high into the sky. The mighty and terrifying power shattered everything. Roar! At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard from the ruins in the distance. The roar seemed to come from under the earth and was extremely dull. A horrifying aura came from afar, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a stormy sea was surging violently, as if a peerless demon was about to rush out from the earth. Oh no, there's a monster sealed under the ruins. Old Tortoise was shocked. He remembered all kinds of legends about the ancient Lord Buddha. The ancient Lord Buddha had once subdued countless demons for him to control. Some of the demons and monsters that could not withstand the Lord Buddha's control were suppressed by the Lord Buddha's supreme Buddhist power. It was obvious that Old Tortoise had just broken the Lord Buddha's seal and released a big demon. What's going on? Gu Fei turned pale with fright. The aura in front of him was so powerful that it made his soul tremble. The place where the ruins were located was filled with a murderous aura. A terrifying power shook the sky and the demon's aura was monstrous. Then, two evil blood-red eyes the size of lanterns appeared in the darkness and swept toward Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not see the big demon's body at all. Dark clouds surged in front of him, covering the sky and the earth. Were you the ones who broke the seal and released the real body? A powerful spiritual wave spread and a voice seemed to appear in the hearts of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise at the same time. This was not a verbal conversation, but the most direct spiritual wave. This kind of communication could be said to be above the soul level. There was no need to understand the other party's language or even speak. One could directly transmit one's thoughts to the other party and let the other party know what one meant. Who are you? A powerful soul fluctuation emanated from Old Turtle's body. He was communicating with a great fiendish demon in the most direct manner. Gu Fei was secretly on guard. A sharp sword aura was faintly emitted from his right hand. If the demon attacked them, Gu Fei did not mind giving it a blow. Who am I? Right, who am I? Who am I? It's been too long. So long that even I have forgotten who I am. Such a spiritual wave came from the surging demonic aura. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could not help but look at each other. This big demon that rushed out from the ruins was probably a figure of the same generation as the Lord Buddha. This was definitely a super antique that had probably existed for even longer than Old Tortoise. They did not expect to encounter such a powerful character as soon as they entered the Naraka realm. Roar! It doesn't matter who I am. I only remember that I am a demon. Although the two of you have released me, I will still devour you. The demon in the demonic aura roared. Its aura was monstrous, and it spat out clouds and mist. It slowly approached Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Its lantern-sized blood-colored eyes emitted a bright blood-colored light in the darkness like two bloody suns hanging in the sky. Humph! Do you think we are soft eggplants? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Old Tortoise strode forward. Demonic power erupted from all over his body, and the demonic aura between heaven and earth suddenly soared into the sky. A wave of air swept out, forcing Gu Fei to stagger and retreat. At this time, the demon had already closed in. The tragic aura was definitely condensed from the slaughter of thousands of living beings. It made one's soul tremble. One could imagine that before this demon was suppressed by the Lord Buddha, it was definitely a super demon that had slaughtered countless living beings. However, after being suppressed for countless years, the peerless demon of the past no longer had the cultivation and strength of the past. It was not invincible. Even so, this demon. The terrifying aura it emitted was difficult for Gu Fei to bear. He had no choice but to guide the power of his inner world to envelop his body and isolate this demonic aura. However, even with the inner world enveloping his body, it was difficult to completely isolate this terrifying aura. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. This demon. It was too powerful. Even after being suppressed for countless years, it still had such power. It was hard to imagine how powerful this demon was in the past. It had to be said that the Lord Buddha was truly worthy of being the strongest expert in the world. He could even suppress this extremely terrifying demon for countless years. Gu Fei retreated a full half a mile before stopping. He looked at the two experts who were confronting each other in shock. It was as if there were two terrifying demons standing between heaven and earth. One demon and one demon. The entire world was filled with demonic aura. The demonic aura was vast and mighty, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Gu Fei found that he still could not see the true body of the demon that was emitting endless demonic aura. He could only see two bloody eyes that emitted a demonic light. Shatter the universe, destroy the void. The old tortoise shouted and waved his hands. Endless demonic aura surged out from between his hands. Then, the space in front of him suddenly collapsed. The terrifying demonic figure actually fell into the collapsed space, and the destructive power instantly engulfed the demonic figure. The old tortoise displayed his supreme divine ability and actually managed to destroy the terrifying demon. He entered the primal chaos void and borrowed the destructive power of the primal chaos void to obliterate this devil. Rumble! The collapsed void was repairing itself, and the broken heaven and earth were reforming. As long as the collapsed void disappeared, the demon would be sealed in the chaotic void, unable to come out. However, just as the collapsed void was about to disappear completely, the world suddenly shook violently. Then, cracks in the space like a spider web appeared in the void. Like broken glass, or like a delicate porcelain, the void collapsed. Endless demonic aura surged out from the chaotic void, and a terrifying demonic shadow rushed out from the broken void. In the monstrous demonic aura, a large black hand reached out and grabbed at the old tortoise. Its shape was no different from a human's hand, but it was too big. Its fingers alone were more than 10 meters long. They were black and gloomy, and seemed to cover the world. This was the peerless demon that the ancient Buddhist master personally suppressed? Even the terrifying power of destruction that erupted from the collapse of the void could not erase it? Even though it had been sealed for countless years, its emergence was still earth-shattering, and its power was unparalleled. In the face of the peerless demonic might, the old tortoise was awe-inspiring. As a powerful figure of the demon race in ancient times, what had he not seen? Although his current cultivation was only at the demon god level, he was confident that he could fight this demon. A vast amount of demonic power gathered in the old tortoise's right hand. Then, it directly slapped the huge hand of the ferocious demon. A palm of light the size of a small mountain suddenly rushed out and bombarded upwards in defiance of the sky. Boom! A muffled tremor spread out from the sky. The two giant hands instantly collided with each other. It was as if two huge mountains were colliding. The entire world was shaken by these two forces. Spatial cracks appeared in the void. The space was torn apart. Each of the spatial cracks was hundreds of feet long. They were like black lightning. With the two giant hands as the center, they spread out in all directions. After the two huge hands collided, they collapsed at the same time. A terrifying power suddenly erupted, and the void that had already formed cracks in the space could no longer withstand the powerful force that erupted. The void within a radius of hundreds of feet suddenly collapsed, and the void turned into chaos. The old tortoise flew backward. The remaining power that descended from the sky caused the ground to undulate violently like waves. Countless dry bones were swept up into the sky by the airwaves, and then collapsed in the void, turning into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. The terrifying demon also retreated, and it roared again and again. The roar was earth-shattering, and it frightened the spirit. At this moment, a long howl suddenly came from the depths of the Hell Realm, and a terrifying spiritual wave came from the depths of the Hell Realm. Then, a figure appeared in the sight of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Another one? The old tortoise's expression changed. Without thinking, he directly grabbed Gu Fei and flew away. For an existence of his level, if he wanted to escape, unless it was a powerful figure that was much stronger than him, no one could stop him. Roar! The figure that rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm roared at the sky. In an instant, it arrived nearby, and a terrifying spiritual wave spread between heaven and earth. It was a human-shaped skeleton, and it was no ordinary skeleton. This skeleton was 7 or 8 meters tall, and it was wearing an ancient black armor. The bones that were exposed outside the armor were sparkling and translucent like divine jade, flowing with a dazzling luster. In the skull of the human-shaped skeleton, there was a soul fire that was as bright as the sun, and it emitted an extremely powerful spiritual wave. This was a terrifying undead creature. Chapter 477. The white skeleton rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm, displaying its terrifying combat strength. Its soul power condensed into a destructive divine light, piercing the void to kill its opponent. Wherever the divine soul light passed, the void collapsed. All tangible and intangible things were destroyed in an instant, tearing the world and cutting through the space. Roar! An angry roar came from the surging devil Qi. Swish! Swish! Two demonic blood-colored demonic lights also shot out from the devil Qi. Qi! Qi! Two soft sounds rang out. The divine soul light and the blood-red demonic light instantly collided. Transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the point of impact. Then, the void between the white skeleton and the demon shattered soundlessly. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. That kind of power was enough to annihilate everything. Roar! Roar! Two earth-shattering roars immediately rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook the void, causing the world to tremble. The two terrifying experts emitted boundless energy fluctuations, revealing a terrifying battle intent that caused the world to lose its color, and a great battle began to break out. The whole area was boiling. The divine soul light illuminated the whole world and bombarded the demonic shadow in the devil Qi. The ferocious devil that had escaped did not show any weakness. It displayed its terrifying power and attacked the white skeleton with layers of energy waves. While the two terrifying experts fought with no regard for their own safety, countless white skeletons rushed out from the depths of the hell realm. Endless undead creatures appeared on the ground like a tide. It was an army of the undead. At this time, the old turtle and Gu Fei had already rushed to somewhere unknown, but they could still sense the terrifying energy waves coming from behind. It was not until they were hundreds of miles away that they could no longer sense the movement behind them. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise noticed that countless skeletons were crawling out of the ground and walking in the direction of the battle between the two powerhouses. Gu Fei and the old turtle were no strangers to these undead creatures. That day in the virtual sky realm, Gu Fei and the old turtle had dealt with these undead creatures. In order to open the transmission formation in the temple in the Death Swamp, the old turtle did not hesitate to kill in order to collect soul power. Countless undead creatures died in the hands of the old turtle. All the undead creatures seemed to have received some kind of summons, and all went to the battlefield of the two experts. The old turtle and Gu Fei found that there were no other ferocious souls or malicious spirits among the undead creatures. Gu Fei and the old turtle had vaguely guessed that the reason why these undead creatures gathered in one direction might be because of the undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the hell realm. If that was the case, then the undead creature would be too terrifying and terrifying. I never imagined that I would encounter two such formidable fellows right after entering the path of hell. It's truly difficult to imagine exactly what sort of terrifying and formidable existences exist in the depths of the path of hell, Gu Fei muttered, and he was extremely shocked. If not for Old Tortoise, he would not have been able to move an inch in this legendary hell. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise continued deeper into the Naraka realm. However, they soon encountered a problem. There was no sun, moon, or stars in this world. The sky was as dark as the bottom of a pot. They could not see the end of their surroundings. White bones could be seen buried in the dark brown soil. It was difficult for them to determine the correct direction. In the end, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had to face the fact that they were lost. In fact, in the hell path, there was no path at all. Desolation and gloom were the portrayal of the hell path. This was the place where the Buddha Lord gathered thousands of Yin spirits. Although there were mountains, rivers and lakes, there was very little vegetation, and tall trees were rare. As for those rivers and lakes, most of them had dried up for who knows how many years. There was very little water, and even if there was water, it was a pool of stagnant water. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped at the foot of a low mountain. They had to think about how to face the fact that they were lost. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of wandering undead creatures. If it weren't for the old turtle, Gu Fei would have been torn to shreds by those undead creatures, leaving nothing behind. What should we do? Gu Fei asked. He did not want to enter the hell path. After all, he did not have a strong cultivation base and could not even protect himself in the hell path. However, if he didn't come in, the old turtle wouldn't be able to refine the hell path, and he didn't have the mountain and river cauldron that could break the Buddha Lord's seal. He would be trapped in the hell path and be associated with these ferocious souls and malicious ghosts. We have to find the origin of the hell path. Old Tortoise pondered for a while before saying such a thing. The origin of the hell path was the origin of the hell world. To refine a world, one had to find the origin of the world. After refining the origin of the world, one could completely control the world. Aren't you talking nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. If he could find the origin of the hell path, his purpose of entering the hell path would be half successful. However, was it so easy to find the origin of the hell path? Even if he found it, he might not be able to get it. Such an important place would definitely have a restriction personally set up by the Buddha Lord. How about we find someone to ask for directions? Old Tortoise said. Gu Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be anyone in the hell path? There were many evil spirits and evil spirits. Who could he ask? Brat, what's with your expression? I mean, find a powerful undead creature and see if we can get any useful information. Old Tortoise said very unhappily. His ability was once doubted by Gu Fei, which made him a little sullen. All right. That's the only way. Gu Fei nodded. Thus, the two continued to walk aimlessly. 3 days later, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise found a powerful undead creature. It was a bone palace built entirely of white bones on a plain. There was a powerful undead monarch in the bone palace. It seemed to be the territory of the undead monarch within a radius of hundreds of miles. Apart from this powerful undead monarch, there was no other undead creature with the strength of a king within a radius of hundreds of miles. The undead monarch was the definition that Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had for this kind of powerful undead creature. It was an existence with the strength of a king among the undead creatures. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise appeared near the bone palace. They had seen the undead monarch in the bone palace several times. It was a powerful skeleton with a pair of bone wings. The soul fire inside the skull of the skeleton was extremely vigorous. It was like a divine flame burning. Even if they were watching from afar, they could still feel the powerful soul power. After a few days, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise realized that the undead monarch usually cultivated in the bone palace and rarely came out. Although there were no sun, moon or stars in the hell path, there was a cycle of night and day. Of course, even during the day, the hell path was still eerie and terrifying. The world was incomparably dusky. However, during the night, the hell path was a different scene. The light was completely hidden in the world. It was almost to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Moreover, the undead creatures would become active at night. It could be said that the night was the time for the undead creatures to fight. The winner would devour the loser's soul fire. In order for the undead creatures to become stronger, apart from absorbing the evil energy in the hell path, there was another shortcut, devouring the soul fire of their own kind. It was the same for the undead monarch in the bone palace. Every once in a while, it would leave the bone palace and head to another ancient place thousands of miles away to challenge another king. The battle between the two kings was extremely intense. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had witnessed it once. Are we really going to make a move? Gu Fei asked. At this time, he and the old turtle were behind a small mountain of bones about 5 kilometers away from the bone separation palace. At this time, there was still light between the heavens and the earth. This light was definitely not sunlight. It had to be said that the hell path was really strange. They had no idea where the light was coming from. Could it be fake? Old Tortoise's tone was extremely firm. They had figured out the cultivation and strength of the undead monarch. The strength of the undead monarch was only between the demigod realm and the 9th heavenly layer of the void-controlling realm. If we alarm that terrifying existence from that day. Gu Fei was a little uneasy. The undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the hell path was too powerful. It was comparable to an almighty being in the human world. If they provoked that powerful being, the loss would outweigh the gain. What are you afraid of? With me here, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt you. Old Tortoise said proudly. Immediately, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei walked directly to the bone palace. When they were near the bone palace, 3 figures suddenly rushed out of the palace. To be precise, they were 3 fleshless skeletons. The 3 skeletons intercepted Gu Fei and the old turtle. Each of the skeletons had a powerful soul fire flashing in their skulls. The 3 skeletons were pure white and crystal clear, like divine jade surrounded by spiritual light. Who are you? A soul wave came from one of the skeletons. It was full of hostility towards Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, and the soul fire in its skull was violently beating. The person who's here to release you from purgatory. After saying that, Old Tortoise's body disappeared on the spot. The next moment, it appeared in front of the 3 skeletons. The 3 skeletons were startled. Their soul fires were violently beating, and they hurriedly retreated. However, Old Tortoise made his move at that moment. A vast amount of demonic power surged out from between his hands. The space where the 3 skeletons were suddenly shattered, as if a terrifying bottomless hole had suddenly appeared in the void, and the 3 skeletons were swallowed into the hole. The terrifying power of destruction formed by the shattering of the void was enough to make even an immortal god pale. Under the obliteration of the power of destruction, the three skeletons' bones instantly collapsed and turned into bone powder, completely disappearing into the shattered void. However, the soul fires in the skulls of the three skeletons were captured by the old tortoise and swallowed into its stomach. It had to be said that old tortoise's taste was really out of the ordinary. He actually swallowed the soul fire of an undead creature. Of course, the soul fire of an undead creature was also a good thing, as it was the source of power for an undead creature. Roar! A roar came from the bone palace. An undead creature without flesh and blood could not speak. This was the roar of the soul, and the strong soul wave was even more terrifying than sound. The soul wave directly affected the soul and directly targeted the heart. As long as the soul power was strong enough, it could directly obliterate the opponent's soul. It was impossible to guard against it. Rumble! The entire bone palace shook violently, and an extremely powerful soul wave surged out from the bone palace like a stormy sea. Chapter 478. Swoosh! The undead king with bone wings rushed out of the bone palace. The area within a few hundred miles was its territory. Except for a few kings, no one dared to challenge it. The undead monarch's entire body blossomed with a resplendent divine light. The soul fire in his skull was as bright as the moon, illuminating the entire sky. Its terrifying aura made the undead creatures within 100 miles tremble with fear. Heavy waves of energy surged out from the bones, shaking Gu Fei's divine soul. He felt as if his soul was about to rush out of his body. So powerful! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He quickly guided the inner world energy, and a purple flame emerged between his eyebrows. The inner world energy enveloped his body, isolating the extremely powerful soul wave. Hey! You actually have flesh and blood? How is this possible? Could it be that you are a sacred race that came from the depths of this world? The undead king was originally furious. It wanted to kill these two arrogant fellows. However, when it saw Gu Fei and the old tortoise, its boundless anger turned into shock. This undead creature seemed to know some important information. There are normal living beings in the Naraka realm? Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were equally shocked when they heard that. The Naraka realm was one of the 9 paths of reincarnation diagrams refined by the Buddha Lord. It was the place where the souls of the Tsong clan returned to after death, so there should not be any normal living beings here. The yin qi in the Naraka realm was too heavy, and there were no sun, moon, or stars. The plants that could grow were not green, but had turned gray or dark brown. It could be said that for thousands of years, the Naraka realm had become a world of ghosts and undead creatures. It was no longer suitable for humans or other living beings to live in. Even a cultivator could not stay in the Naraka realm for long. The yin qi would gradually erode the body and change the physique. The yang qi in the cultivator's body would dissipate and the yin qi would grow. Finally, the cultivator would be assimilated by the world and become a ghost or undead creature. Hee, I want to know the situation in the depths of this world. If you can tell us, I'll let you live. The old tortoise said with a smile. It seemed that he did not care about the undead king at all. So you're not from the depths of this world. Very well, then I don't have to worry anymore. The soul fire in the undying king's skull flickered rapidly, emitting invisible soul fluctuations. I want to know where the origin of heaven and earth is. Old Tortoise did not want to waste time with the undead creature, so he asked what he wanted to know the most. What heaven and earth source? What are you talking about? The undying king was extremely shocked. He didn't seem to know about the existence of heaven and earth source. Since you don't want to answer, I'll find the answer myself. The old tortoise's voice turned cold. Then, it soared into the sky and charged at the undead monarch. The old tortoise's entire body radiated a dazzling purple demonic light, and a vast demonic power suddenly erupted like a volcano, surging out in all directions like a raging sea tide. Rumble! The extremely powerful force shook heaven and earth. Gu Fei quickly retreated and stared at Old Tortoise and the undead king. Being able to watch a battle of this level was also a kind of gain. At the very least, he could know what kind of means people of this level had and enrich his experience. Whoosh! The undead monarch also moved. He flapped his bone wings and swooped down from the sky like a white lightning bolt. The bone wings were comparable to the sharp blades of divine weapons. As they streaked across the sky, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. The old tortoise stretched out his right hand that was surrounded by purple demonic light, then clenched it into a fist and punched forward like a purple star streaking across the pitch-black night sky. Clang! When the fist and the bone wings collided, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Sparks flew out from the point of impact and disappeared in the void. The undead monarch was sent flying, but the old tortoise was as still as a mountain. Then, he took a big step forward and chased after the undead monarch as if he was teleporting. He stared at the undead monarch and said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Answer me." The soul fire in the undead monarch's skull flickered violently. Instead of answering, it quickly retreated and rushed towards the gate of the Bone Palace, wanting to enter the main hall. The outcome of the battle was already within Gu Fei's expectations. He didn't find it strange because the undead monarch's strength hadn't reached the demigod realm yet. On the other hand, the old tortoise was a demonic god that could rival immortals and gods. In fact, if the old tortoise wanted to kill the undead monarch, he could have blasted it into pieces with a single punch. However, the old tortoise didn't do so because he hadn't obtained the information he wanted. However, the old tortoise didn't want to give the undead monarch any chance to resist. The undead monarch's bone wings were extremely fast, but it was still not enough in front of the old tortoise. The undead monarch strode in the void and slashed out with his purple palm blade, creating a dreamy brilliance. The palm ruthlessly struck the undead monarch's left wing. The undead monarch somersaulted in the air and crashed into the bone palace like a meteorite. It wanted to use this momentum to break through the bone wall and enter the bone palace. However, the old tortoise was faster than it. Like a ray of purple divine light, the undead monarch stomped on the undead monarch. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the undead monarch directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. "Who the hell are you?" From the surging dust, intense soul fluctuations could be felt. One could feel the fear of the undead creature from these soul fluctuations. Swish! The undead monarch rushed out of the pit. Its left wing was already broken. Its sparkling and translucent bone body was also full of cracks as if it could collapse at any time. The undead monarch suffered a great impact. The soul fire in its skull was no longer as vigorous as before, and its soul fluctuations had weakened a lot. This was an enemy that was comparable to an invincible emperor from the depths of hell. The undead monarch was terrified. At this moment, it realized that the opponent could easily kill it. "I want to know about this world." The old tortoise did not want to talk nonsense. He felt that the hell realm was very complicated, so he urgently wanted to know about it. "I'll die if I tell you, I'll die if I don't. Why should I tell you?" The undead monarch's eye sockets emitted a hateful soul light as it gnashed its teeth and said, "Tell me and I can let you go." The undead monarch sneered. Although it was only a spiritual fluctuation, one could still feel its disdain. Obviously, it did not believe the old tortoise's words. "If you don't tell me, you won't even have a chance to live." A chilling killing intent emitted from the old tortoise's body, and the temperature of the entire void plummeted. This old tortoise. I didn't expect him to have such a fierce side. Gu Fei looked at this scene coldly from afar. The old tortoise's killing intent was vast and mighty, making him feel like he was standing in a cold wind. Although the killing intent was not directed at Gu Fei, it still made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. His mind was greatly suppressed. "I don't know what the world's origin is." The undead monarch said this. Of course, it was using spiritual fluctuations to transmit what it wanted to say. "Then what's the use of keeping you alive?" The old tortoise raised his right hand, and his entire palm became crystal clear, as if it had turned into a divine hand cast from purple gold godly iron. It emitted a majestic and dignified demonic power wave. "You can't kill me. I'm the subordinate of the Bone Emperor, the emperor of this region. If you kill me, the Bone Emperor will avenge me." The undead monarch transmitted a terrified spiritual fluctuation. Oh! The old tortoise was a little surprised. It turned out that there were even more powerful undead creatures in this region. That couldn't be better. What the undead monarch did not know, the Bone Emperor might know. The old tortoise no longer hesitated. He pressed his bright purple hand forward, and a terrifying power imprisoned heaven and earth. The area in front of the old tortoise's palm seemed to have turned into a purple world. In that purple world, a white skeleton was struggling and howling. However, everything was in vain. The next moment, pang! The undying king's skeletal body was shattered by the boundless demonic power. That divine skeleton was completely turned into bone powder, and a luminous moon-like soul fire rushed out. The old tortoise opened his big hand and directly caught the soul fire that was trying to escape. Then, a powerful spiritual force surged into his hand. The old tortoise was reading the undead monarch's memory. He was forcibly extracting the undead monarch's spiritual imprint. Countless scenes quickly flashed through the old tortoise's mind. From the moment the undead monarch's spiritual sense was born to its path of growth, everything, no matter how big or small, was unfolded in front of the old tortoise like a scroll. Who's the Bone Emperor? At this time, Gu Fei flew over from afar. He also sensed the spiritual fluctuation of the undead monarch. He knew that there was an even more powerful existence in this region. The undead monarch's strength was between the ninth heavenly layer of the imperial void realm and the demigod realm. It could be said that it was the most powerful undead creature within a radius of several hundred miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the undead monarch. Soon, the old tortoise completely read the undead monarch's memory and completely refined the soul fire. What surprised the old tortoise was that the Bone Emperor mentioned by the undead monarch was actually the incomparably powerful undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm and fought endlessly with the ferocious devil under the ruins. It was no wonder that the undead army rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm that day. Countless undead creatures were all the subordinates of the Bone Emperor. The old tortoise pondered for a moment and then said to Gu Fei, "Things seem to be a bit troublesome. The Bone Emperor's strength is definitely not inferior to mine." What? Gu Fei was very surprised. It should be known that the old tortoise was a demon immortal. The fact that the Bone Emperor possessed a powerful strength comparable to that of a demon immortal really surprised Gu Fei. The thousands of miles of land is the Bone Emperor's territory. There are actually two existences like the Bone Emperor. They also control thousands of miles of land and have countless subordinates. They are invincible emperors in the periphery of the Hell Realm. The old tortoise said. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was even more shocked. The experts in the periphery of the Hell Realm were already so powerful. Wouldn't there be even more terrifying and powerful existences in the depths of the Hell Realm? Can you find any information about the world's source in the undead monarch's memory? This was what Gu Fei was most concerned about. He was not willing to stay in this evil and terrifying hell for even a moment longer. However, the old tortoise would absolutely not go out without finding the world's source of the Hell Realm. Since the old tortoise was unwilling to go out, it was even more impossible for him to go out. No, it really doesn't know anything. These secrets are obviously not something that a small character like this can know. The old tortoise said. What should we do? Gu Fei frowned. Did he have to look for the Bone Emperor? An expert of that level was not to be trifled with. If the old tortoise was no match for him, his life would also be in danger. Let's act according to the circumstances, the old tortoise said indifferently. He was not in a hurry now, nor was he worried that the two bald donkeys would beat him to it. This was because he knew from the undead monarch's memory that the depths of the Hell Realm were full of danger. It was a place where experts were buried. For thousands of years, many invincible emperors had appeared in the periphery of this world. After they entered the depths of this world, they never came out again. In the depths of this world, living beings with flesh and blood once appeared. Those living beings were called the Sacred Clan by the experts of this world. This information was very important to the old tortoise and Gu Fei. They originally thought that the legendary hell was a world of death, but now they actually knew such information. The old tortoise very much wanted to learn more useful information from the undead monarch. However, although the undead monarch had long opened its spiritual wisdom and became the king of the undead monarchs within hundreds of miles, its knowledge was limited. It was only limited to what it could understand at its level. As for everything that happened in the depths of the continent, the undead monarch knew nothing at all except for its deep reverence. Just as the old tortoise and Gu Fei were discussing their next move, a long howl suddenly came from afar. It was not a spiritual fluctuation, but a real sound. A terrifying and evil aura came from afar, as if a peerless evil creature was born. Gusts of chilly wind and bloody mist were set off between heaven and earth. It was the other king who was shocked. The battle here had obviously alerted the other king of this region. Let's go! The old tortoise shouted. He did not want to be entangled with these evil creatures. He directly soared into the sky with Gu Fei and flew into the distance. In an instant, they disappeared in the dusky world. Roar! Endless demonic aura surged from afar. The Yin energy between heaven and earth was vast and mighty, and the bloody mist was rolling. The evil aura enveloped the world. In the vast and mighty space between heaven and earth, a terrifying figure was faintly discernible in the dark clouds and bloody mist. Two rays of dark green evil light shot out from the dark clouds and bloody mist and scanned in all directions. However, they found nothing in the end. This made the king extremely furious and roared again and again. Then, the dark clouds and bloody mist receded like a tide. The evil aura that filled the world that caused countless undead monarchs to tremble in fear also disappeared quickly. The disappearance of a monarch was an insignificant matter in the outer regions of hell. In order for an undead monarch to advance and grow, apart from cultivating, it was to kill other undead monarchs and devour their soul fire. There were also fights between undead monarchs. In the outer regions, new monarchs were born and old monarchs fell. Soon, the undead monarch's territory was annexed by another monarch. The territory of the undead monarch soon calmed down. Ordinary undead monarchs did not care who ruled them or who their monarch was. This was because they had no choice and could not get rid of the monarch's rule. Updates will be made in time. Chapter 479. Old Tortoise used the soul-searching technique to search the undead emperor's memory. From the undead emperor's memory, he learned a lot about the external regions of the Hell Dao. He and Gu Fei were now in a region ruled by the Bone Emperor, the undead emperor. The Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor was one of the three invincible emperors in the outer regions of the Hell Dao. The other two emperors who were neighbors to the Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor were powerful existences called the Emperor of the Netherworld, who lived in the west of the Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor's territory. The other was an invincible corpse emperor in the east of the Bone Emperor's territory. The Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor were the most powerful existences in the Hell Dao's peripheral regions. Each of the three emperors had a vast territory and represented three forces. The Bone Emperor's territory was almost entirely filled with undead creatures. The Bone Emperor was the supreme undead creature. In his territory, all undead creatures had to listen to his orders. He was a supreme existence. In the territories of the other two emperors, it was a different scene. Although there were undead creatures in their territories, there were very few of them. The forces in the external regions of this world were divided very carefully and clearly. The territory ruled by the Bone Emperor was a paradise for undead creatures. Few evil spirits and malicious spirits would appear in the Bone Emperor's territory. The territory of the Netherworld Emperor was the world of countless evil spirits and malicious spirits. This was because the Netherworld Emperor himself was a 10,000-year-old ghost. He was the emperor of countless evil spirits and malicious spirits. Just like Ghost Emperor Fengdu in the human world, he commanded countless powerful evil spirits and malicious spirits. The Corpse King's territory didn't have any undead creatures or evil spirits. It was filled with endless corpse chi and countless corpses. It was a world of corpses, zombies, and evil corpses. It could be said that the Corpse King's territory was the place where death chi gathered in the outside world. This evil land was the most suitable place to refine corpses. The external regions of the Hell Dao were not peaceful. Battles broke out between the three emperors from time to time. Each time, there were countless casualties, forming a tripartite situation. After Old Tortoise and Gu Fei understood the situation in the external regions of the Hell Dao, they became more cautious. They did not want to attract the attention of the three emperors. However, they possessed powerful vitality and were living beings with flesh and blood. Even if they didn't want to attract the attention of the three great forces, it was impossible. To the ferocious creatures that lived in the Naraka realm, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were still very different. Along the way, undead creatures attacked them from time to time. The blood essence of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise was definitely something that undead creatures yearned for. There was a legend in the outer regions of hell that said that the blood essence of the saints that emerged from the depths of this world could regenerate the flesh and blood of undead creatures and transform them to a perfect state. Of course, legends were still legends after all. For thousands of years, there hadn't been a single undead creature that had been reborn and transformed into a perfect state. As for the holy race that lived in the depths of this world, they had only appeared in legends. After a few days, Gu Fei and Old Turtle entered the central region of Bone Emperor's territory. At this time, an explosive news spread among the undead creatures. Some people saw creatures with flesh and blood appearing in the territory ruled by Bone Emperor. Some powerful undead creatures began to search for the two living beings with flesh and blood. Old Turtle and Gu Fei, who were still unaware of the situation, found their way to the doorstep of Bone Emperor's territory. It was a huge city in the mountains. Gu Fei and Old Turtle appeared and wandered around the vicinity. They were eyeing the Bone Emperor. The huge city in the middle of the mountains was the Bone Emperor's base camp. Other than the huge city in the middle of the mountains, there were also traces of buildings on the other mountain peaks. However, those buildings had collapsed for countless years. Many of them had turned into rubble and bricks. Some of them only had a few outlines left on the ground. The bricks and tiles had been weathered and turned into dust. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Turtle were hiding in the ruins of a mountain peak near the huge city, closely watching the movements of the huge city in front of them. Dark clouds fluttered in the dusky sky, and there was a weak light between the heaven and the earth. The pitch-black night hadn't arrived yet, but there were already undead creatures moving about in the pitch-black city in front of them. In the hell path, there was no sun or moon. Undead creatures could walk in the dark at will, but they were most active during the period when the sky and earth were pitch-black. Undead creatures seemed to be afraid of light. Of course, undead creatures that were powerful enough weren't afraid. Behind the broken walls of the ruins, Gu Fei stared at the huge city in front of him and suddenly said, "I say, Old Turtle, why does this huge city look a bit familiar?" "What?" Old Turtle was startled and his pupils couldn't help but contract. The huge city in front of them was pitch black like a peerless beast lurking between heaven and earth, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "You mean?" Old Turtle seemed to have realized something, and his expression became extremely solemn. "The dead city in the virtual sky world," Gu Fei said calmly. Although the huge city in front of them wasn't as big as the dead city in the virtual sky world and was much smaller, this huge city gave Gu Fei a familiar feeling. Old Turtle frowned after hearing Gu Fei's words. The dead city in the virtual sky world could be said to be a terrifying and ominous city. That day in the dead city, Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and the others could be said to have narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for the mysterious expert who controlled the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, even Old Turtle would have been trapped in the dead city and died. Gu Fei and Old Turtle looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Now that they recalled what they experienced in the dead city in the virtual sky world, both of them were still afraid. "What happened?" Old Turtle asked. The sudden appearance of a huge city in the mountains was completely incompatible with the surrounding terrain. It was as if the huge city was moved here by someone with great divine ability. The nearby mountains must have been a land of immortals in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be traces of buildings on every mountain peak. Perhaps it was because it was refined into a hell by the ancient Buddha that this area gradually became like this. A land of spiritual energy turned into a land of death. "It seems that if I don't attack from behind, I'm afraid I really can't deal with that Bone Emperor," Old Turtle murmured with a fierce and cunning look in his eyes. Seeing Old Turtle's appearance, Old Turtle trembled with fear and couldn't help but secretly pray for Bone Emperor. Bone Emperor was doomed to a tragedy. The huge city in front of them seemed to be strange, making both Old Turtle and Gu Fei feel uneasy. If it wasn't necessary, they absolutely wouldn't enter the huge city in front of them. The more Old Turtle looked at it, the more he felt that the huge city in front of them was very similar to the dead city in the virtual sky world, which made him very afraid. Just as Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were about to retreat, Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly widened so much that his eyeballs were about to pop out of his eye sockets. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Old Tortoise's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei was so frightened by Old Turtle's expression that he almost jumped up from the ground. He hurriedly followed Old Turtle's gaze, and the next moment, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was tongue-tied and shocked. It turned out that a white figure had appeared outside the gate of the huge city in front of them. Moreover, that person was bald. No wonder Old Turtle had such an expression. "Evil little bald donkey." After seeing that person, Old Turtle's widened eyes gradually turned red, and then they emitted raging flames of anger. Old Turtle was about to rush out of the ruins to settle scores with the little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha. But Gu Fei reacted quickly and quickly reached out to stop Old Turtle. "Don't be impulsive," Gu Fei shouted in a low voice. "Don't stop me, or we won't be brothers anymore." Old Turtle seemed to have been blinded by anger. The appearance of the little monk made him lose his sense of propriety. "Listen to me. If you want to take revenge on him, I definitely won't stop you, but now is not the time." Gu Fei didn't let go and said calmly to Old Turtle, "If I don't take revenge now, when will I? If I miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult to find this evil little bald donkey again." Old Turtle swung his hand and shook off Gu Fei. "Listen to me first. Let this little monk test the Bone Emperor first. If they fight, we'll be the fishermen. You know what I mean. Gu Fei quickly said. He knew that he couldn't stop Old Turtle, so he could only use words to dispel Old Turtle's impulse. Old Tortoise was startled after hearing this, and his anger dissipated quite a bit. He looked at Gu Fei and said, I didn't expect you to have such a sinister side to you. Very well, no matter who wins or loses, it's a good thing for us. It's best if both of them are badly injured, and then we can take action and finish them both at the same time. Old Turtle's words were full of anger and murderous intent. They couldn't wait to tear that evil little monk into pieces and imprison his soul so that he could suffer the pain of having his soul refined. He would rather die than live. At this time, the little monk had already stopped in front of the city gate. He wore a white monastic robe and held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. His face was indifferent and his entire body exuded a holy aura, giving him the charm of an immortal. The undead inside the city had already noticed the arrival of the little monk. The city tower was in a state of panic. The sudden arrival of a legendary character caused the undead guarding the city to turn pale with fright. Waves of violent soul fluctuations came from the city tower. The undead couldn't speak and could only communicate through soul fluctuations. Swoosh! A skeleton shrouded in black chi rushed down from the tower and landed in front of the little monk. Its pitch-black eyes shot out from its eye sockets and scanned the little monk. It seemed like it wanted to see into the depths of the little monk's heart. Who goes there? Within the skull of the skeleton shrouded in black energy, a pitch-black soul flame fiercely pulsated. Outside the infernal realm, rumors were spreading that a saint had appeared. Who would have thought that the legendary saint with perfect flesh and blood and soul would actually appear in front of him? Benefactor is too courteous. This monk wishes to pay a visit to the Bone Emperor of this place. Please pass on the message. The little monk was like an eminent monk. He raised one hand in front of him and chanted the name of Buddha. His face was peaceful and solemn as he spoke to the black skeleton. That guy really knows how to act. The old tortoise muttered to himself behind a broken wall in the ruins of the opposite mountain peak. The evil little monk had actually changed his appearance. His entire body emitted an otherworldly aura like that of an immortal. It was as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Yes, that little monk really knows how to act. Could this be the legendary, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? His realm is higher than yours, Gu Fei said with a sluggish expression. When this little monk attacked the old tortoise, he was ruthless and vicious as if he was the reincarnation of the god of death. But now, he was acting like an enlightened monk. He was even more monstrous than the old tortoise. Pay a visit to the Bone Emperor? The black skeleton didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My emperor is thinking of ways to capture a sacred race member. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Good. I'll pass the message to you. The black skeleton snickered in its heart. At this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the huge city. It was as if a dreadful prehistoric beast had suddenly awakened. A tragic aura surged out from the depths of the huge city like a stormy sea. This emperor is coming. A powerful soul force spread between heaven and earth. A huge figure rushed out from the huge city like a lightning bolt. A white skeleton that was blooming with divine light appeared in the sky above the city tower. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Its ferocious power was matchless. All the undead creatures inside and outside the huge city prostrated themselves on the ground. They were worshipping their supreme emperor. Under the pressure of the white skeleton, all the undead creatures were trembling with fear. They didn't dare to raise their heads. Even the black skeleton was no exception. The little monk's pink face immediately revealed a trace of astonishment. He raised his head and at the same time, a vast and auspicious power surged out from his body. Buddhist light seeped out from his body, making the little monk look as dignified and solemn as a deity or Buddha. Sacred race. When the Bone Emperor saw the little monk, the soul fire in his skull that was as bright as the sun immediately jumped a few times. Hey, you big guy. Do you know where the origin of this world is? The little monk directly asked the godlike Bone Emperor in the sky. On a distant mountain peak, the old tortoise and Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they heard the little monk's words. The little monk was too heaven-defying. He actually dared to speak like this in front of the undead emperor. Chapter 480. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were very surprised that the little monk who had walked out of the tomb of the Buddha had actually sought out the undying emperor, the Bone Emperor. Obviously, the little monk wouldn't have sought out the undying emperor for no reason. However, the old tortoise and Gu Fei couldn't figure out why the little monk had sought out the Bone Emperor. Could the little monk's objective be the same as that of Gu Fei and the old tortoise? "These bald donkeys definitely know more than we do," the old tortoise said. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei quickly understood why the old tortoise had said this. The current Buddhist sect was an orthodoxy that had been passed down from the ancient Buddha. There would definitely be records of the Hell Tao in the Buddhist sect's ancient books. The mysterious old monk at the peak of the Black Mountains seemed to have a mission to protect the Hell Tao. The little monk was really audacious. He had actually addressed the Bone Emperor as "Big Fella." Although the Bone Emperor's bone body was much taller than the other undying creatures, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. The soul flame in the Bone Emperor's jade-like skull throbbed violently, but it didn't emit any soul fluctuations. The Bone Emperor was able to control his own soul fluctuations. Without batting an eyelid, the Bone Emperor said, "You are a guest from afar. Please come in and discuss in detail. This isn't a good place to talk." The Bone Emperor didn't make a move right away. He seemed to want to lure the little monk into the city. It had been countless years since a member of the sacred tribe with flesh, bones, and soul had appeared in this world. Now that he had encountered one, the Bone Emperor naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to be reborn. Of course, the Bone Emperor didn't know that the little monk wasn't the legendary life form that lived in the depths of the divine realm. He also didn't know that the little monk actually came from the outside world. That little monk really seemed like an innocent youth. He actually followed the Bone Thearcha's lead and walked into the huge city. Swish! 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 After the little monk entered the huge city, 3 figures rushed out from the city gate tower and landed below the city gate, sealing off the little monk's path of retreat. From the looks of it, the Bone Emperor was determined to obtain the little monk. The silhouettes that rushed out from the tower were 3 undead creatures. The skulls of the 3 skeletons all emitted bright soul flames. Those soul flames were like blazing divine flames, incomparably blazing. "Hee hee. That little monk is in trouble," Old Tortoise said with a chuckle, taking pleasure in the little monk's misfortune. It seemed to be his greatest pleasure to see the little monk suffer. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei hid on the mountain peak in front of the giant city and witnessed everything that happened. "That little monk is very shrewd. If he could even plot against you, how could he so easily follow the Bone Emperor into the city?" Gu Fei said thoughtfully. When Old Tortoise heard this, he also felt that something was amiss. Who was that little monk? Even I, Old Tortoise, suffered a great loss in his hands. How could he enter the city so carelessly and defenselessly? This didn't seem to make sense. Even I can see that the huge city in front of us is incomparably dangerous, so there's no reason that the little monk can't see it. Could it be that the little monk is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Old Tortoise murmured. The 3 undead creatures outside the city gate were all stronger than the undead king that Old Tortoise killed. Moreover, the 3 undead creature skeletons were very different from ordinary undead creature skeletons. One of the skeletons emitted 5 colors. Every bone seemed to be condensed from 5-colored divine crystals, sparkling, translucent, and colorful. Even the resplendent soul flames in the skulls were like 5-colored divine flames that pulsated. As for the other 2 undead creatures, one of them was yellow in color, and there were streaks of yellow light curling around it, as if there were streaks of lightning curling around it, giving off a powerful and overbearing feeling. The other undead creature was purple in color, and its entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly iron. The vast and mighty soul fluctuations it emitted weren't any weaker than the other 2 undead creatures. The 3 undead creatures gathered with the pitch-black undead creature that was originally standing outside the city gate and walked into the city together. These 4 undead creatures were very extraordinary, and they had extraordinary skeletons. It could be seen that the skeletons of these 4 undead creatures were very powerful. Among all the undead creatures that Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had seen so far, they were the most powerful ones apart from the undead emperor, the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor definitely didn't have good intentions in luring the little monk into the huge city. However, the little monk was definitely not an ordinary person. He was even more ruthless, wild, and cunning than Old Tortoise. As expected. Very soon, a strange sound came from the huge pitch-black city in front of them. Rays of golden Buddhist light broke through the layers of gloomy clouds and ghostly mist and shot out from the huge city. So soon? Gu Fei asked in surprise. He didn't know if the little monk or the Bone Emperor had made the first move. However, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were sure that the little monk and the Bone Emperor had clashed. Even though they were on a mountain peak several kilometers away, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could still sense the Buddhist power and soul fluctuations coming from the huge city. Hee, they're fighting. Great, that's great. It's best if both sides suffer. Old Tortoise said excitedly. With his current cultivation, there weren't many people that could make him apprehensive. The little monk and the Bone Emperor were two of them. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were prepared to be the fishermen. Roar! Terrifying soul fluctuations spread out from the city and the entire huge city seemed to shake. Thousands of undead creatures were roaring. All the undead creatures inside and outside the city rushed towards a certain location in the huge city. Immediately after, a resplendent Buddhist light rushed out from the city. The auspicious Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The golden Buddhist light was like a golden tsunami that swept out in all directions, illuminating the entire dusky world. Amidst the endless Buddhist light, there seemed to be heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses emerging, and Sanskrit sounds lingering. The pure and holy aura dispersed the evil aura that shrouded the heaven and earth. Following closely behind the Buddhist light was a resplendent soul fire that was as bright as the sun. The terrifying soul power formed layers of destructive light that enveloped the Buddhist light. Bam! Right at this moment, there was a huge tremor in the void. The mass of Buddhist light suddenly exploded and turned into 18 balls of dazzling brilliance that blazed like golden suns, falling down to the bottom of the giant city. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a ruthless fellow! He actually used the Buddhist demon-slaying divine ability, Great Sun Divine Thunder. Great Sun Divine Thunder? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but ponder. He seemed to have never heard of or seen such a demon-slaying divine art in the ancient books. Could it be a lost Buddhist art? Rumble. The 18 balls of blazing golden light emitted a terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power. Countless swastikas appeared on the 18 balls of Buddhist light. The terrifying power shook the entire world. It was as if 18 golden suns were falling down. Does he want to destroy this huge city? Old Tortoise was shocked. The Great Sun Divine Thunder was a forbidden cultivation technique of the Buddhist sect. It possessed great power and wouldn't be used unless it was a critical moment. Destroy the city? Gu Fei was shocked. This little monk was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His goal was to destroy the Bone Emperor's nest. This was too crazy. Roar! The Bone Emperor roared, and the spirit fire in his skull soared into the sky. Terrifying spirit power surged towards the 18 Buddhist lights. However, at this moment, a purple gold alms bowl appeared silently above the Bone Emperor and smashed towards his head. There was no sound or any energy fluctuation. The purple gold alms bowl was completely silent and smashed into the Bone Emperor's skull without anyone noticing. Bam! The Bone Emperor, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. His spirit fire shook violently and was almost smashed out of his skull. Old Tortoise, learn a little. Your ability to smash a turtle shell is far inferior to other people's ability to smash alms bowls. Gu Fei shot a glance at Old Tortoise beside him. I'll learn from anyone but that fellow. Old Tortoise said agitatedly. He was already extremely displeased that he had been defeated by the little monk time and time again. However, it had to be said that the little monk's method of smashing the alms bowl was superb. The alms bowl came and went without a trace, making it impossible to guard against it. If one wasn't careful, one would fall into his trap and end up with an egg on one's forehead. However, the Bone Emperor's skull didn't have any flesh or blood. Even if he was smashed by the alms bowl, there wouldn't be an egg. At most, his skull would be split open and a hole would appear. Although the Bone Emperor had been sent flying by the little monk's alms bowl, his skull wasn't damaged at all. There wasn't even a trace of a collision. The Bone Emperor's skeleton was extremely powerful. Its hardness probably surpassed that of an ordinary divine bone. It was difficult to damage and was comparable to a precious treasure. Even the little monk's purple gold alms bowl couldn't damage it. However, it was still very sturdy. When the Bone Emperor was smashed by the little monk's purple gold alms bowl, the frightening soul attack that he had unleashed was instantly dispelled. The divine soul flames that filled the sky dissipated completely. 18 balls of terrifying Buddhist radiance that resembled golden suns descended from the sky. They were unstoppable. Although there were powerful undead creatures in the city that tried to stop the great sun divine thunder, the undead creatures that made a move were either shattered or sent flying. Instead of being smashed by the 18 balls of great sun divine thunder that contained boundless Buddhist power, the undead creatures that made a move were sent flying. Unless another Emperor-level expert like the Bone Emperor made a move, no one would be able to do anything. Boom! 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 18 balls of extremely powerful Buddhist light formed the divine thunder of the sun and finally smashed into the huge city. The originally peaceful Buddhist power became extremely violent at this moment. It was as though the sun had fallen from the sky. After the terrifying Buddhist radiance exploded, it swept out in all directions. Countless buildings below were destroyed by the Buddhist radiance and dust flew high into the sky. Rumble! The entire huge city shook violently as though there was a terrifying earthquake. The houses and pavilions collapsed one after another. The 18 balls of great sun divine thunder were 18 terrifying destructive powers. Countless undead creatures were turned into ashes by the Buddhist radiance. Even the tall city walls had terrifying cracks on them as though they could collapse at any time. The powerful airwaves that swept out toppled houses one after another as dust enveloped the entire huge city. Old Turtle and Gu Fei were stunned when they saw this soul-stirring scene from the mountain peak. It was hard to imagine that the peaceful Buddhist radiance could actually transform into the terrifying light of death. 18 huge pits appeared in the city. Countless houses collapsed and countless undead creatures fled in all directions. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Roar! When the Bone Emperor saw this scene, he went crazy. His base was almost destroyed. This caused him to go crazy with anger. He let out a long roar towards the sky. The spirit fire in his skull suddenly erupted, causing the entire sky and earth to be filled with resplendent light. He rushed towards the figure shrouded in the Buddhist radiance in the sky with lightning speed. The soul fire that rushed out from his skull was about to burn the 9 heavens. Boom! Endless soul force condensed into a huge hand that directly shattered the void. It blasted towards the little monk with a destructive power that could obliterate everything. Swish! The little monk directly opened his inner world. A resplendent golden Buddhist land immediately appeared in the void. It emitted endless Buddhist radiance and shrouded the Bone Emperor who was rushing over. Rumble! The huge hand that was condensed from soul force was like an ancient sacred mountain. It moved in the void and everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and the heaven and earth shook. The huge hand directly blasted into the little monk's inner world. The Bone Emperor also followed the huge hand and rushed into the little monk's inner world. After the little monk received the Bone Emperor into his inner world, he immediately disappeared in the void. No one knew where he went. He had also entered his inner world. Swish! 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 4 figures rushed out from the city below. At this moment, an old monk that looked like a mummy suddenly appeared in the sky above the 4 undead creatures. He opened his huge hand and pressed it down. A golden Buddhist radiance descended from the old monk's hand. Bang! The 4 undead creatures were directly knocked down from the sky by the old monk. Among them, the undead creature with black bones and the undead creature with yellow bones shattered in the void as they fell from the sky. Only 2 dazzling soul fires managed to escape. That old bald donkey. When the old turtle saw the old monk, his anger flared up again. The old monk was the almighty Buddhist who had caused him to suffer a loss on the Black Mountain. The old turtle wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head at the old turtle, indicating that he shouldn't act blindly without thinking. The old turtle thought about it, but in the end, he didn't rush out to settle the score with the old monk. He and Gu Fei remained hidden on a distant mountain peak, closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. No one had expected that the little monk had actually joined forces with the mysterious old monk. The little monk possessed a forbidden divine ability like the great sun divine thunder. With the old monk supporting him from the dark, it was no wonder that he dared to enter the Bone Emperor's lair alone. The old monk's methods were also incomparably violent. He used the Vajra demon subduing power to send the 4 undead creatures flying. He even directly shattered the bones of 2 of the undead creatures. Only the 5-colored skeleton and the purple-gold skeleton didn't shatter. They crashed into the city like meteorites, causing the earth to shake. Following that, the old monk didn't attack the 5-colored skeleton and the purple-gold skeleton. Instead, He directly rushed down to the huge city below and entered it. At this time, after the baptism of the great sun Divine Thunder, the entire huge city was almost half destroyed. After the old monk rushed into the city, he seemed to be searching for something. Finally, he directly broke through the ground at the center of the huge city and went underground. Very soon, the entire huge city began to shake again, and the shaking became more and more intense. The ground cracked, and then a tri-colored divine light shot out from the cracks. Following that, the old monk rushed out of the ground with an ancient lamp in his hand. It was an ancient bronze lamp that was only a foot tall. What was shocking was that it was still burning. On the wick of the lamp, a tri-colored divine flame the size of a soybean danced continuously. The tri-colored divine flame emitted 3 colors: purple, white, and gold. The lamp wasn't bright, but the purple, white, and gold lights illuminated the entire world, dispelling the endless demonic aura. This part of the world was bathed in the light of the divine lamp. When the old turtle saw the ancient lamp in the old monk's hand, his eyes immediately lit up. He excitedly said, "That is, I didn't expect this thing to be suppressed under the ancient city." "What is that?" Gu Fei asked. He could already see that the ancient lamp in the old monk's hand was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to purify all demonic aura. The undead creatures that were bathed in the tri-colored divine light all rolled on the ground with their hands around their heads. The soul flames in their skulls were violently pulsing, emitting frightening spiritual waves. The soul flames were actually showing signs of dimming. The weak undead creatures outside the city did not have powerful strength. The soul flames in their skulls were rapidly weakening. In the end, they were completely extinguished, leaving only their bones rolling on the ground. "That's the item of the Buddhist Lord. It's the tri-colored 3 realms Buddhist lamp that is said to be able to illuminate the 3 realms," the old turtle murmured. 3 realms lamp," Gu Fei exclaimed. It was actually a Buddhist artifact left behind by the Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei could not help but feel inexplicably shocked. It should be known that in the Tanglong continent, there had never been a Buddhist artifact used by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A Buddhist artifact used by the ancient Buddhist Lord was definitely extraordinary. "This thing can't fall into the hands of the little monk and the old monk," the old turtle said with incomparable seriousness. The 3 realms lamp could illuminate the endless hell and was the nemesis of all evil creatures in hell. With the 3 realms lamp, it was equivalent to having a protective shield in the legendary hell. Just as the old tortoise was about to rush out and snatch the lamp of the 3 realms, the void above the giant city suddenly shook violently. Then, a part of the void suddenly shattered and a figure rushed out from the shattered void. The person who rushed out from the shattered void was none other than the invincible emperor among the undead creatures, the Bone Emperor. Chapter 481. The Bone Emperor was indeed worthy of being an invincible emperor within a radius of thousands of miles. He was actually able to rush out of the little monk's inner world. Although he was in a sorry state, it was still something to be proud of. The inner world was created by an almighty who had great magical powers. It was created by splitting open the void. All the laws within the inner world were established by the will of the almighty. Being trapped in the inner world was equivalent to entering a world controlled by an almighty. In this world, the almighty who created the inner world was a supreme god. However, even though the little monk controlled a Buddhist kingdom, it was still difficult for him to trap the Bone Emperor. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the Bone Emperor was. Wah! The Bone Emperor howled at the sky, and the soul fire in his skull emitted an unprecedentedly powerful soul energy. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions with the Bone Emperor at the center. The soul energy had already reached a level that was visible to the naked eye. The Bone Emperor was enraged. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in the little monk's inner world. Countless cracks had appeared on his terrifying bone body, which surpassed that of a divine bone. The soul power surged on his bone body and emitted a resplendent brilliance. The cracks on his bone body gradually healed and disappeared as powerful soul power nourished his bone body. The Bone Emperor broke through the void and rushed out of the little monk's inner world, which surprised everyone. The mysterious old monk who was holding the tri-colored 3 realms Buddhist lamp hurriedly channeled Buddhist power into the ancient lamp in his hand. The soybean-sized flower on the ancient lamp immediately lit up, and the tri-colored divine radiance circulated. An auspicious aura surged out of the ancient lamp and surged between heaven and earth. Although the tri-colored divine radiance on the ancient lamp wasn't dazzling, it was like a bright lamp. Its gentle radiance illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and an unfathomable power purified all demonic aura. A large number of weak undead creatures outside the city silently collapsed. The soul fire in their skulls was extinguished under the illumination of the tricolored divine lamp. Even the powerful undead creatures in the city retreated into the shadows, not daring to be exposed to the tricolored Buddhist radiance. Although the light emitted by the Three Realms lamp was gentle, it possessed an unfathomable power. It was the nemesis of undead creatures and could purify their soul fire. Damn it! The Bone the Arch bellowed angrily as boundless spiritual divine light erupted from his body. It was as though a resplendent sun had suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world. Terrifying soul power erupted like a volcano, shaking the heavens and earth. The void where the Bone the Arch was couldn't withstand this power and instantly collapsed, leaving him in chaos. The Bone Emperor's ferocious might was unparalleled. He had actually used his soul god light to contend against the tricolored Buddha light emitted by the ancient lamp. The two forces collided, and the Bone Emperor's soul god light actually managed to resist the tricolored Buddha light that seemed to be able to purify all demonic chi. Just as the Bone Emperor and the old monk were facing off, a purple gold alms bowl suddenly shattered the void and appeared above the Bone Emperor's head. Bang! The Bone Emperor was once again ruthlessly smashed. Roar! Little fellow, I'm going to tear you apart. The Bone Emperor's skull emitted a furious mental wave as he was sent flying once again. The old monk took the opportunity to activate the three-realm lamp and sprinkle down a gentle Buddhist light. More than half of the Bone Thearcha's soul divine fire instantly dissipated. Swish! The void shattered, and the white figure walked out of it. She reached out with a tender little hand and caught the purple gold alms bowl that had been sent flying back. It had to be said that the little monk's methods were truly vicious and vicious. He didn't seem like a Buddhist almighty at all. He was more like a hooligan. The monk had clearly fought with the Bone Emperor in his own inner world. His monk robes were torn in several places, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like even though the little monk controlled an inner world, he didn't seem to have the upper hand in his battle with the Bone Emperor. It seemed like both sides had suffered heavy losses. The little monk and the mummified old monk were about to chase after the Bone Emperor, but at this moment, a loud bang resounded. A muffled sound rang out. Just as the little monk was wondering why this sound sounded so familiar, he saw the old monk fall from the sky. Behind the old monk, a majestic-looking middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared. The middle-aged man was holding the three-realm lamp in one hand and the stone turtle shell in the other. He looked at the little monk with a faint smile. "It's you, old demon?" The little monk's heart skipped a beat when he saw the purple-robed middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. A Buddhist chant was heard, and the old monk, who had been smashed down by the old turtle's turtle shell, soared into the sky. His entire body emitted a resplendent Buddhist glow as he closed in on Gu Fei. There was a huge bump on the back of the old monk's head. It was obvious that it was the old turtle's doing. The old monk's body was rather sturdy. After being smashed by the turtle shell, his head didn't explode and he only swelled up like an egg. This indeed surprised the old turtle. "Hand over the three-realm lamp, and we can let you live." The little monk held the purple gold alms bowl and closed in on the old turtle at the same time. How could two Buddhist almighty not deal with an old demon? "TSK. You should deal with that fellow first." The old turtle had a look of disdain as he pointed at the Bone Emperor, who had been sent flying thousands of feet away by the little monk's purple gold alms bowl. The Bone Emperor was truly enraged. He was extremely enraged. That little fellow was simply too hateful. He actually wanted to use underhanded means against him. As an invincible ruler of a region, the Bone Emperor had lost all face today. He had been smashed in the skull twice in a single day. It was a great humiliation. "All of you go to hell!" The Bone Emperor roared crazily. The soul fire in his bones burned fiercely, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave that shook the entire world. Even the huge city below was affected. When the undead creatures within a radius of several hundred miles sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the Bone Emperor, they all trembled with fear. The weaker undead creatures even knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the huge city. The Bone Emperor seemed to be burning his soul. Boundless soul power transformed into destructive flames that covered the sky and enveloped the entire sky. It emitted a boundless aura of destruction. It was as if a world was pressing down on everyone from the sky. Rumble! The terrifying power shattered the void and shattered the earth. The sound of buildings collapsing could be heard from the huge city below, and dust flew high into the sky from time to time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The power of destruction filled the world, emitting a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. The old turtle and the two baldies couldn't help but be moved. The Bone Emperor was going all out. When an invincible ruler went all out, it was an extremely terrifying thing. Swish! The old turtle didn't even think as he turned into a beam of purple light and rushed into the distant sky like a bolt of lightning. With the three-realm lamp in hand, he immediately fled. Roar! The little monk roared angrily. He wanted to chase after the Bone Emperor and take back the three-realm lamp, but the Bone Emperor's terrifying divine sense had already locked him and the old monk. The void around the two of them seemed to have solidified as it was sealed by the Bone Emperor's powerful divine sense. It was as if they were trapped in a swamp, and their movements were greatly affected. The Bone Emperor's target of attack wasn't the old turtle, but the little monk and the mysterious old monk who had joined forces with the little monk. Perhaps because the old monk was also a baldy, the Bone Emperor had also included the old monk in his list of targets. During this moment of hesitation, the old turtle had already rushed over 5 kilometers away. Seeing that he was about to disappear into the dusky world, the little monk and the old monk were burning with anxiety. They immediately used their power to shatter the void and rushed out of the void that was sealed by the Bone Emperor's destructive flames. They chased after the old turtle. Where do you think you're going? The Bone Emperor controlled the destructive flames formed by the boundless soul power and chased after the little monk and the old monk. Not only did the flames illuminate the world, but they also burned the void. Everywhere it passed, the world turned into chaos. The Bone Emperor was too powerful and terrifying. Almost no one could suppress him. Soon, the 4 supreme experts disappeared from the dusky world of the Hell Path. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the mountains also disappeared, and countless undead creatures finally dared to come out of the darkness. At this time, a figure stood up on the mountain peak in front of the huge city. The powerful undead creatures were either killed or maimed by the little monk and the old monk. I got off easy. Gu Fei was very happy. He walked out of the ruins on the mountain with a smile on his face. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by the undead creatures, so he walked down the mountain and headed straight for the huge city. The majestic ancient castle in front of him was completely made of dark brown boulders. It looked as if it had been stained with blood, and the bloodstains had already dried and turned black. The huge city occupied a very large area and was surrounded by black fog. From a distance, it looked gloomy and terrifying. However, the huge city was already half destroyed. The pitch-black walls were covered with cracks. The little monk's great son Divine Thunder was powerful enough to destroy the world. It was already a miracle that the city hadn't been completely destroyed. Gu Fei and the old tortoise worried too much. Although the appearance of this huge city was somewhat similar to the ancient ominous city in the virtual sky world, the two obviously couldn't be compared to each other. However, no one expected a Buddhist tool to be suppressed under the huge city. They didn't know how the little monk and the old monk knew there was a Buddhist tool under the huge city. However, Gu Fei didn't care about this. His goal was to harvest the soul fires of the undead creatures. That was a good thing. The endless soul power could not only temper the body, but also the soul. Gu Fei was extremely excited at the thought of the countless soul fires of the undead creatures in the huge city waiting for him to harvest. So many soul fires were enough for his cultivation level to rise to the next level. Gu Fei took one step and soon arrived at the gate of the huge city. When he got closer, he felt that this huge city was really very majestic. Obviously, this huge city had existed for countless years. Gu Fei could feel an ancient and vicissitudes of life. The undead creatures in the city also noticed Gu Fei, and the city was suddenly in chaos. All the undead creatures were frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring and panicked. The legendary Holy Clan was extremely powerful and comparable to their emperors. Many undead creatures chose to retreat immediately. Many of them even rushed out of the huge city and disappeared into the darkness. Stop! At this time, more than a dozen powerful undead creatures rushed out of the city gate, and a powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out. Humph! Gu Fei snickered and continued to stride forward. Kill! Without any superfluous words, seeing that Gu Fei was still pressing forward, the more than a dozen undead creatures didn't hesitate and rushed at Gu Fei together. Gu Fei directly punched. Bam! With a bang, the skeleton of one of the undead creatures at the front exploded, leaving only a bone that fell from the sky. Gu Fei stretched out his 5 fingers and directly grabbed the skull in his hand. Then, his 5 fingers directly penetrated the skull and lifted the skull's crown. Then, a black hole appeared in the palm of Gu Fei's left hand, and the resplendent soul fire in the skull was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. From shattering the skeleton of the undead creature with a single punch, to penetrating its skull, opening its skull, and collecting its soul flame, this series of actions was completed in just a short moment, and it was done in one go. The undead creatures were shocked and retreated one after another. They scattered and surrounded Gu Fei. However, none of them dared to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei's thunderous methods deterred this group of undead creatures. Who dares to behave atrociously in my main imperial city? A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the city, and a colorful figure appeared at the city gate and walked out step by step. Gu Fei felt a strong pressure. The powerful guy that walked out of the city was the undead creature with the colorful bone body. Gu Fei saw with his own eyes that the undead creature with the colorful bone body was blasted down from the sky by the old monk, and he knew that it had been seriously injured. Why do you care who I am? I want your soul fire. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He took a big step forward and directly attacked the colorful bone body that walked out of the city. He straightened his palm like a saber and directly chopped forward. A bright chi shot out from the edge of his palm and turned into a bright saber chi. It cut through the void like a heavenly saber and chopped down on the head of the 5-colored skeleton. Gu Fei's attack was simple and direct. However, this martial skill, which had been simplified, displayed a great power. Terrifying blade chi swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding undead creatures to be sent flying. The multicolored skeleton also gave off an indomitable aura. It walked out from the shadows of the city gate and punched at the saber light that was slashing down. Clang! The colorful fist collided with the blade chi, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was heard. The place where the fist and the blade chi collided was filled with sparks. Bang! 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 Chapter 482. The multicolored skeleton was incomparably powerful. Its bone body emitted a multicolored glow, but it didn't have the slightest bit of demonic aura. The multicolored soul light in its skull pulsated like a multicolored divine flame. 2 beams of divine light shot out from its eye sockets. They were several feet long and looked like multicolored divine swords. They pierced through the void and swept towards Gu Fei. Sacred race. The multicolored skeleton was very surprised. Tonight was really too crazy. There were actually 4 living beings with flesh and blood. It seemed that the legendary sacred race really existed. The multicolored skeleton seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei and didn't attack. It was said that the sacred race that lived in the depths of this world was an existence comparable to an invincible emperor. Just now, the 3 sacred race beings with flesh and blood displayed their terrifying battle strength. Even the bone emperor of the undead creatures was at a disadvantage. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he approached the multicolored skeleton and pointed his finger. Chi! The multicolored finger light pierced through the void and pierced towards the skull of the multicolored skeleton like a divine sword. The 8 desolate steps were extremely fast. Within the same realm, no one could compare to Gu Fei in terms of speed. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. However, the multicolored skeleton was an undead creature. It didn't have eyes and could only use its soul power to sense everything around it. It directly transmitted the surrounding information to its skull, which was much faster than using its eyes to see. Swish! The multicolored skeleton left an afterimage in its original position and retreated like a multicolored lightning. The extremely sharp finger light brushed past its forehead and a scratch appeared on its incomparably hard skull. Bam! Gu Fei followed like a shadow and pressed his palm on the chest of the multicolored skeleton. Gotcha! The 5-colored skeleton's sternum immediately cracked, and it flew into the city gate. Gu Fei was a martial artist at the 5th heaven of the void controlling realm. Every move he made contained an incomparably powerful divine power. The palm strike he made with all his strength combined the power of his physical body and the power of the martial artist's genuine chi. Even if it was a mountain, it would explode after receiving this palm strike. However, the 5-colored skeleton only had its sternum shattered. One could imagine just how tough its 5-colored skeleton was. It was practically comparable to godly metal. Roar! Go to hell! The multicolored skeleton was furious. A brilliant multicolored divine light burst out from the city gate. It was the phenomenon of a powerful soul power suddenly erupting. Terrifying soul fluctuations surged out from the city gate. Endless soul lights formed thousands of swords that covered the sky and shot towards Gu Fei outside the city gate. The nearby undead creatures were all frightened and fled. The entire city gate shook. Although the multicolored skeleton was seriously injured, it still had terrifying combat power. If the multicolored skeleton was not injured by the old monk and was not illuminated by the three realms' lamp's tricolored divine light, which greatly weakened its soul power, Gu Fei would never dare to come and harvest the soul fire. The multicolored skeleton was undoubtedly powerful. When it was at its peak, it was comparable to a demigod. But now, it was seriously injured. The multicolored skeleton was full of cracks and its strength had fallen to the Imperial Void Realm. Gu Fei thought that with his current cultivation and strength, he should be able to fight with this multicolored skeleton. Fist of Fire. Gu Fei shouted and directly punched forward. A dazzling fiery red aura immediately surged from his fist and surged forward. Under this punch, it seemed to have attracted the heavenly fire. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply. The fire true chi turned into a monstrous flame divine light and collided with the overwhelming multicolored swords. Rumble. The collision of the two forces shook the void and shook the heaven and earth. Countless multicolored swords were crushed by the fiery fist force. At the same time, Gu Fei's fist force was also offset by the powerful soul power. In the end, the two forces collided and wore each other out. The fiery fist force and the multicolored swords dissipated in the void almost at the same time. The two great experts seemed to be equally matched, and no one could gain any advantage. Gu Fei and the multicolored skeleton both had the strength of the Imperial Void Realm, but Gu Fei was a martial artist with unparalleled combat power. His body was comparable to divine iron, and he could challenge opponents who were a level higher than him. Although he only had the cultivation of the fifth heaven of the Imperial Void Realm, it was enough to rival the multicolored skeleton. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and instantly rushed to the front of an undead creature. He broke its skull and collected the soul fire into the mountain and river cauldron in his right hand. You! The multicolored skeleton was furious. It didn't expect Gu Fei to kill other undead creatures when he was fighting against it. This person from the sacred clan didn't take it seriously at all. The multicolored skeleton had a feeling of being looked down upon, and this feeling made it angry. The multicolored skeleton rushed forward and released a multicolored light that enveloped Gu Fei. Within the multicolored light, there were faint multicolored stars that flickered. Gu Fei didn't fight with it head-on. He avoided the multicolored skeleton's attack with the 8 extreme steps and continued to attack the surrounding undead creatures. His purpose of coming here wasn't to fight with the undead creatures, but to harvest the soul fire. Gu Fei wasn't willing to waste time on entangling with the multicolored skeleton. Although the Bone Emperor had left, who knew when he would return? An undead creature as powerful as the Bone Emperor could probably kill him with one finger. In just a short while, Gu Fei killed 5 or 6 undead creatures and collected their soul fire. Roar! The multicolored skeleton was furious and chased after Gu Fei. It couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. The 8 extreme steps was too fast. The multicolored skeleton couldn't stop Gu Fei at all. At this moment, a few powerful soul waves came from the city. Gu Fei knew that other powerful undead creatures were heading towards the city gate. He killed 2 undead creatures with lightning speed and collected their soul fire before retreating decisively. Although he wanted to retreat, the undead creatures wanted to keep him here. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the encirclement, a purple figure rushed out of the city. The purple gold skeleton, whose strength wasn't inferior to the multicolored skeleton, had arrived. The 2 undead creatures, whose strength was comparable to the 8th or 9th heavens of the void controlling realm, attacked together. Gu Fei had no chance of winning at all. A wise man knows when to retreat. He soared into the sky and retreated. Want to leave? Not so easy. The multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton soared into the sky and charged at Gu Fei with a murderous aura. Gu Fei strode in the void. Each step he took was a few hundred meters. With the 8 extreme step speed, he left as though he was taking a stroll in the park. However, he seemed to be deliberately luring the multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton away from the ancient city. He didn't leave them behind completely. Gu Fei seemed to be deliberately luring the multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton to the desolate land. He chose to fly towards the depths of the mountains, keeping a distance from the two undead creatures behind him. Soon, Gu Fei and the two undead creatures that chased after him were far away from the ancient city and came to the depths of the mountains. This place was covered with dense fog and desolation. There wasn't any vegetation. Between the mountains, dried-up lakes and rivers could be seen from time to time. Obviously, this area wasn't as lifeless as it was now. Gu Fei stopped at the foot of a mountain peak. "Why aren't you running away?" Immediately, a strong spiritual fluctuation came from behind Gu Fei. After that, two rainbow lights descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The multicolored skeleton and the purple-gold skeleton formed an encirclement and pressed towards Gu Fei. Their powerful spiritual fluctuations were vast and mighty at the foot of the mountain. They didn't dare to be careless. In the depths of the deathly silent mountains, not even a blade of grass grew. It was incomparably desolate. "You dare to kill my undead clan in my main imperial city. Do you still think you can leave here alive?" The purple-gold skeleton took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. It pressed towards Gu Fei. The purple-gold skeleton seemed to be more powerful than the multicolored skeleton. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered and didn't reply. However, he didn't show any weakness either. He responded with a palm blade. The resplendent blade light illuminated the dusky world. The two great experts collided with each other in an instant. There was a huge collision. The powerful energy fluctuations that exploded caused dust and sand to soar into the sky. The purple-gold skeleton's strength was incomparably powerful. It seemed to be even more powerful than the multicolored skeleton. Gu Fei was unexpectedly forced to retreat continuously. Although the purple-gold skeleton had also suffered from the old monk's attack, cracks had appeared on its body and the soul fire in its skull had dimmed a lot. Its vitality had been injured, but it still possessed terrifying combat strength. "Don't kill him. Capture him and bring him back." The multicolored skeleton had a domineering aura. Within the multicolored skull, the exuberant soul fire was as bright as the bright moon. Although it was also advancing towards Gu Fei, it didn't make a move immediately. The sacred clan that lived in the central region of this world had blood essence that could allow the undead clan to regenerate their flesh and blood, transforming them to a perfect state. This legend had been passed down for countless years. Obviously, the multicolored skeleton didn't want to miss this opportunity to gain merit. If it could capture this sacred clan member alive, the Bone the Arch would definitely reward it handsomely. The purple-gold skeleton nodded. It seemed to be very conceited. It drew a slender bone sword from its spine and continuously slashed at Gu Fei. Its powerful soul power condensed into a resplendent sword aura. Every slash seemed to split the void in an instant. Gu Fei really didn't seem to be a match for the purple-gold skeleton. He retreated again and again as if he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Under the purple-gold skeleton's attacks, he was in a perilous situation. Although the purple-gold skeleton was just a skeleton, its strength was extremely terrifying. Its divine bones, which were flowing with divine light, emitted a formidable pressure. It had the demeanor of a peerless expert. Swish! The purple sword light was like a heavenly sword. It emitted an incomparably cold sword aura as it slashed towards Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei narrowly avoided this sword. However, even though he had avoided the sword, he couldn't avoid a fist that was surrounded by purple light. It was a fist made of purple bones that didn't have any flesh or blood. Although this fist was made of bones, it contained an incomparably powerful force. Bam! Gu Fei was sent flying by the purple-gold skeleton's fist. His body heavily slammed into the mountain wall behind him before bouncing back and smashing into the ground. Some crushed rocks rolled down from the mountain wall. A fist mark appeared on his chest. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The purple-gold skeleton's fist was incomparably powerful. The fist mark had sunk deep into his body. Gu Fei was very surprised. His corporeal body was already comparable to divine metal. Even if a martial cultivator's spirit treasure struck his body, it wouldn't be able to injure him in the slightest. However, the purple-gold skeleton's fist had actually injured his corporeal body. How can a sacred clan member be so weak? The purple-gold skeleton said disdainfully as it strode forward. After that, it extended its hand to grab Gu Fei, who was on the ground. Its godly bones were far tougher than godly metal, so it was not worried that Gu Fei's attack would cause any damage to its body. Be careful. Suddenly, The multicolored skeleton let out a loud shout. The purple-golden skeleton was startled. Soon after, it sensed a purple divine light flashing by. Kacha! It pierced into its skull. At this time, it was unknown when a simple and unadorned long sword had appeared in Gu Fei's hand. The hilt of the sword was in Gu Fei's hand, but the tip of the sword had already pierced into the purple-gold skeleton's skull. No! The purple-gold skeleton was horrified. It never imagined that a sword would suddenly appear in Gu Fei's hand. Moreover, this sword was actually able to pierce through the formidable body of bones that it was so proud of. It wanted to struggle on its deathbed. However, Gu Fei wouldn't give it the chance to do so. Gu Fei shook the long sword in his hand. An extremely swift and fierce sword chi immediately erupted from the purple-gold skeleton's skull. Bang! With a sound, the purple-gold skeleton's skull exploded. The purple soul flame in the skull also burst out in all directions.